Lin Youqi has passed away. Despite his tireless efforts over a lifetime, amassing wealth and achieving success, he found himself alone on his deathbed, with no one by his side. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, he glimpsed a woman bursting into the hospital room, her anguished cries pleading for him not to depart. In his final moments, Lin Youqi experienced a profound epiphany, yet it was too late. If there were a next life, he vowed not to forsake those worthy of love. Fortunately, fate granted him a second chance. In this life, he would not let his childhood sweetheart slip away again. Chapter 1. Lin Youqi, please don't leave me all alone. This sentiment is worthy of remembrance, yet at the time, it was shrouded in confusion. Today, two significant events unfolded in Binjiang City. Firstly, the renowned young entrepreneur Lin Youqi's company went public. Secondly, Lin Youqi has died. Just moments ago, in the operating room, as the heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm followed by a flatline, Lin Youqi's life drew to a close, a brief yet remarkable existence. Lin Youqi, male, aged 33, from Binjiang City, unmarried and childless, a prominent young entrepreneur, deceased due to excessive exertion leading to sudden death. This succinct summary online hardly encapsulates the entirety of Lin Youqi's life. As the electrocardiogram settled into stillness, Lin Youqi's consciousness did not immediately dissipate. Rather, he observed the comings and goings of individuals in the operating room as a detached spectator. It was somewhat amusing that, despite a life steeped in solitude, so many were bustling about in the aftermath of his demise. He watched quietly as the doctor signed his death certificate, officially declaring his physiological end. No funeral was held for Lin Youqi, nor were there any family or friends, thus bypassing the legal formalities surrounding his death. Surely, in a year or two, social death would follow suit. Once these three forms of death transpired, he would wholly vanish from this world, as if he had never existed. Reflecting on his life, having founded a publicly traded company at the age of 33, with a market value exceeding 100 million and possessing handsome looks, he appeared to others as the quintessential eligible bachelor, with experiences that elicited envy. Yet who could fathom that during his school years he pursued a girl for 7 years, only to be met with a single phrase upon graduation: "You are wonderful, but you cannot provide me with the happiness I seek." She then turned without hesitation, stepping into an Audi A6 with a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. From that moment on, Lin Youqi seemed to transform into a different person, becoming taciturn and a workaholic, laboring tirelessly at his career. Though he ultimately established such a successful enterprise, he lacked the fortune to enjoy it. Even more tragically, his parents were deprived of that fortune as well. During the most challenging times of his entrepreneurial journey, his father suffered an accident. Being far away, he could not even bid farewell, and 2 years later, his mother succumbed to her longing for him. How dismal. Lin Youqi felt that his past 33 years had been a mere facade. Just as his consciousness began to fade, the door of the operating room swung open. Though he could not immediately recognize her, there was something vaguely familiar about her features. The woman's beautiful face bore a hint of terror, her exquisite eyes brimming with regret. Regret for not driving faster to see Lin Youqi one last time. She approached Lin Youqi's body, which lay beneath a white sheet, trembling as she spoke. Lin Youqi. Tears cascaded from her eyes, breaking forth like 8 a.m. As Lin Youqi pondered the identity of this woman, she continued, weeping. Lin Youqi, you promised to marry me when you were 6, and yet I have waited 30 years. Do you not recognize me? That is quite all right. Allow me to remind you. I am Su Yanran. Though her tone carried a playful lilt, her tear-streaked eyes betrayed her sorrow. Su Yanran gently grasped Lin Youqi's now cold hand, pressing it against her tear-stained cheek, and implored. Lin Youqi, please don't leave me all alone. Alas, Lin Youqi's hand could no longer feel warmth in that fleeting moment. Lin Youqi recalled everything, all about this name, and the myriad moments they shared. In the memories of many men, there exists the image of a girl from their youth. The childhood sweetheart. Lin Youqi and Su Yanran were undoubtedly childhood companions. She was 3 years his senior. From the earliest days of his memory, they played together. Having known each other for over 30 years, Su Yanran's words unlocked a cache of long-buried recollections for Lin Youqi. One afternoon when he was 6, Lin Youqi dreamt of a future where he married Yanran, and they created a small home together. Though he was too young to grasp the essence of love, the dream's warmth moved him deeply, and upon waking, he sought out Su Yanran, vowing to marry her when he grew up. At that time, Su Yanran was 9, and while she did not understand his sudden declaration, she nodded earnestly. Now, as Su Yanran invoked that memory, Lin Youqi began to recall. Did childhood promises hold any weight as one matured? After years of solitude, Lin Youqi naturally yearned for family, yet emotional setbacks had rendered him hesitant to pursue love, believing that aside from his parents, no one would ever love him. Little did he know, even in death, he could witness such genuine affection. This was something Lin Youqi had never anticipated. He longed to convey to the tearful Su Yanran that he would marry her. that he wished to fulfill their childhood promise, but the chasm between life and death rendered his words unheard. In that moment, Lin Youqi wished fervently to tell Su Yanran that should there be a next life, he would never let her down. Yet alas, the opportunity had slipped away forever. How wonderful it would be if there were a next life. 42 days later, Su Yanran held a bottle of wine in one hand and a photograph of Lin Youqi in the other. Gently caressing the image of his smiling face, a soft smile graced her lips. She murmured softly, "Lin Youqi, do you believe in the existence of an afterlife?" As she spoke, Su Yanran took a generous swig from the bottle of alcohol, the liquid cascading down her fair neck without a hint of concern. The bottle was nearly empty. Swaying slightly, Su Yanran retrieved a bottle of sleeping pills from the bedside table. She had only consumed 1 or 2 from the entire bottle. After pouring the contents of the bottle into the palm of her hand, she cast another glance at Lin Youqi's photograph, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Lin Youqi, consider this the final act of courage for myself in this lifetime. If there truly is a next life, I shall not falter, even in the face of her, accompanied by the alcohol." Su Yanran swallowed the sleeping pills one by one. "Lin Youqi, I have come to find you." Chapter 2. If the wish is strong enough, it will come true. When Lin Youqi regained consciousness, he was engulfed by a sensation akin to being torn apart, and his head felt foggy as if submerged in water. With great effort, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The cramped and silent dormitory housed 4 bunk beds with desks below. The scene was both familiar and slightly alien, prompting Lin Youqi to rub his head and strain to recall. Is this really a dormitory? You tell me this is a dormitory? What about my 800 square meter mansion? Although many years had passed since graduation, the layout of the dormitory stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. Lin Youqi rose and made his way to the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at his somewhat youthful face, which, despite its boyish appearance, lacked the clarity typical of his age. Instead, his eyes bore a depth that suggested maturity. As he stood there in a daze, Lin Youqi pondered, hadn't he already died? How could he possibly find himself back in his university dormitory? He pinched his arm, initially intending to prod his collagen-rich handsome face, but hesitated out of compassion. After all, it was a handsome face. He couldn't bear to mar it. So he settled for pinching his inconsequential arm instead. However, the pain was all too real. Goodness, I've been reborn. Despite being a workaholic, Lin Youqi occasionally indulged in light reading on tomato novel during his downtime. Thus, he recognized that his current predicament likely indicated a rebirth. Since he was granted a second chance at life, who needed an 800 square meter mansion, Lin Youqi was astonished that his desires after death had genuinely moved the heavens, affording him this opportunity to start anew. Could it be that he could alter the trajectory of his life? He recalled vividly the woman who had cried inconsolably by his bedside after his passing. At that moment, he had resolved that if given another chance, he would not disappoint those deserving of his affection and would avoid repeating the mistakes of his past, ultimately leading to a solitary demise. Nevertheless, Lin Youqi realized that he needed time to digest the reality of his rebirth. For an educated atheist, this revelation was somewhat difficult to accept. Just as Lin Youqi was lost in thought in the bathroom, the dormitory door swung open. Voices of several roommates drifted in. "Shoo, keep your voices down. Lin Youqi might still be waking up." Right. Yesterday's events must have hit him hard. We should be mindful of our words." The chatter of his friends reached Lin Youqi's ears as he stepped out of the bathroom. Since graduation, the group had seldom gathered, each hailing from different corners of the country, making reunions a rare occurrence. Therefore, after so many years apart, Lin Youqi felt a twinge of nostalgia for these companions who had shared 4 years of university life with him. He reminisced about the nights spent gaming together. What were these rascals discussing? Lin Youqi emerged from the bathroom, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at them. Their surprise at his appearance was palpable. They had not anticipated that he would wake so early after a night of heavy drinking, and he seemed to be in fairly good spirits. However, his demeanor left them utterly speechless. They understood that the events of the previous day would have left any boy feeling heartbroken, and they had expected Lin Youqi to be similarly affected. Yet here he was, appearing utterly unfazed. Was this how one reacted after a failed confession? Nevertheless, none of his friends dared to mention the previous day's events, fearful of reopening old wounds. The dormitory housed 4 individuals. The leader, Meiji Chao, hailing from northeast China, known for his hearty demeanor. The second, Qin Zijuan, a cunning mind from the coal-rich province. The third was Lin Youqi himself, and the fourth, Zhou Xiao, from Zhejiang. Though somewhat timid, remained fiercely loyal to his friends. Once they entered the room and closed the door, Mei Jichao retrieved a packaged kanji and 2 vegetable buns from plastic bag. Lin Youqi, come over and drink some kanji. You had quite a bit to drink last night. It'll warm your stomach. Lin Youqi turned to see Mei Jichao had placed a breakfast at his desk. Originally, they had an early class, but due to Lin Youqi's overindulgence the night before, his friends had kindly requested a leave from their instructor, allowing him to sleep in until 10 o'clock. This scene felt strikingly reminiscent of his previous life. Despite having experienced this moment before, Lin Youqi still felt a lump in his throat. This was the sensation of being cared for. Thank you, Lin Youqi managed, suppressing the swell of emotion stirred by the scene. However, Mei Jichao's next words, delivered in his characteristic Northeast accent, interrupted his sentimentality. Good brother, no need for thanks. Just do me a favor and wash my socks. The moment of reflection was shattered by Mei Jichao's cheeky remark. All right, I consider you a brother. And you consider me a washing machine? Lin Youqi retorted, not bothering to mask his annoyance. The room erupted with laughter, the atmosphere lightening as the group settled into camaraderie. After a while, they felt reassured that Lin Youqi was genuinely all right and not as heartbroken as they had feared. With newfound boldness, Qin Zijuan tentatively broached the subject. So, Lin Youqi, about yesterday. Of course, Lin Youqi was well aware of the preceding events. He had not returned with amnesia. Naturally, such a profound experience would not be easily forgotten. It was the final day of military training, and he had prepared for it meticulously. Intending to confess his feelings to Su Menghan, the girl he had adored for 7 years in his previous life. Including this lifetime, he had liked her for a decade. From the very first day of high school, she had captured his heart. She had once casually expressed envy for girls who were openly confessed to finding it romantic. Thus, Lin Youqi had meticulously planned for this moment, waiting for the day to arrive. But when that day finally came, she had responded with, Lin Youqi, what are you doing? I hate being the center of attention. You're so annoying. No matter whether it was the love letters exchanged in high school, the private confessions, or the public declaration in university, the outcome was always the same: cruel rejection. In his previous life, Lin Youqi had spiraled into deep self-doubt. Had he truly not done enough? Where had he gone wrong? Eventually, Lin Youqi realized that she enjoyed being admired by others, relishing the attention while remaining indifferent to his affections. Chapter 3. What makes you think I'm still waiting for you? Ding dong. A message pinged on Lin Youqi's phone. Opening it, he read, I forgive you for what happened last night. It is unnecessary to look at Lin Youqi to discern who it is. Who, aside from Su Menghan, could possibly utter such righteous words? Following this, another message popped up. Why didn't you come to class this morning? I was starving all morning. Upon reading this message, Lin Youqi could no longer maintain his composure. While it was true that in the past he would bring breakfast to Su Menghan every day, a routine that had persisted for 3 years since he began pursuing her, he now found himself reflecting on this with a different perspective. Regardless of the biting cold or sweltering heat, come rain or shine, he had remained steadfast in this practice. Yet, her response was always a mere, airy thank you. Nothing more. Even a simple expression of concern during a snowstorm would have been 100-fold more meaningful than that phrase. However, she had never entertained such thoughts, not even the faintest hint of them. But Lin Youqi was no longer the naive boy who unconditionally catered to her whims. Why should he be expected to remain stationary, waiting for her? Why should she assume she could perpetually bask in the glow of his kindness without reciprocation? Observing Lin Youqi bow his head to his phone, lost in contemplation, his roommates shared a tacit understanding to refrain from interrupting him. Assuming he was merely reminiscing about Su Menghan, Lin Youqi shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. He refrained from replying and slipped his phone into his pocket. Noticing the curious gazes of his companions, he asked, What are you all looking at me for? Lin Youqi felt a bit perplexed as his roommates regarded him with peculiar expressions. Though they had only known him for a little over a month, they were aware of his 3-year pursuit of Su Menghan in high school, a chase he had yet to abandon. Their sympathy for him was palpable. Qin Zijuan, the second roommate, slowly lowered his head, resting against the edge of the bunk bed, and spoke in a somber tone. "Ah, Qi, forget her. I'll steal batteries to support you." The serious demeanor of Qin Zijuan left the others momentarily dumbfounded. They had only known him for a little over a month. How could he be so candid? Lin Youqi, on the other hand, recoiled in distaste. Was this what they meant by a gender imbalance leading to internal digestion among the males? What a pity. I'm not a contact list. I suppose you plan to steal batteries to end up in jail? Perhaps you wish to take Guevara as your mentor? Lin Youqi quipped, distancing himself as far as possible. At his remark, his roommates erupted in laughter. "Ha! Who would have thought of taking Guevara as a mentor? Your wit is truly delightful." They chuckled, with one of them exclaiming, "I'm taking a 6." Once the laughter subsided and the atmosphere returned to calm, they tacitly agreed to avoid discussing Su Menghan. It was still only a little past 10 in the morning. Though there were afternoon classes, they had ample time. The group quickly reached a consensus. Their newfound camaraderie attributed to their shared interest in a particular game, CSGO. Although the game had been updated and renamed CS2, they still fondly referred to it as CSGO. Since graduating from high school, Lin Youqi had not played this game for many years. Even when he did, it was always in solitude. Despite amassing wealth to afford the gaming equipment he once admired and upgrading to the best computer configuration, he found that the joy he once derived from gaming had faded. It was only later that he realized the most precious component of gaming was friendship. Not just buddies. "I'm not pressuring you," Qin Zijuan began, only to be interrupted by Meiji Chao, who exclaimed, "Stop complaining and watch my gameplay." He then proceeded to showcase what it meant to be both inexperienced and overly ambitious, delivering a performance akin to a tiger, yet finishing with a score of 0 to 5. Today, Lin Youqi was not in the best of spirits. His friends assumed it was due to the disappointment of his failed confession the previous day, compounded by a night of excessive drinking, so they refrained from addressing him directly, redirecting their focus onto Meiji Chao. "I concede, father," Meiji Chao quipped. After playing for a while, they realized time had flown by, and it was already 1 in the afternoon. Their classes typically began at 2, leaving them about an hour before they needed to prepare. However, their immersion in the game had caused them to completely forget about eating. Lin Youqi, having had a late breakfast, was not particularly hungry, but his friends were ravenous. As they exited the game, they began to clamor for food. "Quick, let us eat. We're going to starve," Meiji Chao exclaimed while hastily gathering the books he would need for class. Zhou Xiao curiously inquired, "Didn't you eat enough, Chao Ge?" Meiji Chao, who had been busy packing, abruptly raised his head and asked, "When did we eat?" Lin Youqi suppressed a chuckle and replied, "Zhou Xiao said your gameplay was so poor it was unappetizing. He has had his fill." Upon hearing Lin Youqi's explanation, Meiji Chao could no longer contain himself and dropped his books, rushing toward Zhou Xiao. "No, Chao Ge." Zhou Xiao recited a classic line from an educational film. Let me see." The group made their way to the cafeteria, where the crowd was sparse at that hour. Most students were either resting in their dormitories, preparing for afternoon classes, or engaging in fierce gaming battles, defending their virtual families. "What shall we eat?" Lin Youqi inquired, intending to treat his roommates to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. "What? Are you inviting us to dinner?" Meiji Chao asked. Lin Youqi nodded affirmatively. No. It's more fitting for us to treat you." Although Qin Zijuan often acted frivolously, he could be quite serious when it mattered. "Oh, let us just say you can treat us this time, and we'll get you next time." With Lin Youqi's insistence, his roommates reluctantly agreed. Each of them shared their preferred dishes, and they eventually settled on the same restaurant but different menu items. After Lin Youqi placed the order, he lowered his head to occupy himself with his phone. "I'd like a dish of shredded pork with green peppers. Behold the green peppers." Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air beside him. As he turned, he caught sight of an exceptionally captivating figure amidst the crowd, clad in a white dress. Her face adorned with dimples, her long hair flowing like silk, her skin as radiant as moonlight. She had once been Lin Youqi's beacon of hope. However, that was no longer the case. "Su Menghan, our path shall no longer intertwine." Chapter 4. Is it my duty to respond to your messages? Initially, Lin Youqi intended to pretend not to notice Su Menghan, but to his dismay, she spotted him first, thwarting his plan. Lin Youqi, what brings you here? Su Menghan's voice was crisp and melodious. To be fair, her beauty and figure were exceptionally remarkable, which explained why Lin Youqi had devoted so many years to her in the past without reservation. At the moment Su Menghan laid eyes on Lin Youqi, a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. She had already spent the entire morning famished because he had neglected to bring her breakfast. She had hoped he would deliver her lunch, yet her expectations were dashed once again, leading to her breaking point. Ultimately, she had no choice but to venture to the cafeteria to eat. To her surprise, she encountered Lin Youqi there. Oomph, now he decides to bring me food? It's far too late. Lin Youqi, with palpable reluctance, turned to her, his expression one of indifference. The aloofness in his gaze stirred a profound discomfort within Su Menghan. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to confront him, saying, Lin Youqi, I sent you so many messages. Did you not see them? What does it matter if your voice is melodious? Your words remain equally irritating. Initially, Lin Youqi had no desire to engage in conversation with her. However, noticing that others had begun to cast glances in their direction, he realized that if he remained silent, Su Menghan would likely persist in her inquiries. To preempt further complications, he coldly replied, I saw them. But am I legally obligated to respond to your messages? Su Menghan was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Lin Youqi's response. How could he speak to her in such a manner? He was truly being unreasonable. Anger simmered in her beautiful eyes, yet she refrained from exploding. Instead, she turned away, choosing not to continue the conversation. Lin Youqi had indeed crossed the line by publicly dismissing her. She resolved to ignore him for 5 days, allowing him the time to ponder his actions and subsequently apologize. After all, she would not easily forgive him. Little did she know, her intentions perfectly aligned with Lin Youqi's desires. He longed to distance himself from her and welcomed a reprieve from her annoyance. From that point on, neither spoke another word. After finishing their meals, they returned to their respective seats. Just before reaching his chair, Lin Youqi spotted a group of ravenous roommates and exclaimed with joy, My little pups, Daddy is here. This scene did not escape Su Menghan's notice. The stark contrast between Lin Youqi's current jubilant demeanor and his earlier indifference was jarring to her, leaving her feeling aggrieved. Was it truly necessary for him to be so distant just because she had declined his confession? She had rejected him before, yet he had still brought her breakfast the following day. Why was it different now? This perplexity gnawed at her, rendering her meal tasteless. Meanwhile, Lin Youqi was enveloped in laughter. Father, you finally arrived. We were starving. Mei Jichao, the least resilient among them, lamented dramatically. After placing his meal on the table, Lin Youqi and his friends eagerly dug into their food, revealing their genuine hunger. Once they were satisfied, with half an hour until class, they leaned back in their chairs, relishing the relaxation that followed a hearty meal. Just then, Zhou Xiao finished his meal, being the slowest eater among the group, having always savored each bite unlike the others. Amidst their lively chatter, Qin Zijuan suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Could that be Su Menghan? While conversing with his friends, he had been scanning the cafeteria like a radar for attractive women when he spotted a familiar silhouette. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed Lin Youqi's goddess. Su Menghan, whether she was still his goddess, however, remained uncertain. The group, aside from Lin Youqi, followed his gaze to the cafeteria's corner. Although they had only known each other for a little over a month, Su Menghan's striking beauty had made a lasting impression on all the boys in their class. Thus, the guys could still recognize her. Looks like it is her. They all shifted their attention back to Lin Youqi, who was calmly engrossed in his phone, his expression neutral and his emotions unruffled. Initially skeptical, the others posed him a few questions, only to find his responses fluid and coherent, thus alleviating their doubts. It was a common occurrence for someone to stutter or lack logic when their heart was in turmoil. However, Lin Youqi exhibited no such signs, solidifying their belief in him. After their break, the group tidied up and prepared to head to class, facing the most tedious and soporific subject, military theory. Given the timing, just after lunch and during the sweltering summer, with air conditioning in the classroom, these factors combined to create a perfect scenario for a nap. Not seizing such a splendid opportunity for slumber would be a true waste of time. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Youqi felt the weight of numerous gazes fixed upon him. The memory of yesterday's events caused him a headache. Why had he publicly confessed his feelings? It was utterly foolish. He vowed never to declare his affections for a girl in public again. Well, perhaps if it were Yanran, it could be acceptable. Oh, how Lin Youqi's standards wavered. Just a moment ago, he had declared he would never confess publicly, only to contradict himself seconds later. Soon, the teacher, a senior instructor, entered the classroom to teach military theory. A subject everyone knew was notoriously dull. As the teacher arrived, the room fell silent in unison, as respect for the instructor remained paramount. Although students often dozed during lectures, a certain level of respect was still maintained. The veteran teacher had been imparting military theory for many years, while students seldom paid attention. He executed his duties with meticulous precision. Class monitor, please come up and distribute these materials, one for each student. This is the syllabus for the final exam this semester. You may begin reviewing it now. As the teacher finished speaking, Lin Youqi rose and approached the podium. Being the class monitor, this responsibility naturally fell to him. He then began distributing the materials, starting from the front row. Despite his excellent grades, he never missed an opportunity to slack off. Back in high school, he would seize the chance during study sessions to sneak out and take out the trash, often lingering for quite a while. In university, he enjoyed the newfound freedom. Therefore, during lectures, he took his time distributing materials, fully utilizing class time. As Su Menghan observed Lin Youqi passing out materials to their classmates, a sense of disdain welled up within her. Previously, whenever Lin Youqi distributed materials, he would approach her and exchange a few words. The act of handing out materials was merely a pretext. His true intention was to engage in conversation with Su Menghan. Thus, Su Menghan was certain that Lin Youqi would seize the opportunity to speak with her when he delivered the materials. It was highly probable that he would even offer an apology. Is he only now remembering to apologize to me? It's too late. At the very least, I should keep him waiting for a few days. Su Menghan proudly lifted her chin, preparing to show Lin Youqi a frosty demeanor when he approached. As Lin Youqi drew closer to Su Menghan, only a classmate's distance separated them. While handing materials to this classmate, he directly gave her 2 copies, instructing, "You may share them among yourselves." His indifferent voice carried through the stillness of the classroom, and although it was not loud, nearly every student heard Lin Youqi's words. It was common knowledge throughout the class, and even the entire department, that Lin Youqi harbored feelings for Su Menghan. Their exceptional looks had attracted attention since the beginning of the semester. And Lin Youqi's frequent appearances beneath the girls' dormitory had led to speculation that he was pursuing Su Menghan. His bold confession on the playground only solidified this understanding. Thus, it was widely acknowledged that Lin Youqi was enamored with Su Menghan. However, what do they hear now? Share among yourselves? Goodness, could there be something wrong with my hearing? That is, after all, Su Menghan. They had observed the relationship between Lin Youqi and Su Menghan. Even in the act of submitting assignments, Lin Youqi would go out of his way to assist her. Why, then, was he unwilling to take a mere 2 steps now that they were so close? The classmates continued to speculate, while Lin Youqi returned to his seat. Su Menghan remained frozen, her head turned away. Although the materials had been placed on her desk, she was still in a daze. She could not fathom that Lin Youqi would behave in such a manner. In that moment, a wave of overwhelming grievance engulfed her, suffocating her. What did Lin Youqi mean by this? She was genuinely angry. How could he treat her this way? Did he not fear that she would disregard him entirely? Feeling a slight sting in her nose, Su Menghan struggled against the rising tide of injustice. She sensed the curious gazes of those around her, but resisted the urge to turn and look. If she did, she would undoubtedly see their mocking expressions. Sitting beside Su Menghan, Lu Yi, her close friend, observed her distress with concern. Despite having known each other for just over a month since the semester began, their bond had blossomed into a deep friendship. "Menghan, are you all right?" Lu Yi inquired, noticing Su Menghan's downcast demeanor. When Su Menghan remained silent, Lu Yi let out a sigh. She was well aware of the events from the previous night, having stood nearby. To be honest, Liu Yi envied Su Menghan immensely. She had a boy who adored her, who had worked hard to gain admission to the same university, the same major, and the same class, and who was not only handsome, but also gentle and devoted to her. Yet, Liu Yi could not comprehend why Su Menghan had yet to accept Lin Youqi's affections. Was his devotion not sufficient? That notion was utterly absurd. Liu Yi found it truly perplexing. As Su Menghan's friend pressed her for an explanation, she remained silent, striving to compose her emotions. How could Lin Youqi possibly affect her mood? It had always been she who influenced his feelings. When had he ever altered her emotional state? Menghan, are you really okay? Liu Yi asked again, her concern palpable. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Menghan forced a smile, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred moments ago. However, the true thoughts swirling within her mind were likely known only to Su Menghan herself. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Youqi was met with admiring glances from several classmates. They were astonished that he had indeed acted as he claimed. Earlier, when passing by Su Menghan, he had not even cast a glance her way, let alone spoken to her. His demeanor commanded their respect. Class monitor, why didn't you speak to Sue, our campus belle? A charming girl with youthful features turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she inquired. Lin Youqi glanced at her, though he did not recognize her well. Nevertheless, he surmised she must be Yurong, for indeed, the sea embraces all rivers and tolerance is great. He subtly shifted his gaze and replied in an exceedingly calm tone, I am not well acquainted with her. He said nothing further. As the materials had just been distributed, the classroom remained abuzz with chatter. Lin Youqi's words reached Yurong's ears distinctly. With a smile, she quipped, but class monitor, you just personally handed me the materials? So doesn't that mean we're quite familiar? Lin Youqi cast a fleeting glance at Yurong, who seemed to take a particular interest in him, and replied with a smile, you make a valid point. The underlying implication of his statement was that whatever she said was undoubtedly correct. Unaware of the hidden context, Yurong was nonetheless delighted by his response. Lin Youqi's striking looks and heartfelt nature had already earned him the unofficial title of campus heartthrob among the female students in the department. Following his public confession that had not gone as planned, many girls were now eagerly intrigued. They had initially thought that Lin Youqi's feelings for Su Menghan had waned, but his recent act of personally distributing materials to the entire class, yet pointedly excluding Su Menghan, effectively dispelled that rumor. Their opportunity had arrived. Chapter 6. Who do you think you are? Though the classroom was modest in size, Lin Youqi's voice carried clearly. Su Menghan, seated in the front row, heard every word. Initially, she had expected him to concoct some excuse to refuse her. To her astonishment, he offered her no semblance of courtesy, openly declaring in front of the entire class that they were not familiar with one another. Moreover, he was laughing and chatting with another girl, a sight that Su Menghan found utterly unbearable. Although she had always maintained that her feelings for Lin Youqi were merely an appreciation for his kindness, the reality of him sharing jovial moments with other girls struck her with profound impact. Unable to contain herself, she glanced back, locking eyes with Yurong, whose gaze bore a hint of provocation, her posture intentionally accentuated. Such a gesture left Su Menghan feeling diminished in comparison, if one were to identify Su Menghan's vulnerabilities. Alas, it appears there is nothing particularly remarkable about this. Upon witnessing her classmate Rong Tong's unabashed provocation, Su Menghan felt increasingly aggrieved. The true instigator of this affair was Lin Youqi. She resolved to disregard him entirely. Very well, sulking will compel Lin Youqi to guess, won't it? Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Are we acquainted in any significant manner? As the elderly instructor observed the class falling silent, he proceeded to open the PowerPoint presentation, preparing to commence the lecture. All right, students, today we shall delve into the subject of guerrilla tactics. The teacher's monotonous voice lulled Lin Youqi into a deep slumber. Indeed, one sleeps most soundly during class. How could one possibly forego a nap on a sultry summer afternoon? Although Su Menghan remained awake, she absorbed none of the lecture's content, her mind a chaotic tangle. Once class concluded, Lin Youqi promptly returned to the dormitory with several companions. Su Menghan, who initially intended to confront Lin Youqi regarding his treatment of her, found herself at a loss, standing awkwardly in place. Observing Su Menghan's woeful demeanor, Lu Yi felt a pang of sympathy. She had intended to discuss dinner plans with Su Menghan post-class, but given her current state, Lu Yi opted to remain silent. Tentatively, she inquired, "Menghan, what are you thinking about?" After the bell rang, Lu Yi had stood up, but upon noticing Su Menghan still seated in a daze, she sat back down beside her. Su Menghan fought to suppress her inner sorrow, shaking her head. Yet, her reddened eyes betrayed her. "I'm fine." At that moment, the teacher, having finished organizing his books and materials, turned his attention towards Su Menghan. He ambled over, the sunlight streaming through the windows, mingling with the sound of cicadas, bringing the essence of summer into the classroom. The teacher's face bore a gentle smile. "Little one, what troubles you?" he inquired patiently, already having a rough idea of the situation. He had observed Lin Youqi distributing materials prior to class, and, after years of teaching, he had developed an instinct for recognizing such matters. Su Menghan, hearing the teacher's voice, quickly lifted her head. Her red-rimmed, teary eyes evoked genuine sympathy. "Teacher, I'm fine." Despite Su Menghan's assurances, the teacher was unconvinced. A smile crept onto his face as he reminisced, "In my youth, my wife and I often quarreled over trivial matters, running out cooking oil, unwashed clothes for the children. But eventually, there came a time when I wished to argue, yet found no one to engage with." The wrinkles on his face softened as he reflected on the past. "So, my dear girl, cherish the present." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Su Menghan and Lu Yi deep in contemplation. Upon returning to their dormitory, the group began to engage in a gaming session. "Let me tell you, I was just off my game during that match at noon. Now, I shall carry you to victory," exclaimed Mei Ji Chao as he booted up his computer. Self-praise is no praise at all. The others jeered mercilessly. However, this time, Mei Ji Chao did not disappoint, performing admirably. This only inflated his ego further. "Brother says he will lead you to victory. He surely will." After boasting, Mei Ji Chao struck a pose he deemed impressive. The room erupted with laughter. "Dude, you're really trying too hard," Qin Zijuan remarked bluntly. Yet, buoyed by newfound confidence, Mei Ji Chao retorted, "What skills do you possess, young brother?" Before Qin Zijuan could respond with further bravado, Mei Ji Chao charged towards his desk, igniting a playful scuffle. "Brother, I was wrong." "No, please." Qin Zijuan's cries echoed through the dormitory, while Lin Youqi, Zhou Xiao, and Mei Ji Chao shared in the merriment. Just as the playful banter unfolded, Lin Youqi's phone vibrated. He picked it up to read the message. "Lin Youqi, Su Menghan seems to be in pain as she has her period. You should bring her some brown sugar water." The sender was Lu Yi. Lin Youqi felt a wave of frustration. "Sister, are you mistaken? What does Su Menghan's discomfort have to do with me? It's not as if I summoned her period. Moreover, I've been quite clear about my feelings. Must we tear apart our facades?" With a hint of irritation, he replied, "What does her period have to do with me?" In the girls' dormitory, Lu Yi paused, taken aback by Lin Youqi's response. Could it be that he truly harbored no feelings for Su Menghan anymore? Yet, it seemed implausible that he could so easily dismiss her. What did Lin Youqi say?" Su Menghan, lying on her bed with only her head visible, inquired painfully. This question left Lu Yi at a loss. Her earlier message to Lin Youqi had indeed been prompted by Su Menghan's wishes. While Su Menghan found it hard to lower herself to ask directly, she had hoped her friend could gauge Lin Youqi's sentiments. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yi hesitated, then raised her phone for Su Menghan to see. The moment Su Menghan glimpsed the message, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Youqi was truly being unreasonable. Here she was, suffering from her period, and he was still angry with her. How utterly lacking in gentlemanly decorum. Chapter 7. The Game of Pursuit and Retreat in Su Menghan's recollection. Whenever her period arrived, Lin Youqi would always prepare heat packs and brown sugar water in advance. Thus, she had never felt the need to worry, as she had never been without these comforts. She had assumed that despite their recent discord, he would surely appear at her side as soon as he learned of her condition. Yet, Lin Youqi did not show up, let alone inquire about her well-being. Not only was he absent, but he had also spoken to her so harshly. Su Menghan felt as if, since publicly rejecting Lin Youqi on the playground the previous night, he had transformed into a completely different person, rendering her utterly unfamiliar with him. The current Lin Youqi seemed like a stranger, cold and almost frightening, especially in his interactions with her. He exuded an aura of aloofness that pushed her away, yet displayed warmth and enthusiasm towards others. However, Su Menghan possessed an inherent tenacity. Enduring the pain in her abdomen, she extricated her hand from beneath the covers and located Lin Youqi's chat window in her messaging app. At this moment, Su Menghan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her delicate teeth gently biting her lower lip, causing her thin, cherry-red lips to take on a slightly ashen hue. In her captivating eyes, a flicker of anticipation sparkled. Lin Youqi, my stomach hurts. Could you bring me some brown sugar water and a heating pad? After sending these two messages, Su Menghan set her phone aside, her hand resting on her abdomen, for the discomfort was indeed quite unbearable. Lin Youqi had just placed his phone down when he noticed a new message had arrived. Fearing it might be an urgent communication, as he served as the class monitor responsible for relaying various matters to his classmates, he picked up his phone again to check the message. To his surprise, it was a text from Su Menghan. Lin Youqi, my stomach hurts. Upon reading the message, Lin Youqi felt an utter lack of emotion. He didn't even consider replying. Was Su Menghan truly so amusing? Why was she informing him of her menstrual discomfort? Did she think it was his duty to deliver brown sugar water and a heating pad? Surely not. If it wasn't his obligation, why send him a message at all? Did she still perceive him as the Lin Youqi of old? Without responding, he set his phone down again and resumed playing video games with a few roommates, choosing to ignore Su Menghan's apparent antics. In the girls' dormitory, Su Menghan noticed the message status had changed from delivered to read. A hint of pride swelled within her. Wasn't it amusing that he read her message so promptly? Lin Youqi, your little games are rather transparent, aren't they? Are you attempting to play hard to get? The apparent disinterest is likely just a ploy to capture my attention, but little does he know, I see through all his tricks. With this thought, a smile graced Su Menghan's delicate face. In her mind, she had already concluded that Lin Youqi was deliberately adopting an aloof persona to prompt her to take the initiative. But how could she possibly do that? Lin Youqi was merely daydreaming. She kept the chat window open, waiting for his response since it had turned from delivered to read. Surely he was contemplating how to engage with her? Su Menghan dismissed this idea with a scoff. She had thought he had changed significantly, yet he seemed to be the same as before, pondering every word and action of hers. For the next couple of days, she would let him bask in his arrogance and see how she would respond thereafter. Assuming Lin Youqi was strategizing with his roommates, she maintained her focus on the conversation window, anticipating his reply. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue from her menstrual cramps lulled her into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Youqi continued gaming with his roommates until around 9 o'clock that evening before finally shutting down the console. What an exhilarating gaming session it had been. He opened his phone, intending to catch up on any unresolved messages. After sifting through some class notifications, he suddenly noticed 2 new messages from Su Menghan. However, he felt no curiosity about them, nor did he wish to know their content. Instead of engaging with her self-important musings, he chose to explore other more amusing topics. After setting his phone down, Lin Youqi proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed, for an early morning awaited him. Strangely, the class schedule at their university was exceedingly unreasonable, with 4 early morning classes each week, 3 of which had no subsequent classes, only to face afternoon lectures thereafter. It was pure torment for students. The disrupted sleep in the morning compounded with a restless nap in the afternoon was unbearable. The only solace he found was the thought that after half a semester, many courses would conclude and the burden of classes would lighten. Lin Youqi was majoring in art education within the purview of the fine arts department. His academic performance was commendable, allowing him to choose from most programs at Binjiang University. Yet he still opted for this particular one. The future of this profession was not particularly bright. In his past life, it was his diverse interests that had propelled him to success. Had he adhered strictly to the career trajectory of this major, he would likely have become an unremarkable art teacher. His choice of this major had indeed been influenced by Su Menghan. A question lingered, which held greater significance. Future prospects or romantic relationships. Some would argue for the importance of love, while others would prioritize career aspirations. Ultimately, the standard response remained: the right partner would stand beside you in your journey toward success. It was during the college application process in high school that Su Menghan expressed her fears of loneliness in university without familiar faces around. She lamented, "If only I could have friends to apply for this school together, I would miss the breakfast you used to bring me and our commutes to class." Initially, Lin Youqi had intended to apply to a different major with brighter prospects, but hearing her words gradually swayed his decision. He even had a disagreement with his family over this choice. Su Menghan had deliberately said those words to entice him to apply for this major alongside her. Yet, years later, she would casually remark, "It wasn't me who made you choose this major. You did so willingly." That single statement shattered all of Lin Youqi's efforts, rendering his sacrifices futile. Chapter 8. He actually read it and did not reply. The following morning, Su Menghan awoke from the heat. Though it was mid-October, the temperatures remained uncomfortably high. The oppressive warmth had already begun to permeate the early hours. The first thing she did upon waking was to grab her phone. To prevent missing any messages from Lin Youqi the previous night, she had set her phone to stay illuminated, which had drained the battery overnight. She hurriedly found her charger and plugged it in, waiting for the phone to power back on. Previously, Su Menghan had considered her phone's boot-up speed to be swift, but today it felt exceedingly sluggish. Once powered on, she quickly opened her messaging app, eager to see Lin Youqi's response. However, upon opening their chat, she found it utterly devoid of any messages. Impossible. He had read her message. He must have seen it. Perhaps it was just a poor signal at startup. Surely, it would resolve soon. Yet, as she waited until 7:30, still no word from Lin Youqi. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, initially mistaking it for a signal notification. She eagerly checked her phone. Although it was a message from Lin Youqi, it was sent in the class group chat. Lin Youqi, today's early morning outdoor sketching class. Everyone meet at the easternmost edge of the playground. Below was a flurry of acknowledgments. Now it was Su Menghan's turn to feel perplexed. Since her phone could receive messages from the group chat, the signal must be functioning properly. Yet, why had she not received a message from Lin Youqi? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Youqi had not responded at all. Although she was reluctant to accept this notion, it remained the sole explanation that made sense. Lin Youqi had read her message, but chose not to reply. Undeterred, Su Menghan reopened the chat with Lin Youqi. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the screen as she typed, "Lin Youqi, I wanted to eat the soup dumplings from that little shop by the school gate this morning." She hit send. Meanwhile, Lin Youqi, brushing his teeth, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. One hand occupied with his toothbrush. He retrieved the phone and glanced at the notification from Su Menghan. Without a second thought, he tucked the phone back into his pocket, not bothering to look at the message, and continued with his dental hygiene. After all, one must not be careless when it comes to brushing teeth. As Lin Youqi brushed, he reflected on the events of the past couple of days. According to the timeline from his previous life, Su Yuran should be interning by now. Su Yuran was 3 years his senior. While Lin Youqi was just starting his freshman year, Su Yuran had already entered her senior year. Although their communication had been limited in his past life, Lin Youqi, as a newcomer to Binhai University, had inquired many things about the school from Su Yuran. He was aware that she had gone to intern with her class after the summer vacation in the neighboring city of Jiangxing. Notably, Su Yuran, a delicate young woman, was studying civil engineering. This choice was not without reason. Her father owned a construction company, and, as the family's only child, she was destined to inherit it. In his previous life, Su Yuran indeed took up a position in her father's company after graduation, managing it with great success. The company, already substantial, thrived even more under her stewardship. Since Su Yuran was currently interning, Lin Youqi decided against messaging her for the time being. Some matters weighed heavily on his mind, and discussing them over text seemed trivial. Moreover, Su Yuran would return to campus in less than a month, having been given a second chance at life. There was no need to rush. One could take their time. After all, haste makes waste. As Lin Youqi was the first to rise, he had ample time. Once he finished his morning routine, he settled into a chair, waiting for his roommates to finish getting ready before they set off together. He watched as his fellow dorm mates busily scrambled about, exchanging playful banter. "Hey, who kicked my shoes under the cabinet?" "I don't know, it must have been Joe Xiao." "Not me. I saw you do it yesterday." Lin Youqi watched with amusement as his roommates bickered. "Come on, guys." With Qin Zijuan's rallying cry, the others sprang into action. Lin Youqi, ever the pragmatist, decided to dash ahead. The group soon arrived at the location for their outdoor sketching class, having stopped to grab breakfast along the way. One advantage of the outdoor sketching class was that students could select a subject to draw independently, allowing for the opportunity to eat breakfast during class time, luxuries not afforded in a traditional classroom setting. Su Menghan, noticing Lin Youqi's dormitory arriving late, fixed her gaze upon him. She was eager to see if he had indeed seen her message and brought her breakfast. Observing the bulge in his pocket, she felt a surge of excitement. How thoughtful of him to bring breakfast, albeit without a word. How transparent his little ruse was. After the teacher outlined the requirements for the class, the students dispersed. Lin Youqi, along with his roommates, made their way to a secluded corner of the playground, surrounded by lush trees. The task for this class was to choose a tree they found appealing to sketch. Yet for Lin Youqi and his friends, the priority lay in having their meal. After all, food reigned supreme. As Lin Youqi moved aside, Su Menghan, almost instinctively, beckoned her friend Lu Yi to follow him. Surely, Lin Youqi intended to sneak her breakfast. She decided to be gracious this time. As she approached Lin Youqi, she watched him quickly retrieve the baozi from his pocket. Although it was not the soup dumpling she had desired, it would suffice. However, what he did next left her utterly speechless. He began eating the breakfast he had bought for himself. How could he eat before she had even had a bite? She felt her irritation bubble over. Fuming, Su Menghan marched up to Lin Youqi. The jovial atmosphere amongst his roommates fell silent at her arrival, sensing the tension. Clearly, Su Menghan had come to confront Lin Youqi, and the others decided it best to retreat. Qin Zijuan, ever the quick thinker, said, "Oh dear, I haven't had the chance to use the restroom this morning. I'll just pop over there." Mei Jichao quickly chimed in, "Me too." Zhou Xiao, opting for silence, followed suit. This left Lin Youqi standing alone, bewildered. Was it really necessary for them to scatter? Chapter 9. Aren't you hungry enough to buy your own? With his roommates gone, Lin Youqi saw no reason to conceal his thoughts. He spoke in a detached tone, "What do you want?" His indifferent demeanor projected an air of distance. Without hesitation, Su Menghan demanded, "Why did you eat the breakfast meant for me? What am I supposed to eat now?" Her assertive tone momentarily stunned Lin Youqi. What did I ever say this was for you?" He couldn't help but think, is she perhaps a bit delusional? Lin Youqi had no desire to entangle himself further with Su Menghan, yet her persistent approach was beginning to grate on his nerves. "When did I claim this was for you?" Lin Youqi replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Su Menghan, when will you stop being so self-important? Who do you think you are? Why do you assume I would revolve around you? Why do you think I would wait for you after you repeatedly rejected me?" His words left both Su Menghan and Lu Yi momentarily stunned, with the latter opting for silence, becoming an invisible presence. In matters of the heart, she, as a close friend, could only offer her objective perspective. However, the ultimate decisions lay in the hands of the individuals involved. Overly interfering in the romantic affairs of others is hardly commendable, a fact she was acutely aware of. "What did you just say?" Su Menghan inquired incredulously. Lin Youqi had the audacity to claim that the breakfast was not intended for her. Yet, she had explicitly communicated her morning cravings to him. Was this truly his way of seeking reconciliation with her? "But I'm still starving." Su Menghan felt herself on the brink of an emotional eruption. To her astonishment, Lin Youqi's next words completely shattered her composure. "If you're hungry, why don't you buy something yourself? What does that have to do with me?" She was genuinely at a loss. Initially, Lin Youqi had not procured her desired soup dumplings, and now he was asserting that this breakfast was not meant for her. Coupled with such callous remarks, how could she possibly accept this? It was important to note that since Lin Youqi had begun courting her in high school, he had brought her breakfast every single day without fail. Regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold, come rain or shine, he would promptly deliver steaming meals to her. No matter what she desired to eat, he would procure it for her, even if it meant arriving late for school to fetch something from a distant eatery. But now he couldn't even be bothered to buy her breakfast. Su Menghan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She seized Lin Youqi's hand and departed, leaving without a backward glance. Lin Youqi, observing Su Menghan's retreating figure, felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. What kind of life had he previously endured? This was what he called living. What? You question me on why I didn't buy you breakfast? I'll hit back hard. Care and concern are reserved for those who are deserving. Who exactly are you? After finishing the remainder of his untouched breakfast, Lin Youqi soon spotted 3 of his friends returning, sneaking around as they searched for Su Menghan's presence, yet to no avail. She left? Qin Zijuan asked. Lin Youqi nodded, crumpling the plastic bag in his hand and tossing it into the bin. What's she here for? Mei Jichao queried with curiosity. I don't know. She came out of nowhere to ask me why I didn't buy her breakfast, Lin Youqi replied, waving his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. This prompted a surge of admiration for Lin Youqi among his friends. At last, the brother stood his ground, no longer a sycophant. The group then resumed their light-hearted banter as they set about completing the assignment assigned by their teacher. Lin Youqi chose to sketch a phoenix tree. He found the appearance of the phoenix tree delightful, as well as the trees of the city. The outdoor class during the early hours was still quite refreshing, though it gradually grew warmer. Nevertheless, it was tolerable. After all, class would soon be over, and the comfort of air conditioning awaited. The world is vast, so please bear with it. After pulling Lin Youqi aside, Su Menghan began to sink into despondency. Noticing this, Lin Youqi attempted to console her. Menghan, don't be upset. Is it possible that there are unresolved conflicts between you two? Lin Youqi found it hard to believe that Lin Youqi could suddenly lose interest in Su Menghan after just 2 days. She had witnessed Lin Youqi's deep affections for Su Menghan throughout the years. However, the current turn of events puzzled her. Su Menghan, with a hint of indignation, retorted, "What conflict could there possibly be?" He confessed, "I turned him down." In Su Menghan's eyes, Lin Youqi's public rejection was hardly a significant issue. Was it necessary to be so petty? Was it not rather small-minded of him to behave this way over such a minor incident? Little did she realize the extent of Lin Youqi's preparation for that confession, spanning several years. Did her youth equate to time, while Lin Youqi's did not? If she did not reciprocate his feelings, she could have been forthright in her refusal. Why enjoy his kindness while simultaneously rejecting his affections? Did he truly deserve such treatment? These nuances were lost on Su Menghan. Her words left Lin Youqi momentarily speechless. Yet, as a devoted friend, she continued to offer solace. Perhaps Lin Youqi was simply disappointed after his confession? Su Menghan dismissed the notion with disdain. Impossible. I turned him down in high school. Yet he continued to like me. He must be trying to provoke me. Such petty tricks are beneath him. Lin Youqi found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Youqi. She had attempted to persuade Su Menghan to accept him, but each time, Su Menghan merely replied, "I'm not ready yet. Let us wait and see." With that single phrase, she dismissed the entirety of Lin Youqi's efforts, negating a decade's worth of his dedication. It was precisely because Lin Youqi had treated Su Menghan so well that she had come to believe he was merely toying with her emotions, engaging in a game of pursuit and retreat. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Youqi was gradually distancing himself. Chapter 10. Sister Yanran, would you care to join me for a meal? They say that time in university is carefree and untroubled. Yet, this is far from the truth. Amidst the relentless demands of numerous specialized courses, time passes swiftly. In the month that had elapsed, Su Menghan had not received a single breakfast delivery from Lin Youqi, nor had she received any messages of concern. This led her to wonder if Lin Youqi had unfriended her. Despite her repeated attempts to message him, each one successfully sent, she felt he had crossed a line by neglecting her for over a month. Did he not fear that she might cease to acknowledge him? Did he not fear that she might find solace in another's embrace? Of course, these concerns did not cross Lin Youqi's mind. He found joy in playing games with his friends, a happiness he had not experienced since graduation in his previous life. This was what they referred to as to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine. It is never like the carefree youth. As one grows older, revisiting the joys of youth reveals the loss of the same spirit and happiness, a stark reminder that time has slipped away, never to return to the days of youth. Yet now, Lin Youqi was afforded an opportunity to relish the joys of youth once more. How could he let slip by? Calculating the days. It seemed Sister Yanran's internship would soon conclude. In his past life, at this very moment, Su Yanran had just completed her internship and reached out to Lin Youqi, hoping to invite him to dine with her. However, due to Su Menghan's menstrual cycle, Lin Youqi had declined her invitation. He remained unaware of the immense courage it had taken Su Yanran to extend that invitation. After his refusal, she had refrained from asking him out again for a considerable time, likely due to the psychological impact of that experience. Nevertheless, he had resolved that in this life, he would take the initiative. Lin Youqi awoke leisurely in the morning, relishing the fact that it was Saturday, thus sparing him the frantic rush to attend classes. He reclined comfortably on his bed, while several of his roommates remained ensconced in slumber. Opening a messaging application, he navigated to a conversation that he had opened countless times over the past month, yet had never sent a message in. The contact was labeled as Sister Yanran. After considerable contemplation, Lin Youqi extended his fair, delicately knuckled hand to type on the screen. Sister Yanran, do you have some time? However, after a moment's reflection, he deleted the message, feeling it lacked warmth. He then typed anew, Sister Yanran, I've discovered a delightful restaurant. Are you available? After a moment's pause, he deemed it acceptable and hit send. Soon after, he observed the status change from sending to delivered, allowing him to finally set his phone aside with a sense of relief. He resolved to indulge in a brief nap, having stayed up late playing games with his roommates the previous night. According to the timeline of his past life, yesterday, Friday, marked the end of Su Yanran's internship, making it plausible to invite her to dine today, Saturday. After all, on this very day in his past life, Su Yanran had invited him out, so she ought to be free. Just as he laid his phone down, intending to catch some more sleep, he set an alarm for 8 o'clock. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. A wave of excitement surged within him. Could it be a message from Sister Yanran? He quickly grabbed his phone, swiftly unlocking it and entering the messaging app. To his surprise, the conversation with Su Yanran still displayed the message he had just sent. However, he noticed another conversation bubble flashing a red dot, indicating 99 new messages. Initially, Lin Youqi hesitated to open it, but the disruption to his sleep was irksome. Those who disturb others' rest are the most detestable. Upon clicking in, he found the latest message read, I forgive you. Lin Youqi couldn't help but snicker softly. It seemed she remained as self-centered as ever. He casually scrolled through the preceding messages, soon losing interest. These words felt hauntingly familiar. Even some of the more subservient phrases were ones Lin Youqi had once uttered himself. Was this not akin to gazing into a mirror? Before closing the chat, Lin Youqi decided to take action. He accessed Su Menghan's profile and located the option for Do Not Disturb. He activated it. Initially, he contemplated blocking her entirely to prevent future disturbances, but reconsidered, thinking it overly harsh, especially as they were classmates and he was the class monitor. Sighing, he acknowledged his own kindness. After completing these tasks, he set his phone aside, ready to enjoy a bit more slumber. Outside, the sunlight streamed in, harsh and bright, illuminating Su Yanran's exquisite visage. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Had she truly survived after consuming an entire bottle of sleeping pills? Yet the surroundings felt markedly different from her home. Indeed, this room was at least half the size of hers. Grabbing her phone, she noted its vintage appeal. It resembled the model she had used during her university days. Illuminating the screen, she was met with the date, November 18th, 2023. Su Yanran was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Why was it 2023? Could it be that she had been reborn? This was her immediate reaction, reminiscent of the many dramas featuring reincarnation. Perhaps she had truly encountered such a fate. Beyond the date, there was a message awaiting her. Unlocking her phone and opening the messaging app, she read, Lin Youqi, Sister Yanran, I've discovered a delightful restaurant. Are you available? The sight of Lin Youqi's name sent a flutter through her heart, an unwelcome yet familiar sensation. His name had always occupied a paramount place in her heart, unwavering through time. Yet in her past life, he had shown little interest in her. She had never dared to express her feelings openly. Yet, she had quietly watched as he flourished, striving to improve herself, all the while burying her affection deep within. Even until his untimely demise, she had never voiced her feelings, never uttering the words, "I like you." But now, she had been reborn. In this new life, she should be able to embrace courage. Yet, she wondered if she could truly move him, and if he would still be entangled with another girl as he had been in her past life. Staring at the message on her screen, she found herself lost in thought, pondering how, despite the same pivotal moment, their fates had reversed. In her past life, she had been the one to invite Lin Youqi. Now the roles had shifted. Resolute, Su Yinran began to type. "Sure, you can choose the place and hit send." Chapter 11. Longing is no substitute for a meeting. As Lin Youqi was drifting back into sleep, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He had configured it such that only messages from Su Yinran would bypass Do Not Disturb mode. Thus, if his phone was buzzing, it could only mean one thing. It was a message from Sister Yinran. With a swift motion, he sprang up to check the information on his phone. As he did so, the bed creaked beneath him, prompting Qin Zijuan to tease. "Hey buddy, you're quite energetic this early in the morning. Did you find enlightenment?" Truly, Zijuan was always full of witty remarks. Lin Youqi retorted with irritation. "Don't think I didn't notice you were up till 2:30 last night." He was abruptly cut off by Qin Zijuan's interruption. "Bro, please spare me the details about those female internet celebrities." "I can't." He quickly fell silent, wary of waking their other roommates. Ignoring Qin Zijuan's antics, Lin Youqi hastily unlocked his phone to read the message. This was a message from Yinran. He had to see it without delay. He swiftly unlocked his phone and opened the chat application. The screen prominently displayed the words, "Sure, you can choose the place, yes." Lin Youqi felt a surge of exhilaration as he thumped his hand against the bed frame. His joy was unmistakable, a smile lighting up his face. "Ouch, my hand hurts," he muttered, but after a quick rub, he eagerly replied, "All right, should we go for lunch or dinner?" Almost instantly, he noticed the status change to indicate that the other party was typing. Lin Youqi felt a flutter of anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Yinran, lounging in her loft in Binhai City, immediately spotted Lin Youqi's message. She lay lazily on her bed, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful cheeks, a playful tuft of hair standing upright, giving her a charmingly relaxed appearance. Lying on her bed, her delicate, fair arms resting upon the sheets, her porcelain-like hands propping up her head, she let her feet dangle rhythmically. Thoughts swirled in her mind regarding the question posed by Lin Youqi. Should they go during the day or in the evening? It was indeed a thought-provoking inquiry. Were they currently a couple, the matter would be settled without further deliberation. Should they choose to venture out at noon, they could indulge in a meal followed by leisurely activities, perhaps a stroll in the park or a visit to an amusement park. Conversely, an evening outing could culminate in a cinematic experience after a satisfying dinner, which also held its appeal. However, the crux of the matter was that they were nothing more than acquaintances at this point, not even close friends, let alone lovers. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yinran began typing on her phone. "Then let's go at noon. What do you think?" Sent. Within mere seconds, Lin Youqi's response arrived. "I'm fine with either. So noon it is." Su Yinran found Lin Youqi's prompt reply astonishing. Was he perhaps waiting for her response all along? How else could he reply so swiftly after her brief contemplation? The only plausible explanation was that he had indeed been anticipating her message. Although her heart fluttered with delight, a flicker of doubt crept in. Logically speaking, during this period, Lin Youqi had always been closely associated with another girl, hadn't he? Yet, the current situation seemed quite different from before. What could this mean? Despite her confusion, Su Yinran eventually reconciled her thoughts. Yet, like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest, she pondered whether her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect in this scenario. "Sure, just remember to sim your location so I don't get lost," Su Yinran playfully remarked. Lin Youqi also replied in an instant. "Okay, no problem." Afterward, he set his phone aside, intending to tidy himself up. Although he lacked expertise in makeup, it was essential to present himself neatly. Moreover, it wasn't mere vanity. Even without makeup, his features were undeniably handsome. Just as Su Yanran was about to rise and freshen up with a light touch of makeup, a thought struck her. She quickly reopened her phone. By the way, does Su Minghan know you're going out to eat with me? If it were any ordinary girl posing such a question, it might come across as overly cautious. However, that was not the case with Su Yanran. Her inquiry stemmed from genuine concern. If the situation mirrored her past life, where Lin Youqi had invited her to dine without Su Menghan's knowledge, it would undoubtedly provoke Su Menghan's ire, resulting in Lin Youqi hesitating to interact with her. Such apprehensions were not unfounded, as they had indeed transpired previously. Lin Youqi had just dismounted from his bed, preparing to charge his phone when it vibrated again. Upon seeing the message, he felt a wave of emotions. In his memory, Su Yanran had always been a carefree individual, effortlessly sociable. How had she become so meticulous? Before his acquaintance with Su Menghan, Su Yanran had embodied the image of a neighborly older sister, but everything seemed to have changed since he developed feelings for Su Menghan. In truth, he had been oblivious to the fact that Su Yanran harbored affections for him. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that his singular focus had been on Su Menghan, leaving no room for others in his heart, thus neglecting their feelings. Contemplating this, Lin Youqi felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Was he truly blind in his past life, unable to perceive anything? Bringing his attention back to the present, Lin Youqi's slender fingers danced across the screen. Why concern ourselves with her opinions? There's no need to heed her thoughts. After sending that, he felt a surge of relief. Indeed, deflecting responsibility onto others made things much easier. Who was Su Menghan to him? All right. With that, Lin Youqi proceeded to freshen up. Su Yanran did the same. After all, this meeting was significant, spanning 2 lifetimes. It deserved a measure of importance. Sitting before her vanity, Su Yanran gazed into the mirror, noting the youthful visage that still bore traces of innocence. Though she was already a senior in university, her face was a testament to her student years. It was evident she was still a student. Such markers of youth would gradually fade only upon entering the workforce, a process akin to the slow departure of one's youth. Chapter 12. Long time no see, Sister Yanran. In her room, Su Yanran applied a light touch of makeup. While it wasn't particularly intricate, she approached the task with sincerity. This meeting was momentous for her, marking a reunion after a lifetime apart. She had missed the last opportunity to see Lin Youqi in her previous life, a regret that lingered in her heart. Yet, she was grateful for the second chance. This time, she vowed to be brave. Come on, Su Yanran, you can do it. She silently encouraged herself. Glancing around her loft, memories flooded back. Years after graduating, she had sold this place, filled with too many reminiscences. This apartment had been a gift from her father, purchased for her during her studies. Following her graduation, she had moved to Binjiang City, where her father's company was located. Su Yanran and Lin Youqi were not originally from Binjiang City. They hailed from the neighboring Guangling City. However, Binjiang, as the capital of Sujiang Province, offered greater opportunities. Her primary reason for remaining in Binjiang was Lin Youqi. After graduation, he had not yet completed his studies, prompting her to stay and develop her career while quietly keeping an eye on him. She thought that if she moved to another city, encountering Lin Youqi would become increasingly difficult. Occasionally, after a long day at work, she would wander near Binjiang University, sometimes even venturing inside, hoping for a stroke of luck to catch a glimpse of Lin Youqi. Yet, it was merely from a distance, as he had been preoccupied with another girl, and she didn't wish to invite unnecessary heartache. Su Yanran then opened her wardrobe, surveying her collection of clothing. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she considered her university attire, which now seemed somewhat juvenile. In truth, the perception stemmed from her current consciousness, a 30-something soul inhabiting the body of a 20-something. Naturally, she would find her clothes to be a tad childish, though they were typical of youthful fashion. After assembling a simple yet stylish outfit, Su Yanran stepped out, while Lin Youqi was already ahead in his preparations. Clad in a simple white short-sleeved shirt and deep blue jeans, complemented by a pair of black and white sneakers, Lin Youqi also donned a white cap. Although this ensemble was rather unpretentious, it looked remarkably appealing on him. It is often said that complexity does not necessarily equate to beauty. Similarly, one does not need heavy makeup to appear attractive. In fact, simplicity can be quite charming. As Lin Youqi gazed into the mirror, he was struck by the youthful visage reflected back at him. After all, he was indeed still a youth, eternally so. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. With a heart full of joy, Lin Youqi swiftly departed. At school, he owned a bicycle, which he had purchased for 200 yuan at the beginning of the term, a second-hand model left by an upperclassman. Not only was it quite affordable, but it was also in good condition. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a new bicycle. Rather, he found greater value in the second-hand option. He hopped on his bike and set off. He was aware that Su Yanran had rarely stayed on campus during her university years. Her father, concerned about her living conditions, had purchased a small duplex apartment near the school for her. After Lin Youqi's graduation, he had experienced a period of entrepreneurial struggle, lacking sufficient funds. It was during this time that Su Yanran had supported him, allowing him to stay with her without charge. Together, they had discovered numerous intriguing spots and delightful eateries in the vicinity of her apartment. Lin Youqi's destination this time was a stir-fry restaurant near Su Yanran's home. The establishment was quite popular, and their first visit had been prompted by a malfunctioning gas stove at Su Yanran's apartment, forcing them to dine out. On that occasion, heavy rain had made their search for a restaurant quite arduous, and their hunger had heightened their appreciation for the meal they finally found. They had returned several times since, confirming its quality. Riding swiftly, Lin Youqi soon arrived at the restaurant and sent Su Yanran a location pin. Location, Chuanyu Restaurant. He then secured his bicycle in a suitable spot. In his previous life, this restaurant had been in operation for quite some time before their arrival. Just as Su Yanran stepped out, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Upon retrieving it, she opened the chat with Lin Youqi, where she found the location message. Chuanyu Restaurant? Of course, she was familiar with it, as it held memories of her and Lin Youqi from a bygone era. How could she possibly forget? Yet, Lin Youqi in this time frame was unlikely to know of this restaurant. She recalled their first visit vividly. It had been on a rainy day, marking a time after Lin Youqi's graduation, at least 3 or 4 years later. He had been embarking on his entrepreneurial journey then. It struck her as peculiar that the current Lin Youqi would be aware of this establishment. As she pondered this mystery while descending the stairs, she felt increasingly bewildered. Could it be a case of the butterfly effect? Su Yanran mused on the incredible power of such an effect, capable of altering timelines and rewriting history, or rather, reshaping the future. After all, dining at Chuanyu Restaurant was a future event that had yet to occur. Although perplexed, Su Yanran hastened to leave her apartment complex. Perhaps Lin Youqi's message was merely a coincidence. Once outside, she found herself mere meters from the restaurant. The closer she drew to her destination, the quicker her heart raced. A smile crept upon her face as she recalled the phrase. Nostalgia breeds timidity, realizing that she felt both anxious and excited. As the lyrics suggest, the nearer one gets to home, the more one feels a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. For Su Yanran, Lin Youqi represented a safe haven, warm and inviting like home. Checking the map, she noted the distance, 200 meters. She paused to steady her nerves, striving to appear composed despite her excitement. After a brief 2-minute breathing exercise, she felt much calmer. She took out her phone to snap a selfie, checking her makeup, which appeared flawless. Little did she know that only half an hour had passed since she had finished applying it, making it unlikely to have smudged. As she approached the restaurant, she counted down the meters, 150. There he stood before Chuanyu Restaurant, clad in a white shirt, an unforgettable figure that lingered in her thoughts. Gathering her courage, she stepped closer to Lin Youqi, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swirled around them. "Long time no see, Yanran Jia," he exclaimed. "Indeed," she replied. Chapter 13. Listening to Yanran Jia, Su Yanran wore a knee-length dress adorned with delicate floral patterns, her feet clad in dainty white shoes. Her long, lustrous hair flowed freely, catching the breeze, while her youthful face radiated a sweet smile that conveyed an aura of gentle sophistication. Her initial impression on Lin Youqi. The two stood in silence for a brief moment, only to be interrupted by slight awkwardness. Fortunately, Lin Youqi swiftly broke the tension. Yanranjia, are you hungry? Shall we go eat? He suggested, gesturing toward Chuanyu restaurant. At that moment, Su Yanran was too preoccupied to dwell on the restaurant's significance, simply nodding in agreement. She had not eaten since morning and felt the pangs of hunger. Let us go. Together, they entered the bustling Chuanyu restaurant, where the enticing aroma of Sichuan cuisine enveloped them, stirring memories of times past. The restaurant's layout remained largely unchanged, still vibrant and lively. Approaching the cash register, Lin Youqi and Su Yanran greeted the owner with familiarity, despite this being their first encounter in this life. Hello, how many of you are there? The owner, a jovial middle-aged man reminiscent of Methral Buddha, asked, his eyes crinkling in a warm smile. Just the two of us, Lin Youqi replied, turning to Su Yanran. Yanran Jia, why don't you decide what you'd like to eat? Without hesitation, Su Yanran chimed in, I'll have the fish-flavored shredded pork and a spicy chicken. Lin Youqi paused momentarily, surprised. These were precisely the two dishes she had favored in their previous life. Could it be that she already enjoyed them at this stage? Lin Youqi, never one to dwell on such thoughts for long, shrugged off the notion, reasoning that perhaps habits are formed long before one realizes. Furthermore, Lin Youqi does not spend every day in the company of Su Yanran, and thus, her habits might still be somewhat unfamiliar to him. Lin Youqi glanced at the menu and stated, I would like a serving of sweet and sour pineapple pork, and that will suffice. The portions at this establishment are quite generous, not merely appealing to the eye, but also substantial in quantity. The proprietor is exceedingly generous, ensuring that each dish arrives in ample servings. Earlier, Su Yanran had ordered 2 dishes, and now, with Lin Youqi's choice, a total of 3 dishes seemed sufficient. Following this, Lin Youqi and Su Yanran found a suitable spot to sit. Fortunately, they had arrived early, as later patrons found themselves with little seating available. This clearly indicates the popularity of this restaurant. Once seated, Su Yanran discreetly observed Lin Youqi. At this stage, he still appeared rather youthful. Surprisingly, he resembled a little golden retriever. In later times, Lin Youqi would evolve into a rather taciturn individual, diligent in his work and serious in demeanor, lacking the warmth often associated with social interactions. Overall, this could be attributed to his life experiences. However, at present, Lin Youqi had yet to encounter significant hardships, which lent him a bright and cheerful disposition. Perhaps sensing Su Yanran's gaze, Lin Youqi cleared his throat and turned his attention towards her. Sister Yanran, how has your internship been? Lin Youqi actively sought to initiate a conversation, for silence would render their atmosphere quite awkward. Su Yanran, caught off guard by Lin Youqi's sudden inquiry, stammered slightly, it's been fairly good, overall not too exhausting, just a bit troublesome. Her internship was in Suzhou, just across the river, not too far away. The city's economy is quite prosperous, making the school's decision to place interns there a commendable choice. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Youqi asked with curiosity. Although his previous incarnation had also interned, the fields were different, and the nature of their work varied significantly. Su Yanran then recounted her experiences during the internship. We were observing at a construction site. Typically, one would have to engage in numerous tasks at an ordinary site. But since this one belonged to our company, I didn't have to do much. It was primarily a matter of overseeing various activities. Just as Su Yanran concluded her tale, the dishes they had ordered arrived at their table. Fish-flavored shredded pork was served first. Initially, Su Yanran intended to push the dish towards Lin Youqi, encouraging him to eat first. To her surprise, Lin Youqi was quicker, placing it directly in front of her. This is your favorite dish, so it belongs on your side. Though slightly embarrassed, Su Yanran felt obliged to accept his decision. However, the remaining 2 dishes arrived shortly thereafter. As they dined, conversation flowed easily between them. Yet, Su Yanran's mind was plagued with questions. Why did Lin Youqi respond that way when she inquired about Su Minghan? Had a conflict arisen between the two? It struck her as peculiar. Nevertheless, Su Yanran, being a perceptive young woman, chose not to pry further, understanding that Lin Youqi had refrained from discussing it. After all, in terms of emotional maturity, she was already a 36-year-old woman. This restaurant is indeed quite delectable, I've dined here with friends before, Lin Youqi remarked, wiping his mouth. He had intended to mention that he had come here with Su Yinran previously, but thankfully recalled in time. Otherwise, he would have inadvertently revealed too much, which would have led to awkward explanations. Su Yinran nodded in agreement, curiosity evident in her expression. Really? You've been here before? She inquired. It was puzzling to her, as they had both visited this dining establishment for the first time together. Lin Youqi realized he had spoken out of turn and now needed to concoct another fib to cover his tracks. Alas, he had no desire to deceive her. Just as Su Yinran was about to pose another question, Lin Youqi's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID was Su Menghan, he contemplated ending the call. Lin Youqi's phone rested on the table, and Su Yinran naturally saw the notification. Observing his reluctance to answer, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. It seemed Lin Youqi might not harbor feelings for Su Menghan anymore. Yet, this remained merely speculation. As Lin Youqi prepared to end the call, Su Yinran's curiosity urged her to test the waters. Who is it? Lin Youqi took a deep breath before responding blandly. It's a classmate. You should answer it. What if it's urgent? Su Yinran suggested. All right, I'll heed your advice. Initially, Lin Youqi intended to dismiss the call outright. But since Sister Yinran had encouraged him, he decided to answer. As he pressed the answer button, the connection established, and on the other end, Su Menghan was momentarily taken aback, having expected Lin Youqi to delay in picking up. Hello, Lin Youqi. My stomach hurts. Su Menghan's voice came through, somewhat fragmented and faint. Though Lin Youqi was not using speakerphone, the volume was adequate, and the proximity between him and Su Yinran allowed her to hear Su Menghan's words clearly. Su Yinran felt a pang of discomfort. The name Su Menghan loomed over her heart like a shadow, accompanied by an undercurrent of anger. This girl had nearly ruined Lin Youqi in a past life. Yet paradoxically, she had also contributed to his resilience, infusing him with a motivation to strive for greatness. While Su Yinran held no affection for this girl, it was undeniable that Lin Youqi had invested considerable care in her, even as she dismissed his feelings, using his affection as a stepping stone for her own ascent. Listening to the voice on the phone, Lin Youqi furrowed his brow. At this juncture in his previous life, he had indeed been by Su Menghan's side, which had led him to decline Su Yinran's invitation. Without hesitation, he replied, "Your stomach hurts? What does that have to do with me?" His words carried no trace of emotion, exuding an air of indifference. It seemed as though everything concerning Su Menghan was of no consequence to him. Was that truly the case? Su Yinran absorbed Lin Youqi's words, her heart tumultuous. His demeanor towards Su Menghan had shifted dramatically. Though there may have been tensions between them, Lin Youqi's coldness seemed excessive. What had transpired between them? Su Menghan continued with a voice tinged with vulnerability. Lu Yi has gone home this weekend, and the other two roommates are out having fun. I'm all alone in the dorm. Lin Youqi could perceive that Su Menghan was feeling quite helpless at this moment. However, what relevance did that hold for him? Su Yinran maintained her composure, curious to see how Lin Youqi would respond. So what? He retorted, delivering those 3 words laced with irony. Clearly, Su Menghan was taken aback. Lin Youqi's words left her at a loss for how to respond. But now, besides you, no one else can help me, Su Menghan choked out, on the verge of tears. Yet, why was Lin Youqi still so indifferent? He had once feared nothing more than shedding tears himself, but now, even as he heard her voice trembling with emotion, he showed no sign of reaction. He had indeed changed significantly. On the sidelines, Su Yinran listened to their phone conversation, her heart racing with apprehension. Although she felt sympathy for Su Menghan, she couldn't help but think that this was all a consequence of her own actions. At the same time, a flicker of delight stirred within her. If he no longer held affection for Su Menghan, then surely he could be drawn to me, right? Though there was a tinge of humility in her thoughts, Su Yinran felt that it was all worth it. The moment he stood before her in protection. She had vowed to marry no one else in her lifetime. Su Menghan, can you please stop moralizing me? What kind of relationship do we even have? Am I obligated to assist you? What give you the right to ask for my help? Lin Youqi's words left Su Menghan somewhat disoriented. Indeed, what had their relationship always been? As lovers, she realized she had never truly loved him. As friends, he had never viewed her in that light. Yet now, She felt miserable. Could he not show a modicum of understanding for her plight? Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs. I'm sorry, Lin Youqi, for the past. Su Menghan began, only to be interrupted by Lin Youqi. Stop. Can we refrain from these meaningless words? I do not wish to hear them. Lin Youqi was taken aback. Su Menghan actually uttered an apology. It was a phrase she would have never deigned to say before. Despite the surprise, he had no desire to engage further. Su Yanran feigned nonchalance as she ate, yet her attention was primarily on Lin Youqi. She was curious about how the dynamics between him and Su Menghan had shifted so drastically, like a cat scratching at her heart, leaving her restless. I'm wrong, Lin Youqi. Su Menghan whimpered, her voice punctuated by sobs. She felt utterly aggrieved. The Lin Youqi of today was not the true Lin Youqi. This version only grew cold and frustrated with himself. The previous Lin Youqi had always placed her first, prioritizing her needs. She felt an overwhelming sadness. You are not at fault. Everyone else is wrong, but you are not, Lin Youqi replied, concluding the conversation without a hint of hesitation as he hung up. He set his phone aside and took a deep breath to calm himself. Are you all right? Su Yanran asked cautiously, seeing her tentative demeanor tugged at Lin Youqi's heart, and a genuine smile broke across his face. I'm fine, Sister Yanran. Let's continue eating. His smile was innocent, free from any pretense. With that, Su Yanran finally relaxed. Their meal passed in silence. Just as Su Yanran was about to inquire about the situation between him and Su Menghan, Lin Youqi spoke first. You and I actually, before they could finish, they both chimed in. You go first. No, you go first. They exchanged smiles. All right, I shall speak first, Lin Youqi declared with a grin. He intended to be candid with Yanran regarding his connection with Su Menghan. If he hoped to pursue a relationship with Yanran, clarity was essential. There's really nothing between Su Menghan and me, Lin Youqi stated earnestly. Upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Su Yanran nodded, placing her trust in him. If a typical boy claimed there was nothing between him and another girl, she would have been skeptical. Yet, her understanding of Lin Youqi surpassed even his own self-awareness. In the past, I might have clung to illusions, but I have come to realize that some people are merely reflections, illusory and unworthy, while others are indeed deserving. As he spoke of those who were deserving, Lin Youqi's gaze burned intensely into Su Yanran's. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Was he suggesting that she was among the worthy? Chapter 15. She has her own ambitions. Lin Youqi may not have explicitly articulated what transpired between him and Su Menghan, yet Su Yanran could vaguely piece together the narrative. It seemed that Lin Youqi had awakened to the realization that persisting with Su Menghan bore no fruitful outcome. But how could he have come to such a conclusion at this stage? Wasn't that typically a realization reached upon graduating from university? After Su Menghan entered a middle-aged man, Audi A6, and exchanged words with Lin Youqi, it was supposed to be the catalyst for his transformation. How had the course of events deviated so drastically? Was the storm stirred by her mere flutter of a butterfly's wings so powerful that it altered history itself? Su Yanran found herself perplexed. Sister Yanran, I'm full. Are you satisfied? Lin Youqi remarked, noticing that their plates were nearly empty and preparing to settle the bill. Just as Su Yanran was about to voice her contentment, she suddenly observed Lin Youqi leaning toward her, inching closer. As Lin Youqi approached, Su Yanran felt a surge of panic. What was his intention? Surely he wouldn't dare to kiss her here, not with so many people around, would he? As her mind raced with wild conjectures, Lin Youqi extended his delicate hand, holding a napkin. He gently wiped the corner of her mouth, where a grain of rice lingered, tinged with the subtle hue of her lipstick, neither vibrant nor overpowering, yet undeniably captivating. You had a bit of rice at the corner of your mouth, Lin Youqi explained, clarifying his earlier action. Su Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the floor, utterly mortified by her previous reaction. Had she really closed her eyes in embarrassment? Oh, how she had made a fool of herself before Lin Youqi. Thankfully, he chose not to pursue the topic further, or she would have been at a loss for how to face him. I am full now. Shall we go? Su Yanran stammered, striving to regain her composure. Lin Youqi nodded and proceeded directly to the cash register. Initially, Su Yanran intended to pay, but Lin Youqi preempted her. I'll cover it this time. During his university years, Lin Youqi was not particularly affluent, living on a modest budget of around 2,000 yuan per month, which paled in comparison to her own substantial allowance. Thus, she felt it was best to allow him to spend less. Su Yanran had a profound understanding of Lin Youqi. Although there had been misunderstandings in the past, the time they spent living together during his entrepreneurial phase post-graduation had been blissful for her. The days of cohabitation, departing together each morning and returning home each evening, then cooking meals and watching television side by side, truly bestowed upon Su Yanran the illusion that they were already a couple. Yet that period did not last long. After Lin Youqi formally established his company, he essentially lived and worked there, only occasionally visiting her during rare moments of leisure. She genuinely missed the joy of those times. However, in this lifetime, it seemed there was a greater opportunity between them. She, too, harbored her own ambitions. She desired to make Lin Youqi exclusively hers, to claim him as her own possession. This was Su Yanran's aspiration. Stepping out of Chuanyu restaurant, the sunlight bathed Lin Youqi's face, making his smile appear even more radiant. Sister Yanran, shall we go out and have some fun this afternoon? Lin Youqi tentatively inquired. He was somewhat concerned that moving too quickly with Su Yanran might provoke her displeasure, hence his cautious suggestion. Meanwhile, Su Yanran secretly wished for Lin Youqi to be more proactive. Although she had resolved inwardly to be bolder, in reality, her courage seemed to falter. Fortunately, Lin Youqi took the initiative. Thus, she replied with a smile, "How about we take a stroll in the park? There's a rather large one nearby, perfect for a walk, though the weather might be a bit warm." Her suggestion to visit the park was, in fact, another test, both harboring their own hidden agendas. Every step was a delicate probe. "No problem at all. I'll follow your lead," Lin Youqi responded with a grin. He then went to retrieve his bicycle, wheeling it over to Su Yanran. "It's a bit of a distance to get there. Shall we ride?" he asked, gesturing to the bike's rear seat. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, as if touched by the hues of the evening sky. "Oh, this is a bit embarrassing," she murmured. Yet her actions betrayed her words. She nodded, waited for Lin Youqi to steady the bicycle, and then gracefully took her seat on the back. With a swift push, Lin Youqi set the bike in motion. Caught off balance, Su Yanran instinctively grasped the hem of his shirt. She had initially contemplated wrapping her arms around his waist. Observing his slender waist and broad shoulders, she imagined he must be quite muscular, the type who appears lean in clothes, but is well built underneath. Although they had cohabited briefly in a past life, Lin Youqi had always been rather reserved, never bearing his torso at home, so she had never glimpsed his physique. Despite her desire to hold him, reason prevailed, and she restrained her impulses. For now, it was best to bide her time and not let Lin Youqi detect her ulterior motives, lest it complicate her plans. Steady now. So, she merely clung to the edge of his shirt. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Youqi's heart was leaping with joy. Sister Yanran had just held onto his shirt. The feeling of riding a bicycle with a girl he liked during their youthful days was truly something special, so wonderfully comforting. The two rode in relative silence, but fortunately, the Zhuke Lake Park they were headed to wasn't far, just a few minutes away by bike. Walking would have taken considerably longer, and in the summer heat, the gentle breeze, while cycling, made the journey quite pleasant. As Lin Youqi gradually slowed the bicycle, Su Yanran couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The sensation of sitting on the back of his bike was uniquely delightful, yet she regretted how fleeting the joyful moment seemed. She was reluctant for it to end. Chapter 16. Boating on Zhuke Lake. However, Su Yanran didn't dwell too much on her disappointment. After all, they hadn't parted ways yet. They were out to enjoy themselves. So it was best to stay cheerful. Besides, this lifetime was just beginning. There would be plenty of time ahead. Once Lin Youqi parked the bicycle, Su Yanran dismounted first. Wearing a dress, she had been sitting side saddle, making it easy to get off. Zhuke Lake Park was located beside the Binjiang railway station, covering a vast area with lush, extensive greenery. In this season, a stroll through the park was accompanied by soft breezes that felt refreshingly cool against the skin. Although it was already November, the weather seemed unusually warm this year, with temperatures still in the 20s. Today was no exception, reaching a pleasant 19 degrees. so both were dressed appropriately. After locking the bicycle, Lin Youqi and Su Yinran walked side by side into the park. Lin Youqi wore a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans, while Su Yinran was in a white dress. Together, they looked every bit like a matching couple, their similar ages and striking appearances making them seem a perfect pair. "It's still a bit hot," Su Yinran exclaimed, fanning herself with her delicate, jade-like hand. Suddenly, she felt a shadow cast over her head. Lin Youqi had cupped his hands together and placed them above her, forming a makeshift umbrella. Though not very large, it provided some relief. "Ha ha ha, you're so funny." Su Yinran laughed, her demeanor lively and amused. Lin Youqi was simply adorable. How had she never noticed this side of him before? He possessed such a childlike innocence, even using his hands to shield her from the sun. With a warm smile, Lin Youqi explained, "You said you were hot, so I'm blocking the sun for you." He appeared utterly sincere, almost like an innocent novice. "Oh, you're so clever," she teased. "Of course I am," he replied playfully. Zhuke Lake Park was immense, making it impossible to explore entirely on foot. So, they decided to rent a small boat for a row on the lake. Boating on Zhuke Lake in this season had a particular charm. After paying, Su Yinran led Lin Youqi to the array of boats, intent on selecting one with a design she liked. "Lin Youqi, look at this little duck boat. Isn't it adorable?" she exclaimed, pointing with childlike enthusiasm at a bright yellow duck-shaped vessel nearby. Following her gesture, Lin Youqi spotted the conspicuous yellow boat. "It is quite cute. Shall we take that one?" Su Yinran nodded in agreement, and they made their way toward the little yellow duck boat. Upon reaching it, they first put on their life jackets before boarding. Lin Youqi stepped onto the boat first, ensuring there were no safety hazards, and then assisted Su Yinran aboard. Su Yinran held in her hand the milk tea and dessert she had just purchased from the roadside. She first handed them to Lin Youqi before stepping onto the boat. With everything in place, they chose a vessel equipped with a motor rather than the traditional pedal-powered type. After a brief tutorial from the staff, Lin Youqi learned how to navigate the boat. The craft's speed was moderate, making it easy to operate. "All right, we're off," Su Yinran exclaimed joyfully, her excitement evident in her animated gestures. She recalled the last time she had rowed a boat was in her childhood when her father's company was less busy, and her parents would take her to the park to paddle. Little did she know that so many years had passed since she had last experienced such a delight. Back then, the boats were pedal-powered, and she remembered her father perspiring profusely as he pedaled. Once the engine roared to life, the boat began to glide slowly forward. "Can you swim?" Lin Youqi inquired, glancing at Su Yinran as they ventured out of the harbor. Having learned to swim in his youth, he was uncertain about Su Yinran's abilities. This realization struck him. He knew so little about her, while unbeknownst to him, she had an abundance of knowledge about him. "I can't swim. I once enrolled in a swimming class, but after a mishap where I choked on water, I never returned," Su Yinran confessed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as childhood misadventures resurfaced. Lin Youqi couldn't help but smile, though he maintained a subtle demeanor rather than bursting into laughter, which alleviated some of Su Yinran's awkwardness. They steered the small boat toward Zhuke Lake, watching as the scenery along the shore gradually faded away. Fortunately, the boat had a canopy. Otherwise, the sun would have been quite relentless. The sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. It was now a little past 2 in the afternoon, a perfect time for an outing. Su Yinran took out the dessert and milk tea she had purchased earlier, placing them on the table of the boat, their arrangement appearing quite harmonious. "Lin Youqi, try this taro mousse. I absolutely adore it," Su Yinran said, offering him a piece. Lin Youqi accepted without hesitation, mentally noting her preferences. He brought the taro mousse to his lips and took a bite, discovering it to be quite delectable. Although he wasn't particularly fond of sweets, he was well aware of Su Yinran's sweet tooth. During their time living together, he often witnessed her indulging in desserts, prompting him to learn a few simple recipes at her urging. Lin Youqi had always been an adept cook, making the preparation of these treats a breeze. Despite Su Yinran's commendable culinary skills, she insisted on him making the desserts for her. "So what do you think?" Su Yinran asked, her expression eager with anticipation. Aware that Lin Youqi wasn't a fan of sweets, she nonetheless hoped to cultivate a similar fondness in him as she had for these delights. Lin Youqi nodded and gave a thumbs up. Not bad at all, he praised after finishing his bite. Su Yanran's joy was uncontainable. Lin Youqi's compliment about the taro mousse felt like a compliment to her as well. Let me take a few photos of you. As the sun began to set, transforming into a golden hue, Lin Youqi suddenly felt inspired to capture the moment. Sure, Su Yanran replied, knowing Lin Youqi's photography skills were quite impressive. However, Lin Youqi found himself in a predicament. He lacked a professional camera, armed only with his smartphone. Oh well, the phone has a professional mode. It'll have to do. Fortunately, Lin Youqi was adept at photography. Even without professional equipment, he could produce striking images. He retrieved his Xiaomi 13, opened the camera, and maneuvered the boat into the perfect position to photograph Su Yanran. Sister Yanran, extend your arms above your head, right in front of your forehead. Yes, just like that, he instructed. To his surprise, Su Yanran instantly understood his intent and flawlessly executed the pose he desired. Lin Youqi snapped several photos, artfully framing Su Yanran against the backdrop of the setting sun, the willows along the shore, and the shimmering water, resulting in a beautifully atmospheric image. Sister Yanran, what do you think of this one? Lin Youqi asked, leaning closer to her, the distance between them minimal, almost intimate. Su Yanran felt a rush of warmth as she sensed the youthful energy emanating from him. Though she felt shy, she didn't reject the sensation. Instead, she found herself somewhat enchanted by it. Let me see, she said, her cheeks flushed, glowing perfectly in the sunset's embrace. The atmosphere between them turned subtly suggestive. Lin Youqi presented the phone to Su Yanran, and she was astonished to see herself looking so radiant and flawless in the photo. The image resembled a work of art, beautifully composed with her as the focal point. It's truly stunning, she exclaimed. Wow, your skills are impressive. I feel like I don't look as good in person as I do in this photo. Su Yanran's spirit soared. Just being out with Lin Youqi was delightful, but having such a beautiful picture taken added to her joy. My skills are merely average. The truth is, Sister Yanran, you are inherently beautiful. Lin Youqi generously offered his compliments, which were well-deserved. Su Yanran was indeed stunning, her subtly enhanced features capable of eclipsing numerous celebrities in the entertainment industry. As Lin Youqi's praise washed over her, she felt a wave of bashfulness, her cheeks growing even rosier. You're just sweet-talking me, she replied, taking a sip of her milk tea to mask her shyness. Despite his 30-something years of experience, Lin Youqi was not particularly seasoned in matters of romance. I genuinely mean it. Sister Yanran, you are truly beautiful, he insisted, reinforcing his statement. Su Yanran's embarrassment grew, for in a world where sincerity was rare, a woman's blush spoke volumes more than lengthy dialogues. All right, let us take a few more photos before the sun sets completely, Su Yanran suggested, noting Lin Youqi's intention to continue praising her beauty. She mused to herself that he was quite oblivious, yet her heart danced with joy at his words. How could one not feel elated when receiving such candid compliments from someone they admire? Lin Youqi then uttered a simple good before returning to his previous position. He instructed Su Yanran to strike a few more poses, and the resulting photographs turned out remarkably well, leaving Su Yanran thoroughly satisfied. However, a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered in Lin Youqi's heart. After all, he had previously used top-tier cameras, and capturing images with a smartphone felt somewhat lacking in essence. He resolved to prioritize earning money, so he could purchase a proper camera. The photographs he would take then would surely be even more breathtaking. Yanran would undoubtedly be delighted. As dusk approached, the temperature gradually dropped, especially by the water's edge, where a gentle breeze swept across Juke Lake. The two prepared to row back to shore, returning the boat afterward. Their deposit still rested with the owner. Fortunately, the lake was relatively devoid of boats during the evening, allowing them to glide swiftly toward the shore. Upon reaching the harbor, Lin Youqi stepped off the boat first, extending his arm to Su Yanran for support, ensuring her safety. Be careful, Yanran, he cautioned. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Su Yanran noted how considerate Lin Youqi was when they were together. With her long legs, she gracefully disembarked. They then proceeded to the ticket booth to reclaim their deposit, preparing to head home. Originally, Lin Youqi had intended to dine with Su Yanran, but he received a last-minute notification from his counselor regarding a class meeting scheduled for 6 o'clock. It was already 4:30, and with dinner time approaching, the restaurants would surely be bustling. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his plans. Su Yanran encouraged him to return first, suggesting they could dine another day. Meals should be savored, and life should be enjoyed at a leisurely pace. It's essential to leave some anticipation in any relationship, especially between two people. Planning for the next meal out together provides yet another reason to gather. Lin Youqi rode his bicycle, carrying Su Yanran back to her home. As the moment of parting drew near, Su Yanran felt a pang of reluctance and sadness. Perhaps it was evident that she was a bit downhearted. Lin Youqi comforted her. "Yanran, the school sports meet is next week. I've signed up. Will you come to watch?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Upon hearing about the sports meet, Su Yanran was overcome with nostalgia. During high school, Lin Youqi had frequently participated in such events, but by then, she was already in university. To witness Lin Youqi pouring sweat on the field, she would discreetly inquire about his competition schedule and take leave from her university to return to high school, all the while silently cheering for him without ever revealing her presence. At that time, Lin Youqi had been enamored with Su Menghan, making it all the more awkward for her to appear before him. Yet now, she heard Lin Youqi inviting her to watch him at the sports meet. Although Su Yanran was in her 4th year and had begun her internship, she was still a student at Binjiang University and could attend the event without hesitation. Thus, she resolved to openly cheer for the boy she admired, no longer lurking in the shadows. Chapter 18. Today was truly delightful. You're participating in the sports meet? That sounds wonderful. I should have time, Su Yanran replied with a smile. For the next while, her schedule was quite open, as the busiest part of her internship had passed. The upcoming days would primarily be spent on campus, though she was not residing in the dorms, making it feel somewhat like a vacation. Upon hearing Yanran's affirmation, Lin Youqi felt an inner joy. That's great. You should head back to school now. Don't forget to have dinner. Su Yanran expressed concern that Lin Youqi might be late for dinner. However, Lin Youqi was in no hurry to leave. It's all right. It's only a short distance from here to school, just a few minutes' ride. I won't be late, he assured her, waving his hand dismissively. The two chatted by the roadside for a while, and it was only at Su Yanran's urging that Lin Youqi finally decided to return to school. If it weren't for her insistence, he would have lingered until 5:50, allowing himself ample time to reach his destination. You should head back. Don't rush. And remember to stay safe. Also, make sure to eat dinner. Su Yanran's reminders filled Lin Youqi with warmth. All right, I understand. You head back first. The temperature is dropping. He pointed toward the building above them. Su Yanran shook her head. It's fine. I'll wait to see you off before I return. Left with no choice, Lin Youqi decided he had to leave. Well then, I'll take my leave now, Yanran. He conceded, though he wished to stay a little longer. Yet, Yanran was quite insistent. He waved goodbye from his bicycle. Remember to go upstairs soon. It's chilly out here. Okay, I know. You go on, she replied, waving back. Lin Youqi then rode off toward the school, while Su Yanran lingered below until he was out of sight, before reluctantly heading home. Today's experience was truly enchanting. It filled her with a unique sensation. Upon returning to school, Lin Youqi first called his roommate, asking him to bring a jacket to the class meeting. The temperature had already begun to drop outside. Hey, Chow, could you bring me a jacket when you come for the meeting? It's the black one in my wardrobe. Sure. Where are you now? I just got back to school and am at the cafeteria getting something to eat. Then could you also grab me a portion? I'll join you shortly. After hanging up, Lin Youqi claimed his seat before heading to the counter. While waiting in line, he snapped a photo of the cafeteria window and sent it to Su Yanran, captioned, Yanran, I'm having dinner at the cafeteria, not long after arriving home. Su Yanran had just settled onto the sofa when she received Lin Youqi's message. The screen cast a soft glow on her smiling face. Nice. She responded with a thumbs-up emoji. It seemed Lin Youqi was indeed quite obedient. The essence of his message felt like a subtle report to her. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Su Yanran to read between the lines. After all, Lin Youqi had shared a photo of his dining experience in the cafeteria, which seemed to tie their conversation together. Su Yanran then sent Lin Youqi a picture of her kitchen. I'm preparing to cook too. Make sure to send me a picture later. Sure. As fate would have it, Lin Youqi found himself queuing just in time. Upon reaching the counter, he ordered his desired dishes, and then placed an additional order for his roommate, Mei Jichao. Once he had collected the 2 portions, Lin Youqi made his way back to the spot he had previously secured. Mei Jichao had yet to arrive, so Lin Youqi began to eat without delay. Before indulging, he snapped a photo to send to Su Yanran. Image. On the other end, Su Yanran promptly replied, "Not bad. A delightful mix of meat and vegetables." Lin Youqi set down his chopsticks and typed back, "Of course." Concerned that Lin Youqi might be pressed for time, Su Yanran sensibly suggested, "You should eat first." Lin Youqi, however, felt no urgency. He had ample time. He opened his moments and began to compose. "Today has truly been a joyous day." He then posted a text-only update. Returning to his chat list, he noticed a message from Su Menghan had jumped to the top. Although it lacked a red notification, the gray indicator displayed a staggering 99 unread messages. Curiosity piqued. Lin Youqi opened the dialogue to see how Su Menghan had managed to send him such a plethora of messages, especially considering he hadn't replied to her in over a month. The messages read, "Lin Youqi, I realize my mistakes. I will bring you breakfast every day, okay? Lin Youqi, I shouldn't have treated you that way. Can we reconcile? Just like before?" And numerous others of similar sentiment. Yet Lin Youqi merely glanced over them, not delving deeper. There's a saying that late love is worth less than grass. Despite the multitude of messages where Su Menghan expressed her regrets, none contained a declaration of her affection for him. Lin Youqi understood that her remorse was not genuine. Rather, it stemmed from a desire to win him back. Imagine a person who showers you with warmth, care, and selfless devotion for 365 days suddenly vanishing. How could one possibly accept such a loss? Naturally, one would strive earnestly to reclaim what was lost, only to revert to old behaviors thereafter. Lin Youqi was no fool. He had been foolish enough in his past life. There was no way he would repeat those mistakes in this one. After all, what would be the point of rebirth if not to learn from past errors? With that thought, he promptly closed the chat window. Not long after, he spotted Mei Jichao approaching. Lin Youqi waved, and upon noticing him, Mei Jichao made his way over. Meanwhile, Su Menghan, just about to leave the dormitory with Liu Yi for dinner, was taken aback to see that Lin Youqi had posted on Moments. Clicking on his update revealed the simple phrase, "Today has truly been a joyous day." Aside from this text, there were no accompanying photos. Thus, a whirlwind of thoughts began to swirl in Su Menghan's mind. Was Lin Youqi genuinely happy today? Could it possibly be because of the messages she had sent him? Despite his curt demeanor that morning, she had sent him numerous messages throughout the day, many of which were aimed at mending their relationship. Could it be that he was feeling joyful because of her attempts? He hadn't initiated contact with her, surely out of pride. It had to be that way. How wonderful. Chapter 19. Lin Youqi is in a situation. Joy spread through Su Menghan's heart. Indeed, Lin Youqi still possessed the same sensitivity to her plight as before. How could she not have him wrapped around her finger? With this thought, Su Menghan couldn't help but smile. Noticing her beaming expression, Liu Yi inquired, "Menghan, what is the occasion? You seem so happy." Proudly, Su Menghan replied, "Lin Youqi just posted on Moments saying he has had a wonderful day, and it must be because he saw my messages." With that, she opened their chat window to show Liu Yi. Liu Yi examined the screen, filled solely with Su Menghan's messages, and fell into deep contemplation. She too had seen Lin Youqi's post. But could it really be due to Su Menghan's overtures? This remained to be seen. After all, Lin Youqi was not the type to frequently post updates. He might share 1 or 2 in a month, typically only when in high spirits. It was evident that his mood today was particularly buoyant, yet likely wasn't solely attributable to Su Menghan. As a devoted friend, Liu Yi hesitated to shatter Su Menghan's newfound happiness. Having witnessed how long it had taken her to feel this way, it was truly a delicate situation for a friend. Su Menghan continued to beam at her screen for a while before recalling that there was a class meeting that evening and hurriedly began to gather her things. When Mei Jichao finally arrived at Lin Youqi's side, he resembled a famished soul reborn. "I'm starving," he exclaimed, and without delay, He dove into his meal as if he hadn't eaten in days. Between mouthfuls, he asked, "How much do I owe you? I'll transfer you." The internet is rife with tales of outrageous roommates who request meals without compensation, or those who promise to split the bill only to vanish when payment is due. Fortunately, Lin Youqi's dorm was quite amicable. Everyone was considerate and prompt with payments when sharing meals. While speaking, Lin Youqi didn't even lift his gaze, as he was engrossed in a conversation with Yanran. Just as Mei Jichao was about to transfer the money, he noticed something peculiar. Why was Lin Youqi grinning at his phone in such an odd manner? Curiosity got the better of Mei Jichao. "Hey, who are you chatting with? It wouldn't be Su Minghan, would it?" But Lin Youqi quickly refuted. "Come on, man, as if I'd ever chat with her. I wouldn't even converse with her if it were a guy." Yet even as he said this, his eyes remained glued to the screen. Seizing the moment, Mei Jichao leaned in closer and saw the contact labeled Sister Yanran. Instantly, excitement coursed through him, making the meal before him seem far less appealing. No dish could compare to the thrill of gossip. Mei Jichao was ever eager to remain at the forefront of such juicy news. He sensed that Lin Youqi was acting strangely today, particularly since he had left early that morning while the rest of them were still asleep. As the evening approached, he returned just in time for dinner, even posting on social media that he had a delightful day. What does this imply? This rascal must have gone on a date behind the backs of his companions. However, Mei Jichao remained remarkably composed. He refrained from immediately inquiring about who Lin Youqi was, instead observing him intently from the side. Lin Youqi was impeccably dressed today. With his handsome features, he could easily overshadow a multitude of young idols from the entertainment industry. Yet, after a couple of glances, Mei Jichao averted his gaze, as it is deemed impolite to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Besides, how long could Lin Youqi keep his secret hidden? Unbeknownst to Mei Jichao, Lin Youqi was engrossed in conversation with Su Yanran. "Yanran, image JPG. Yanran, look at the meal I prepared today. Wow. It looks so delicious. If only I could taste it. I bet it's far more appetizing than the school meals. Yanran, if I have time another day, come over to my place and I'll cook for you." As she spoke, Su Yanran exhibited a hint of shyness, which made her words all the more endearing, almost as if she were subtly hinting at something to Lin Youqi. It was akin to my cat performing a backflip. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Youqi's face. Su Yanran was still so considerate towards him. Mei Jichao consumed his meal with remarkable speed. The brief conversation with Lin Youqi and the gossip had only slightly delayed him. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his eating pace at all, as he finished in a mere 7 or 8 minutes. It seemed Mei Jichao was destined to spend another day in the dormitory. To be honest, today's class meeting was quite unexpected. After all, it was Saturday, and typically, class meetings are scheduled for Sunday evenings. One could only wonder what pressing matters the counselor had to discuss. Hopefully, there was indeed something significant. Otherwise, he would surely deserve a hex. After chatting a bit more with Su Yanran, Lin Youqi noticed that Mei Jichao had already finished his meal and prepared to head to class with him. As the class monitor, he needed to confer with the counselor before the meeting commenced. "Xiaoge, where's my jacket?" Lin Youqi asked, feeling the temperature drop. Only then did Mei Jichao retrieve the jacket he had placed on the chair opposite him and hand it to Lin Youqi. It turned out that Lin Youqi had been so engrossed in his conversation with Su Yanran that he hadn't noticed Mei Jichao bringing his jacket over. After putting on the jacket and adjusting it slightly, Lin Youqi was ready to dispose of his meal tray. As they exited the cafeteria, a gust of chilly wind greeted them. They instinctively tightened their clothing. The weather was indeed unpredictable. During the day, it was sweltering, and one could sweat even in short sleeves. Yet come evening, it turned uncomfortably cold. Such is autumn. The mornings and evenings grow cool. Yet, this year's autumn has proven particularly capricious. Chapter 20. I will never wear a skirt for him again. As they made their way, Lin Youqi and Mei Jichao walked with their heads bowed, huddling to retain warmth. One could hardly fathom how vast the campus of Binhang University is. The trek from the cafeteria in the living area to the teaching block felt excessively long, a pox upon the school's architect. Yet being tall, the two quickly covered the distance to the teaching area. They found the classroom designated for today's meeting, only to discover it was completely empty. Just imagine the benevolent counselor holding a class meeting on a Saturday night. Moreover, the teaching block was largely deserted, save for a few students who needed to be in the labs. The rest were either gaming in their dorms or out enjoying themselves. Who would willingly attend a class meeting? Fortunately, the counselor arrived shortly thereafter. How could he expect students to respect him if he did not lead by example? Lin Youqi's counselor, Old Su, was relatively young, merely 28 years old, yet he had been a counselor for 3 years. His name, Su Jinhuan, was quite intriguing, implying that one should enjoy life while it is good. Additionally, he was quite refined and handsome, earning him the reputation of being the most attractive teacher at Binhang University in the eyes of many female students. Old Su undoubtedly held considerable fame at the university. Lin Youqi exchanged a few casual words with Old Su, who revealed that he would be attending a training session out of town next week, necessitating some announcements for the class. After grasping the gist of the situation, Lin Youqi felt no further grievances. With the counselor absent, it meant freedom to act as one pleased, much like during high school when the homeroom teacher was away, and the students felt like monkeys reigning in the absence of the tiger. Before long, classmates began to trickle in, and once the last student settled, the meeting officially commenced. Su Jinhuan took to the podium. "Students, I sincerely apologize for calling you here from the warmth of your cozy beds." He humorously expressed his regret before diving into the main agenda. His wit and charm elicited peals of laughter from the class. "The reason for this hasty gathering is to discuss 3 matters with you," Su Jinhuan announced, holding up 3 slender fingers. "First and foremost, something you'll all be pleased to hear. Starting next week, I will be attending a training out of town. But don't celebrate just yet. During my absence, I'll need our class monitor to help manage class affairs. Should anything arise, do reach out to me promptly." The students' faces brightened at the thought of their counselor being away. Su Jinhuan continued, "Secondly, I must address the ever-important issue of safety, which encompasses health, life, and property security. There will be a safety-related live stream after class. I'll have the monitor posted in the group chat, so please make sure to watch it attentively." He gestured toward Lin Youqi, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Lastly, I want to remind you all that next week is the 97th sports meeting. I expect everyone to participate enthusiastically and strive to bring back as many accolades as possible." He made a fist-pumping gesture, signaling the end of his announcements. "All right, that concludes our meeting. Now everyone, go back to your games or enjoy your dates. I'll take my leave now." Applause erupted as Old Su made a hasty exit, leaving the students in awe at his swift departure. Seated at the back, Su Menghan, next to Lu Yi, noticed Lin Youqi preparing to leave with his roommate and felt a twinge of annoyance. Hadn't they reached an understanding? Why have you not come to speak with me? Must I always be the one to take the initiative? How unfair. Yet, here I am, surrounded by classmates from my own class. Su Menghan did not wish to pursue Lin Youqi to inquire about the situation. Given that our classmates were present, it would surely be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Thus, Su Menghan took out her phone and sent Lin Youqi a message. "Lin Youqi, please wait for me by the campus lake later. I have something to discuss with you." She then informed Lu Yi that she had a matter to attend to, and the two parted ways. Su Menghan made her way to the artificial lake on campus, while Lu Yi returned to the dormitory. However, unbeknownst to Su Menghan, Lin Youqi had not even glanced at his phone. In fact, he had blocked Su Menghan, rendering her messages utterly invisible to him unless he actively opened their conversation. But why would Lin Youqi bother to do so? He would rather keep his distance. He strolled back to the dormitory with a few friends, laughing and chatting, even responding to several messages from Su Yanran as they exited the classroom. This led Su Menghan to mistakenly believe that Lin Youqi was reading her messages, but he seemed hesitant to reply. Thus, she proceeded toward the artificial lake, reassured. After waiting for a considerable time, Su Menghan found herself still alone by the lake. 5 minutes had already passed. How could he be so late? She recalled a time in high school when Lin Youqi had been 2 minutes tardy, and she had ignored him for 3 whole days. Since then, he had never been late again. Yet now, he was once again delayed. This time, she vowed to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he would never learn. After another 5 minutes, Lin Youqi still had not arrived. Su Minghan began to stomp her feet and rub her hands together for warmth. The lakeside was quite chilly at night, notably colder than other areas, and the wind brushed across the surface of the water. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have chosen a different location. It was she who suffered for Lin Youqi's tardiness. How inconsiderate of him to keep a girl waiting in such frigid weather. What she did not realize was that during high school, Lin Youqi had once waited 30 minutes in the snow for her, his face flushed from the cold, without a single complaint. Yet here she was, complaining after merely 10 minutes of waiting. Su Minghan pulled out her phone and sent several more messages to Lin Youqi, urging him to hurry. Where are you? Why haven't you arrived? I'm freezing here. My nose is starting to feel stuffy. She stomped her feet as she typed. It was particularly frustrating since she was wearing a short JK skirt, which she had chosen deliberately. Previously, Lin Youqi had complimented her on how lovely she looked in skirts. But today, as she took the initiative to invite him, he had the audacity to be late. She resolved never to wear such attire again. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Youqi was currently in the dormitory, engrossed in a heated gaming session with his roommates, completely oblivious to her messages. Chapter 21. Upon arriving at a university. Gradually, Su Minghan began to sense something amiss. Why had Lin Youqi not yet arrived? She had been waiting for nearly half an hour by the lakeside, where the wind whipped around her, and she wore a short JK skirt. It was positively frigid. The skirt did little to shield her from the cold. How infuriating. What on earth was that guy doing? Unable to endure any longer, she decided against sending more messages and called Lin Youqi instead. Startled by the ringing phone while gaming with his roommates, Lin Youqi answered without even glancing at the screen. Hello, what is up? His tone irritated Su Minghan. Was this how one spoke to someone? What attitude? Anger surged within her. Lin Youqi, where are you right now? On the other end, Lin Youqi, wearing headphones and focused on his game, caught only the question about his whereabouts. Without thinking, he replied, I'm at university. Su Minghan was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by at a university? Was there a location within the school called a university? To her recollection, there was no such place. What was Lin Youqi talking about? She turned up the volume, and to her astonishment, she could hear the clacking of keyboards and the voices of Lin Youqi's roommates over the phone. He must indeed be in the dormitory. The realization that he was playing games infuriated her further. After standing by the riverside for so long in such low temperatures, she had thought he was simply delayed due to other obligations, only to discover he hadn't even come. He was in the dormitory, playing games with friends. How utterly shameless, to leave a girl waiting in such cold weather for half an hour, and to stand her up like this. He displayed absolutely no gentlemanly conduct. Overwhelmed with indignation, Su Minghan felt tears welling up. An immense sense of grievance pressed down on her, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Youqi, I'm done with you. She shouted into the phone before angrily hanging up. With her back turned, she stormed off toward the dormitory. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Youqi suddenly heard what seemed like a girl-esque voice. He removed one side of his headphones and turned to his roommate Mei Ji-Chao, asking, Did you hear that? Mei Ji-Chao also took off his headphones and shook his head. I didn't hear anything. He asked a few others, but they too were unaware. Lin Youqi shrugged it off, deeming it unimportant, and returned to his game. Seriously, how could your shooting be so off today, Chao Ge? Did you sneak off to study last night? Qin Zijun quipped, showing no mercy. Cough, cough. How could one consider studying to be sneaky? Mei Ji-Chao stammered, his face reddening. Seeing his expression, the others in the dormitory shared knowing glances. Zhou Xiao turned around, adjusting his thick glasses, his gaze sharp. He earnestly advised, Listen, Chao Ge. You must take care of your health. A little passion may be delightful, but too much can be harmful. Don't let your ambitions turn to ash. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought Zhou Xiao had experienced something profound. Despite being the youngest in the dormitory, he appeared to possess wisdom beyond his years, always offering astute analysis. Especially as he lowered his head to adjust his glasses, one might think Sherlock Holmes had taken residence within him. Several individuals were amused by Zhou Xiao's analysis. Subsequently, Lin Youqi added with a playful jab, Ah, super brother, in your youth, you may not have recognized the value of gold, but do not weep in middle age. Mei Ji-Chao, the target of their banter, felt a bit embarrassed by their teasing. Upon hearing Lin Youqi's remark, he suddenly recalled something. Ah, us bachelors certainly need Miss Wu, but some individuals are quite different. What a no. Henry's conclusion. He left his sentence unfinished and shifted his gaze to Lin Youqi. Zhou Xiao and Qin Zijuan also fixed their eyes intently on Lin Youqi. All right. I initially thought Mei Jichao was a simple and honest man. Who knew he would employ such a clever diversion? In an instant, he had deflected the attention onto Lin Youqi. Old Qi, confess honestly, what exactly is going on? Qin Zijuan's gaze turned dangerously toward Lin Youqi, as if he were about to devour him. Lin Youqi was a loss for words. This Mei Jichao had inexplicably implicated him. The crucial point was that he had no idea what was happening. If there were indeed something to it, that would be one thing, but he was entirely unaware of any situation. He hadn't even begun to establish a connection with Sister Yanran. Why are you all looking at me? What situation could I possibly have? Lin Youqi vigorously refuted Mei Jichao's earlier claim. However, the others remained unconvinced, their gazes fixed on him like hawks. Come on, Qi, just tell us. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Otherwise, you'll be sitting in jail. Zhou Xiao exclaimed, adjusting his glasses. Lin Youqi felt utterly exasperated. Wait a moment. Was it when he invited Mei Jichao to dinner that he caught sight of him chatting with Sister Yanran? Lin Youqi abruptly turned around, his eyes locked onto Mei Jichao. One word after another escaped his lips. Ah, so you were sneaking a peek at my conversation, were you? This revelation made Mei Jichao feel somewhat guilty. Ahem. This matter of scholars. Before he could finish, Qin Zijuan interrupted him. Let us put aside the affairs of scholars and non-scholars for now. Old Qi, you should first explain your situation. Old Four and I are still in the dark. Zhou Xiao, with a look of eager curiosity, turned to Lin Youqi. At that moment, the boys' dormitory was rife with anticipation for the unfolding drama. How could they possibly ignore the juicy gossip? Lin Youqi, feeling the weight of their expectant gazes, saw no other option but to oblige. Since you all wish to hear my words, I shall share a few. As soon as he spoke, the previously animated group settled down, even pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on. It was rather absurd. Lin Youqi cleared his throat, indicating his thirst. Zhou Xiao promptly rushed to pour him a glass of water, presenting it with utmost reverence. Here's your water, at the perfect temperature. Drink up. You see, this is what we call professionalism. Chapter 22. This is not a dream. Lin Youqi accepted Zhou Xiao's warmth with an air of nonchalance, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. He lowered his head, smacking his lips and lamenting, I don't know what it is, but in this cold weather, my legs just feel off. Before he could finish, Mei Jichao swiftly approached and sat beside Lin Youqi, expertly kneading his legs like a seasoned masseur, though not quite as attractive as the renowned 88. Nevertheless, it was adequate. Lin Youqi felt utterly relaxed. In that case, I shall share my thoughts on this matter. I have summarized 6 points. The roommates waited in vain for Lin Youqi to continue. Their eyes exchanged puzzled glances. What 6 points? Qin Zijuan queried, somewhat baffled. Lin Youqi, with a tone of frustration, replied, I told you to read more, yet you insist on feeding pigs. Didn't I mention 6 points? To clarify their confusion, Lin Youqi gestured in the air as if marking 6 items. Damn you, you ungrateful brat. Qin Zijuan erupted, leaping to his feet. At that critical moment, Lin Youqi stood up, causing Qin Zijuan to miss his target. All right, enough of this. Let us move on, Lin Youqi urged, attempting to quell the rising tension. However, the others were not easily pacified and were ready to retaliate. Fortunately, Lin Youqi managed to diffuse the situation. Actually, I have many stories to share about her. As he spoke, genuine emotion flickered in his eyes, as if time itself flowed through him. The group fell silent, sensing that Lin Youqi was sincerely reminiscing. It was as if a spell had been cast, and the dormitory fell into an attentive hush, each person seated quietly, listening to Lin Youqi's narration. I have known her since we were very young. One could say we were childhood sweethearts. To be precise, that description fits perfectly. A hint of pride appeared on Lin Youqi's face. Not every boy is fortunate enough to have a childhood companion. He was indeed lucky to have such a sisterly figure in his life. Lin Youqi continued, before high school, We were practically inseparable. Although she is 3 years my senior, we played together almost every day. However, I only viewed her as the big sister next door. He paused to take a sip of the water Zhou Xiao had poured earlier. What the hell? This water is cold. Lin Youqi grumbled. Zhou Xiao promptly dashed off to fetch him a cup of hot water. After taking a sip, he found the temperature satisfactory and resumed, but during high school, he met Sumeng Han. It was the age of budding romance, and you all know what happened next. My heart was solely devoted to her. Expressions of disbelief and sympathy washed over his roommates. They were taken aback that Lin Youqi had invested so much sincerity in a girl who did not reciprocate his feelings. It was truly disheartening. Continuously making excuses. Could there truly be that many? Or was there really someone so foolish who would willingly endure a barrage of lies and evasions? At that time, I couldn't see anyone else, not even her, Lin Youqi continued. But now I am enlightened. Fortunately, it is not too late. I understand that some people are not worth it, while others are. He left the thought hanging in the air, for they were all adults. And certain things need not be articulated so explicitly. After Lin Youqi finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Approximately 2 or 3 minutes passed before Qin Zijuan's frustration bubbled over. Why do you have a childhood sweetheart, and I don't? I'm so envious, he lamented, appearing almost deranged as he shouted. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Zijuan, being the closest, hurried to open it. It turned out to be the dormitory supervisor, who was shouting so loudly in the dormitory. Don't they know that the supervisor is coming to inspect today? The matron appeared somewhat displeased. Qin Zijuan immediately shouted toward the dormitory. Meiji Chao, I asked you to lower your voice just now, but you refused to listen. You've startled the dorm supervisor. Haven't you? What will you be punished for? Upon hearing the term dorm supervisor, the matron's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, this is so awkward, she exclaimed. All right. The matron stammered, rendered speechless, standing at the dormitory door without knowing what to say. Meiji Chao was equally taken aback. You fool, making a ruckus and trying to blame it on me. However, with the matron present, Meiji Chao refrained from retorting. He thought to himself that once the matron left, he would give Qin Zijuan a proper scolding. How infuriating, in broad daylight, amidst the clear sky, to slander someone? Is there no justice? No law? If heaven does not punish, I shall take it upon myself to rectify this injustice. After the matron offered a few more reminders, she closed the dormitory door. Next came the awakening of the hut. Before Qin Zijuan could turn away from the dormitory door, Meiji Chao had already lunged at him, launching a direct confrontation. Qin Zijuan was left in tears of frustration. Lin Youqi and Zhou Xiao merely observed the unfolding drama with amusement, as it had become an art form. At Su Yaren's home, she had finished her evening routine early and climbed into bed. Lying there, she refrained from playing on her phone, instead reflecting on the events of the day. Ever since she ascended to the position of company president in her previous life, she had cultivated the habit of reviewing the day as occurrences. The foremost realization was that she had been reborn. This was the crux of it all. Following that was the myriad of moments shared with Lin Youqi, almost dreamlike. After receiving a message from Lin Youqi that morning, it felt as though she had opened Pandora's box, with surprises bursting forth one after another, leaving her breathless. First, Lin Youqi had taken the initiative to invite her to dinner, followed by a bicycle ride together. The sensation was indeed extraordinary. In the afternoon, they strolled and rode at Zhuke Lake Park, where Lin Youqi captured many beautiful photographs of her. What a vibrant and colorful day it had been. Su Yaren extended her delicate hand and gently pinched herself, confirming the presence of sensation. Lowering her gaze, she observed her reddened hand and whispered, "So this is not a dream." Tears of joy involuntarily cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 23. Will you cook for me? In the past few days, Lin Youqi, as the class monitor, had been rallying everyone to actively participate in the upcoming sports meeting. Fortunately, Lin Youqi held considerable esteem among the boys, and they had promptly registered for their events. The remaining task was to encourage the girls, although it was not mandatory for the girls to fill all the slots, and participation was voluntary. Lin Youqi felt compelled to put forth some effort after promising old Su to secure a ranking. Thus, 3 days prior to the sports meeting, following a class session, he prepared to motivate the girls in the class. As soon as the teacher announced the end of class, Lin Youqi stood up and walked to the front. Everyone, could you please wait a moment? I have something to say. The previously drowsy students perked up, curious about what was afoot. They turned their attention to Lin Youqi, eagerly awaiting his next words. Once the room fell silent, Lin Youqi began, as you all know, the school sports meeting is just 3 days away. Our class still has many vacant spots for the girls. We promised old Su that we would strive for a good ranking, so I sincerely hope everyone will sign up. Leading by example, Lin Youqi registered for several events, including the men's 400 meters and 1500 meters. While he may not excel in sprinting, his middle-distance running skills were commendable, having consistently achieved good results since childhood. Listening to him, the girls exchanged glances, some bubbling with enthusiasm. Those who had not considered participating before were inspired by Lin Youqi's encouragement. After all, who could resist the allure of a handsome class monitor? With around 30 students in the class, the gender ratio was perfectly balanced. Lin Youqi's charm as class monitor naturally endeared him to the girls. Previously, he had always surrounded himself with Su Menghan, but that was no longer the case, much to the delight of the other girls. As long as Lin Youqi was no longer interested in Su Menghan, they felt they had a chance. Regardless of how slim that chance might be, the mere possibility was enough. One girl, seeing Lin Youqi's hopeful gaze, immediately raised her hand. Class monitor, I want to sign up. Her sweet tone momentarily silenced the class. Several girls nearly slapped their thighs in regret for not raising their hand sooner, allowing this vixen to seize the opportunity. Look at her pretending. She's just trying to grab Lin Youqi's attention, one girl whispered to her friend. Exactly. I want to seize this chance too. The girl immediately stood up and raised her hand. Class monitor, I want to sign up too. She quickly made her way to the podium. The girl who had previously mocked the first girl promptly followed suit. Observing the enthusiastic participation of the girls, Lin Youqi felt quite gratified. Yet, with joy for some came discontent for others. Seeing Lin Youqi interact with the girls, Su Menghan was furious. Lin Youqi, you're really something. Ignoring me is one thing, but now you're flirting with other girls. This was no longer just a simple cold war between two individuals. It was a matter of principle. Watching Lin Youqi smiling and chatting with the girls nearly drove Su Menghan to madness. Noticing her friend silently fuming at Lin Youqi, Lu Yi gently nudged Su Menghan and asked, Menghan, shall we sign up? Su Menghan nodded. Since other girls were signing up, she couldn't fall behind. She grabbed Lu Yi's hand and headed forward. Lu Yi looked at Lin Youqi and inquired, Class monitor, are there still spots available? Lin Youqi glanced at the list and realized it was already filled with names. He turned to Lu Yi and replied, It's all full. This statement clearly reached Su Menghan's ears. She had nearly approached Lin Youqi, and if Lu Yi hadn't asked so quickly, it would have been quite awkward. Su Menghan stormed out the door. Lu Yi, seeing her friend leaving without a backward glance, hurriedly asked, Menghan, where are you going? I'm going to the restroom. Su Menghan replied, almost letting slip a sarcastic remark. Lu Yi followed her out. After all the students had finished signing up, Lin Youqi, accompanied by several of his roommates, ventured to the cafeteria for lunch. Inside the bustling dining hall, it was the peak of the noon meal. Despite the presence of multiple cafeterias at Binjiang University, this particular one was teeming with students eager to dine. Even on weekends, the cafeteria remained crowded, not only due to the variety of dining options available, but also because of the delectable meals and affordable prices. In contrast, the nearby restaurants often struggled to attract patrons. One can easily surmise that with the cafeteria's offerings being both economical and appetizing, coupled with a clean and hygienic environment, students would naturally prefer to eat on campus. The uncertainty regarding the cleanliness and quality of outside food, along with its often exorbitant prices that could lead to regrettable choices, further solidified the cafeteria's appeal. Consequently, students at Binjiang University found themselves saving a considerable sum on meals each month. In fact, Lin Youqi's dormitory group primarily favored dining at the cafeteria. Hey Lao Chi, why are you staring at your phone and grinning like an idiot? Mei Jichao remarked, glancing at Lin Youqi. who had abruptly set aside his chopsticks to indulge in his mobile device. It was evident to all that he was responding to messages, and everyone knew precisely who he was messaging. "Oh, come on, Mei Ji Chao, don't interrupt him while he asks," replying to Sister Yanran. Qin Zijuan chimed in, his tone laced with mischief as he uttered Yanran's name. Unbeknownst to Lin Youqi, who was blissfully lost in his thoughts, was the teasing nature of Qin Zijuan. He was elated at the prospect of the upcoming sports meet and the recent invitation from Su Yanran, who had expressed concern over his dining habits at school, offering to cook for him at her home. Naturally, Lin Youqi was more than willing to accept such a delightful offer. His heart brimmed with joy, and he couldn't help but suspect that Su Yanran's invitation was somewhat intentional. After all, as a senior at Binjiang University, how could she be unaware of the cafeteria's delicious meals? Her claim of worrying about his dining experience was undoubtedly a white lie, albeit a benevolent one that Lin Youqi appreciated. Were it not for his prior experiences that attested to Su Yanran's feelings towards him, he might have humorously suspected she was trying to lure him into her home for ulterior motives. Although he appeared to be a young man in his 20s, he felt much older, and he was utterly defenseless against the charms of a nurturing woman, particularly someone like Su Yanran. "Come on, can you be any more obnoxious?" Lin Youqi replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Qin Zijuan, who only grew more animated. He feigned a wounded expression. "When you liked her, you called her little sweetheart. Now that there's a new contender, you refer to her as Lady Nyo." Suddenly, Lin Youqi's voice pierced through the cafeteria with an exclamation of exasperation. "Get lost." The surrounding students, curious about the commotion, turned to see what had transpired. Yet Lin Youqi and his table mates collectively lowered their heads, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. However, curiosity is a fleeting sentiment, and as the crowd lost interest, the incident was quickly forgotten. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Zhou Xiao exclaimed, still shaken. Qin Zijuan couldn't resist, adding with disdain, "Look at your cowardice. I can hardly bear to comment." Mei Jichao then posed a soul-searching question. "Who do you think ducked their head the fastest just now?" Laughter erupted among the group, effectively shattering Qin Zijuan's bravado and reducing him to a state of mockery. In the girls' dormitory, Su Minghan expressed her irritation. What does Lin Youqi even mean? At that moment, only Lu Yi and Su Minghan occupied the room, as their other two roommates had gone out for lunch. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi spoke softly. "I feel like Lin Youqi is genuinely different now. He seems to have changed so much that I hardly recognize him." Lu Yi hesitated to provoke Su Minghan further, who was already feeling down. What difference could there be? It's all just an act. This time, he has simply managed to maintain it for over a month. That is quite the endurance. Su Minghan retorted, her frustration palpable. Lu Yi wanted to express that Lin Youqi had indeed changed, particularly in his feelings towards Su Minghan, but she refrained from voicing it, knowing it was evident to anyone with clear sight. If the girls in class weren't oblivious to this shift, they wouldn't be so easily engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Youqi. Few people dare to engage in uncertain endeavors without a solid foundation to rely on. The very reason they act recklessly is that they have something to lean on. Honestly, Minghan, you needn't be so humble. You have plenty of other choices. Life is full of opportunities, Lu Yi remarked, her concern for a friend evident. However, Su Minghan was a resolute individual. When Lin Youqi treated her well, she felt entitled to it, and when he ignored her, she was equally determined to reconcile. It was a futile endeavor. "No, I'm not currently interested in dating. I just lack someone who treats me well." Su Minghan firmly dismissed Lu Yi's suggestion. The thought of romance was exhausting. Being single was liberating, especially when surrounded by people who cared for her. This sentiment translated to a reluctance for romantic entanglements while still welcoming the attention of devoted admirers. Ultimately, she believed, it's not about how handsome he is. As long as he loves me and treats me well, that suffices. This perspective, however, often attracted the so-called nice guys and sycophants. Lu Yi found it hard to comprehend her friend's peculiar reasoning. Before their conversation could continue, their other two roommates returned. effectively bringing the discussion to a close. Liu Yi, feeling exasperated, decided to let Su Minghan navigate her own path. Despite the pressures of senior year, thesis projects, defenses, and the looming specter of job, hunting, or further studies, Su Yanran faced none of these burdens, for her family possessed substantial resources. What? You say her family runs a small business? What if it blossoms into a company worth billions in a few years? At this moment, Su Yanran had just finished her shower. Her lustrous black hair still glistened with droplets of water. She casually picked up the towel, draped over her shoulder, to dab at the small beads of moisture in her hair. After setting the towel aside, she reached for her phone to check the message sent by Lin Youqi. Just after inviting him to dinner, she had felt a sudden rush of warmth enveloping her, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. It struck her as peculiar how she had become so proactive. Could it be that after years of being devoid of romantic entanglements, she was experiencing a resurgence of youthful longing? Impossible. After all, in her past life, she had been an aloof and composed woman. How could she possibly succumb to such whims? Absolutely not. Yet, lost in her musings, Su Yanran had chosen to take a shower to alleviate the heat that had settled within her. How utterly embarrassing. Fresh from her bath, Su Yanran was clad in the silk nightgown she had recently purchased. Upon her rebirth, she had been appalled to discover that during her university days, she had donned whimsical cartoon pajamas. They were simply too cringeworthy to bear. Hence, she had sought out elegant silk nightwear. This exquisite garment felt so much more comfortable. Though the cartoon pajamas were undeniably cute, they had an oddity about them. The faces of animated characters adorned the front, which, when worn, seemed somewhat disconcerting. Thus, Su Yanran opted for a change. The deep blue silk nightgown enveloped her, exuding an air of regal sophistication, a quality cultivated from her previous life. Even at the tender age of 20, this innate poise remained unaltered. As she gazed at the screen displaying Lin Youqi's reply, her previously tranquil mood ignited with fervor. That's splendid. I shall eagerly await your culinary talents, Sister Yanran. The sentiment, while innocuous in nature, was further compounded by his subsequent remark, you must ensure I am well fed. Otherwise, I may feel quite unwell in a few days. Such words could easily be misconstrued. Su Yanran harbored serious doubts about Lin Youqi's intentions, suspecting a hidden double entendre, though she lacked tangible evidence. That rascal, who would have thought him to be so mischievous? Jokingly, Lin Youqi, though encased in the body of a 20-year-old, housed the soul of a man in his 30s, an experienced player, indeed. Chapter 25, 2 pairs buy one get one free. The following afternoon, Lin Youqi sat in class. Yet time seemed to drag interminably. Typically, a mere blink would suffice to pass the time, but today was different. He found himself unable to sleep or engage in any form of distraction. What could possibly be amiss? After what felt like an eternity, the class finally concluded. But to his dismay, the teacher detained him. Could you please assist the class monitor in delivering some documents? Lin Youqi was unceremoniously commandeered. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Sister Yanran, I just finished class. The teacher has asked me to deliver something, so I might be a bit late. As he made his way to fulfill the teacher's request, he seized a moment to message Su Yanran, informing her of the delay. Meanwhile, she was in the midst of washing vegetables. Upon seeing Lin Youqi's message, she quickly turned on the faucet to rinse her hands, drying them swiftly with a paper towel. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency. No worries, take your time, but do remember to stay safe. With one arm clutching the documents entrusted to him, Lin Youqi replied with one hand. Su Yanran's simple yet thoughtful response resonated deeply within him. Although it was merely a few words, Lin Youqi felt an unexpected warmth. In his previous life, he had known loneliness all too well. No one had ever shown concern for him, nor had anyone inquired about his return home or whether he was well fed and warm. Such gestures had been foreign to him. Though Su Yanran's message was uncomplicated, it imbued him with a sense of familial warmth. It may sound absurd, but this was Lin Youqi's most genuine sentiment. Don't worry, Sister Yanran, I'll be there quickly. I mentioned I would walk. He had nearly been moved to tears, yet Lin Youqi was adept at managing his emotions. He deftly shifted the mood. steering clear of any overly sentimental atmosphere. All right, you're quite impressive, I concede. Su Yanran was not merely a naive college student. She was a seasoned career woman from her previous life. While no one had ever dared to jest with her, nor would anyone have the audacity to utter crude remarks in her presence, she found Lin Youqi to be quite amusing. Perhaps it was the effect of a filter when faced with someone she admired. Though Lin Youqi made his innuendos, she chose to feign ignorance, leaving him to wonder if she truly understood. Lin Youqi, clutching the teacher's folder, moved with remarkable speed. It must be said he was quite fast, traversing the distance from the classroom to his destination in roughly 10 minutes. Considering the expansive campus of Binjiang University, his ability to deliver the documents from one building to the administrative office in such a short time was truly impressive. This also reflected Lin Youqi's determination to reach Su Yanran's home post-haste. After all, she had invited him to dinner. How could he possibly delay? Once he completed his task, Lin Youqi swiftly exited the campus, riding his bicycle with astonishing speed, even surpassing the electric scooters on the road. If he had been riding a racing bike, it would have been one thing, as professional cyclists can indeed outpace electric vehicles. However, Lin Youqi's bicycle was a mere ordinary model, devoid of any brand prestige. Moreover, he was just an average student, albeit one with significantly better physical fitness than most of his peers. Lin Youqi raced down the road to Su Yanran's residential complex, the Jingxiua mansion. He quickly arrived at her building, secured his bicycle, and retrieved his phone. Activating the camera's selfie function, he inspected his appearance. Noticing his hair was slightly disheveled, he adjusted it with a casual hand, ensuring his attire was presentable after the vigorous ride. Once he had composed himself, he ascended the stairs. Having frequented many upscale venues, his ability to regulate his emotions was quite refined. Su Yanran's residence was on the 5th floor. After reaching her floor via the elevator, he approached her door, extending his fair, well-defined hand to gently rap twice on the surface. Inside the kitchen, while washing vegetables, Su Yanran heard the knock and felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that Lin Youqi had arrived? His speed was truly remarkable. Su Yanran hurriedly washed her hands and quickly dried them. She then made her way towards the door, peering through the peephole. It was indeed Lin Youqi. Observing him waiting quietly, she found his demeanor rather endearing. How could the suave charmer she had just conversed with over the phone seem like an entirely different person? Gently, Su Yanran opened the door. "You're here already? I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer," she exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. From behind his back, Lin Youqi produced a bouquet of flowers. He had seized the opportunity to save time while rushing over and chanced upon a flower shop, where he purchased the bouquet. Although he had visited Su Yanran's home in a previous life, this was his first visit in this lifetime. He felt it would be somewhat impolite not to bring a token of appreciation. However, he reconsidered bringing food or drink, which felt too conventional, and opted instead for a bouquet. Furthermore, it was not the cliché red roses typically gifted by boys to girls, but rather a bouquet of delicate pink tulips. Lin Youqi had a particular fondness for tulips, as they exuded a refreshing charm unlike the more commonplace roses, reminiscent of a young girl's innocent affection. Su Yanran was taken aback to receive flowers from Lin Youqi. A wave of emotion washed over her. In her previous life, she had certainly received flowers, and many handsome suitors had gifted her blooms, yet she had never accepted any. Today, however, she found herself receiving the flowers she had longed for, the tulips from Lin Youqi. To her astonishment, this seemingly oblivious man had chosen pink tulips instead of the traditional red roses. He certainly had an eye for beauty. "Wow, thank you so much," she said, accepting the bouquet and gently inhaling the floral fragrance. "It smells wonderful. I adore it." Lin Youqi smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it. I was a bit concerned that you might not appreciate tulips." Su Yanran quickly assured him, "No, I truly like them." Just then, a thought struck her. She turned and retrieved a pair of men's slippers from a shoe cabinet. They were brand new, blue with charming patterns. A glance at her own slippers revealed they were pink, also adorned with delightful designs. It was evident to a discerning eye that they were couple S slippers. Noticing Lin Youqi's gaze fixed on the two pairs, Su Yanran stood up, playfully twirling her dark hair. Her cheeks flushed slightly. reminiscent of a little girl caught in a fib. I happened to see these slippers and bought them because they were cheaper when purchased together, she blurted out. The peculiar smile on Lin Youqi's face suggested he was privy to her secret, which only made Su Yanran feel more bashful. Although she was mentally in her 30s, her heart still harbored the innocence of a girl who had never experienced romance. Such a slightly embarrassing scene naturally left her feeling shy. Was her excuse a bit too contrived? She questioned herself internally. Fortunately, Lin Youqi promptly provided her an escape. Indeed, they look quite appealing, and the fit is just right, he remarked, stepping inside and slipping into the slippers she had offered. They fit perfectly, undoubtedly a testament to Su Yanran's foresight. In her previous life, Su Yanran had memorized Lin Youqi's shoe size. He typically wore a size 42, but for slippers, comfort was paramount. Thus, she had chosen a size 43 for him. Upon hearing Lin Youqi praise her choice, a radiant smile graced Su Yanran's face. It felt rewarding to know her efforts were appreciated. Did you see that? Lin Youqi complimented me, she thought, though she maintained a calm facade, merely responding with a hint of a smile. Oh, really? That's great. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Yanran that they were still standing at the door. She quickly urged Lin Youqi, how forgetful of me. I got so caught up in conversation. Please, come inside. She pulled him a few steps in her home and closed the door behind them. Su Yanran then searched for a vase, filled it with water, and placed the tulips inside before setting the vase on the coffee table. The pale blue vase combined with the pink tulips created a visually pleasing arrangement, both hues soft and soothing. Yanran, let me see what delicious food you've prepared. It smells so good. Lin Youqi suddenly noticed the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. It unmistakably originated from there, hinting at something delectable cooking. Su Yanran smiled sweetly. It must be the scent of the soup I'm making, probably the aroma of pork rib soup. I know you love ribs, whether braised or in soup, so I decided to make some today. Upon hearing about the pork rib soup, Lin Youqi's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, pork rib soup. How did you know I love ribs? He exclaimed with surprise. Well, we used to live together, so of course I would know. She nearly let slip, realizing just in time how revealing that could be. You mentioned loving ribs when you came over for dinner as a child, so I remembered, she said with a laugh. Lin Youqi nodded, his heart warmed. He was touched that she recalled something he had long forgotten. It was clear that Su Yanran had always held a special place for him in her heart. Noticing his contemplative expression, Su Yanran inquired, what's on your mind? Lin Youqi snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing much. I just didn't expect you to remember things from my childhood. I can hardly recall them myself. You had plenty of amusing incidents as a child. I bet you've forgotten most of them. Su Yanran teased, covering her mouth with a playful smile. In her memories, Lin Youqi's childhood antics were hilariously entertaining. Really? Was I that mischievous? Lin Youqi laughed. Oh, you were quite the troublemaker. Su Yanran chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. The two of them continued toward the kitchen, drawn by the enticing aroma. Lin Youqi couldn't help but feel hungry. The scent was simply irresistible and so familiar. That smells amazing. Let me see how the soup is coming along, he said, lifting the pot lid to reveal the pork rib soup, which had corn added as well. No wonder it smells so good. Corn is an essential ingredient in pork rib soup, Lin Youqi exclaimed, filled with delight. Then he continued to speak at length. At home, my mother always enjoys adding radishes. However, I'm not fond of them. In my opinion, corn is the most delectable addition. Lin Youqi, captivated by the fragrant aroma of the rib soup, felt a sense of intoxication. If Aunt Yi knew you said that, she would probably be quite upset. Su Yanran teased. She was aware of Lin Youqi's preference for corn and rib soup, so she had made a point to include it. After his moment of joy, Lin Youqi found himself in a state of perplexity. Wasn't Su Yanran also a fan of adding radishes? Although she included them in every rib soup she made, she never actually consumed them, merely using them for flavor. It seemed that during this period, Su Yanran had not yet developed the habit of incorporating corn into the soup. That was a custom he had introduced to her. This struck him as rather odd. Thus, he casually inquired, Sister Yanran, why don't you add radishes to the rib soup? I see my mother always does. Su Yanran was momentarily at a loss. How was she to respond? She certainly couldn't say it was a habit she had adopted from him. That was a thought best left unspoken, setting aside the absurdity of the notion of reincarnation. There was also the matter that Lin Youqi might not even believe her. It was a rare occurrence for him to be so close to her in this new life, without orbiting around Su Menghan. What if, after revealing such a thing, he deemed her a lunatic? That would be a regrettable outcome. Nevertheless, Su Yanran's quick wit soon kicked in. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Actually, I used to always add radishes too, albeit merely as a seasoning. Just the other day, while browsing a recipe, I saw corn recommended and thought I would give it a try." Her expression was perfectly natural. Lin Youqi observed her closely, and she didn't appear to be lying. He nodded in acceptance. "I thought Sister Yanran had inquired just to prepare a meal for me." He jested. Upon hearing Su Yanran mention the recipe, he felt a thrill of delight. He hadn't anticipated that she would go so far as to consult a recipe upon his arrival. Pondering what dish to prepare for him, where else would I inquire? Su Yanran shot Lin Youqi a playful glance, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. But he quickly came to his senses. "Of course you would ask me." He chuckled with a pat on his chest. "All right, next time. If I don't know what to cook, I'll just ask you directly. Please don't find me bothersome." Su Yanran replied with a smile. Chapter 28. The distance between a man pursuing a woman is just air. The two were in close proximity, less than 3 centimeters apart. Though they did not lean against each other, Su Yanran could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Lin Youqi's presence behind her. Lin Youqi's pace in tying her apron was leisurely, yet Su Yanran felt as though those fleeting seconds were laden with an ineffable charm. It had been so sudden. She had clearly taken hold of the apron strings, only for Lin Youqi to snatch them from her grasp and tie the apron himself. The closeness between them made her heart race. She wished he could take 10 minutes to secure the apron. Especially the sensation of his warm breath brushing against her shoulder was utterly intoxicating. It felt as though Lin Youqi was embracing her from behind. Such a vivid sensation. It was not an embrace, leaving Su Yanran feeling slightly disheartened. However, such emotions were ephemeral. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. Moreover, given how close their relationship had become, it was merely a matter of time before an embrace would occur. Su Yanran held this conviction firmly. "Well, I was just worried you might struggle to tie it yourself, which is why I helped," Lin Youqi explained unnecessarily. His explanation only led Su Yanran to believe he had done it intentionally. And to add that remark at the end, really, even if it was deliberate, I would not mind. Silly boy. Yet outwardly, Su Yanran feigned belief in his words. "Oh, is that so? I do find it a bit hard to reach. It is often said that a man pursuing a woman faces mountains, while a woman pursuing a man encounters but a veil. Yet, in reality, this is not entirely accurate. What if the woman you are pursuing already harbors feelings for you? In such cases, it is not merely a veil, but rather just a breath of air separating you. Not only would she accept your kindness, but she would also provide assistance. In her past life, Su Yanran was quite the sports enthusiast. Pilates, yoga, aerobics, these were her passions. Her physical flexibility was commendable. She could easily reach around to tie her apron, let alone accomplish such a trivial task. Although in this life she had not yet embraced those interests, and her flexibility was not as remarkable as in her previous existence, the basic task was still achievable. However, since she had feelings for Lin Youqi, she was determined to lend him a hand whenever possible. Whether or not she could tie her own apron was of little consequence. What mattered was that Lin Youqi wished for it. So, she would indulge him. Su Yanran felt almost moved by her own kindness and wisdom. "Well, it seems I possess quite the discerning eye," Lin Youqi remarked with a smile. His explanation, claiming he was merely concerned for her reach, was also intentional, as he sought to create more opportunities for contact. Two individuals, each harboring their own motives. "All right, I must prepare to cook." Su Yanran clapped her hands, her face alight with anticipation. Lin Youqi took a step back, observing that Su Yanran seemed to have regained her composure. Next, he watched as she adeptly navigated the kitchen, her culinary skills on full display. He remained by her side, engaging in light conversation and occasionally lending a helping hand. In no time, the two had collaborated to create a magnificent feast. Indeed, the old adage rings true. When a man and woman work together, the labor is light. If one were to undertake such a task alone, fatigue would inevitably follow. Yet, with two working in tandem, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and ease. Looking at the table brimming with dishes, Su Yanran felt a swell of accomplishment. Though she enjoyed cooking for herself, she had never prepared such a grand spread. Not only because she could not consume it all, but also due to the hassle involved. Yet today, with Lin Youqi's assistance, she had achieved such a remarkable feat, filling her with pride. Thus, she took out her phone and captured the scene of the table laden with food. Lin Youqi also retrieved his phone, quickly framing a shot before pressing the shutter. A beautifully atmospheric photograph was immortalized on his device. Su Yanran leaned in closer, admiring the photo Lin Youqi had taken, exclaiming, "Your photo is far more stunning than mine. Please send it to me." Su Yanran gazed at Lin Youqi with her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Youqi, of course, had no objections whatsoever. He would even happily assume the role of Su Yanran's personal photographer. No problem at all. He readily agreed. After receiving the photographs, Su Yanran admired them for a while longer. Could it be that Lin Youqi's photographic talent had already begun to manifest at this time? How wonderfully concealed it was. In her previous life, she had known Lin Youqi possessed excellent photography skills during the early days of her entrepreneurial journey. He often took on part-time jobs capturing photos or filming vlogs. Vlogging had been immensely popular then, and many sought him out for his remarkable filming capabilities. To her surprise, it seemed that Lin Youqi's talent had already flourished. Su Yanran cheerfully declared, "From now on, when we're together, all the photos will be entrusted to you." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if boundless joy awaited her in the future. Lin Youqi responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, exclaiming, "No problem. Photography is my forte." After documenting their lives briefly, the two of them began to eat. "All right, let's dig in. It won't be as tasty if it gets cold," Su Yanran said, picking up her chopsticks to serve Lin Youqi a shrimp. She recalled that he quite enjoyed shrimp. Although Lin Youqi was generally not picky with his food, having subsisted on instant noodles during the early days of his ventures, those who have tasted hardship tend to be less particular in some aspects. Lin Youqi was no exception. Nevertheless, he had a particular fondness for shrimp, a detail Su Yanran had taken note of. "Here, try this shrimp. I know you love it," she casually remarked. Neither of them found anything amiss in the exchange. "Wow, you remember what I like to eat." Lin Youqi instinctively assumed Su Yanran had retained this detail from his childhood. However, unbeknownst to him, he had not particularly favored shrimp during his younger days. It was a preference that had developed later, a fact he had long forgotten. Su Yanran, unflustered, continued to play along with Lin Youqi's assumption. "Of course I know," she replied, popping a shrimp into her mouth, eating a shrimp to soothe her nerves. Thankfully, she had prepared him in advance, or else she might have been caught off guard. Chapter 27. Shall I help you tie your apron? I'm thrilled to be here. How could I possibly find you bothersome? Lin Youqi feigned an incredulous expression, exceedingly exaggerated. Su Yanran immediately broke into a radiant smile. How amusing Lin Youqi was. "All right, I understand. I got so caught up in our conversation that I didn't realize the food isn't ready yet." Su Yanran suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She had anticipated that they would simply sit down to eat as soon as Lin Youqi arrived, but she had not expected him to come so quickly. With two dishes still unprepared, she had been so engrossed in conversation that she hadn't even begun cooking. Lin Youqi promptly reassured her, "It's no problem at all. It's not too late." The fact that Su Yanran had invited him for a meal was already a delightful surprise. How could he possibly demand more? That would simply be impolite. Thus, Lin Youqi hastily claimed he wasn't very hungry. This alleviated much of Su Yanran's self-imposed pressure. "I, Lin Youqi, am quite the little genius," Su Yanran declared. "Then I must start cooking. Why don't you go watch TV in the living room? The kitchen will be smoky." She gently nudged him. However, Lin Youqi resolutely declined. How could he let such a rare opportunity to be with Su Yanran slip away, especially in the relatively confined kitchen, where physical contact was inevitable? "Let me clarify. I, Lin Youqi, am not a pervert. I'm merely a normal, innocent young man," he chuckled. "Ahem. I can't do that. I'll stay here to assist you. Plus, my culinary skills are quite commendable," Lin Youqi joked. In truth, Even if he couldn't help Su Yanran much, it was certainly better than lounging in front of the television. After all, he was a guest in her home. How could he let the hostess cook while he idled about? That would be utterly inconsiderate. Even if he were visiting someone else's home, Lin Youqi would never choose to sit idly by while the host cooked. He had no intention of doing so. All right then, but don't say I didn't take care of you later, Su Yanran teased. That could never be the case. One simply should not, at the very least. Lin Youqi replied earnestly. Su Yanran couldn't help but laugh at his earnestness. He was truly delightful. Being with him would likely never be dull. Oh, what was she thinking? That was rather shy of her. Su Yanran chastised herself internally, but couldn't help but fantasize about what life with Lin Youqi would be like. It would surely be filled with happiness and joy. Lost in thought, a sweet smile naturally blossomed on her face. Sister Yanran, what are you thinking? You seem so happy. Lin Youqi, leaning against the doorframe, teased. Having just engaged in a lively conversation with her, he noticed her lower her head and smile. Anyone unaware might have thought she was up to something. Thus, Lin Youqi felt compelled to draw her attention back. Su Yanran, abruptly jolted from her daydream, found herself in a state of embarrassment. She had been lost in thoughts that made her blush, and the fact that Lin Youqi was right beside her only compounded her awkwardness. Thankfully, he wasn't a mind reader, otherwise, it would have been mortifying. She would likely feel embarrassed every time they met in the future. It's nothing, she said, preparing to return to cooking. However, sensing her distraction, Lin Youqi felt a twinge of concern and quietly followed her into the kitchen. Should anything unexpected occur, he would be ready to react. As soon as he turned, he found Lin Youqi's south figure uncomfortably close. Su Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing, whether from the heat of the kitchen or from shyness, she could not tell. Why you? She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lin Youqi couldn't help but chuckle. I was just watching you, as you seemed a bit distracted. What if something went wrong? He hesitated, not finishing his sentence. What he had intended to say was, I would be worried about you. However, that felt too forward, given the current state of their relationship. Although Su Yanran had always harbored feelings for him in their previous life, their emotional foundation in this life was still fragile. To speak so boldly would be impolite. What if Su Yanran grew to dislike him for his presumptuousness, viewing him as frivolous? That would be a regrettable outcome. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Su Yanran spoke while turning her head around. Suddenly, she felt her arm brush against something. Before she could investigate, a sound of glass clinking reached her ears. Quickly, Su Yanran glanced over and discovered that her arm had inadvertently knocked over the soy sauce as she turned. Fortunately, she was standing at a distance, and only a few drops fell without splattering onto her. Nonetheless, the incident startled her. Had the soy sauce touched her clothing, it would have been irreparable, as such stains are notoriously difficult to remove, rendering the garment unwearable. It's fine. I merely mentioned that standing next to you would pose no issue. At that very moment, Lin Youqi swiftly reached out to catch the falling soy sauce, preventing it from hitting the ground, which would have made for a troublesome cleanup. Although he couldn't stop the spill in time, he managed to mitigate the mess. You truly are impressive, aren't you? At your age, still behaving like a child. Su Yanran teased playfully. Subsequently, Su Yanran prepared to don an apron, ensuring that even if she encountered a similar situation again, she would remain composed. After all, any spills would merely stain the apron, which she wouldn't mind discarding, unlike her own clothes, which she would certainly lament losing. With keen reflexes, Lin Youqi noticed Su Yanran reaching behind her to tie the apron strings. Allow me to assist you with that, he offered from behind her, causing her back to feel a gentle warmth. Su Yanran's breath quickened momentarily as she realized it was Lin Youqi helping her. When he took hold of the apron strings, their hands briefly brushed against one another, and she distinctly felt the warmth of his touch, accompanied by the heat of his breath against her shoulder. Given that they were at home, Su Yanran wore a light, casual outfit with a loose neckline, leaving a portion of her shoulders exposed. Lin Youqi's breath landed precisely on her bare skin, leaving her feeling a tickle, akin to a cat's gentle pawing at her heart. Chapter 29. Watching television together, the two dined face to face, the warm yellow light of the dining room illuminating Su Yanran's delicate features. At the moment she lowered her head to eat, Lin Youqi caught sight of her. In his previous life, he had frequented various upscale restaurants and lavish banquets. Yet he always felt like an outsider, unable to integrate into the lives of others. Except for the fleeting sense of home he experienced during his youth with his parents. He had not felt such warmth again. Observing Su Yanran, her head bowed as she ate, the soft yellow light casting a gentle glow on her exquisite face. Lin Youqi's sentiment deepened. The dishes Su Yanran prepared perfectly suited his palate, almost as if tailored specifically for him. With the scene before him, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just then, their eyes met when Su Yanran looked up, noticing Lin Youqi in a trance instead of eating. She waved her left hand before him, the fair, jade-like hand bringing him back to reality. "What is the matter? Not to your taste? What are you thinking about?" Su Yanran inquired with curiosity. Lin Youqi, having momentarily turned into a statue, was still captivated by her. His unwavering gaze made her feel a bit shy. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find this atmosphere quite cozy," he explained, feeling a touch of embarrassment. For a man who had never experienced romance, uttering such somewhat intimate words was a challenge. Nonetheless, he found the courage to speak them, leaving a profound impression on Su Yanran. Although she had achieved considerable success in her career, she often found herself alone. Despite her parents being alive, they did not live together. Lin Youqi's comment made her realize that this indeed was a warm environment, evoking the feeling of a small home shared by two. "Is it? I feel the same. If you enjoy this atmosphere, you should come by more often," Su Yanran said, her eyes glimmering with delight. She gradually began to embrace this feeling, eager to create more opportunities to spend time with Lin Youqi. She was determined that, given the chance, she would win his heart. "Oh, is that so? How wonderful," Lin Youqi replied, his face lighting up with joy. Such delightful prospects excited him. They quickly finished their meal and began to tidy up, resembling a young couple sharing domestic life. Regarding household chores, there is no absolute rule dictating who should do them. The best approach is to have whoever is available take care of the tasks, which also serves as a clever way to maintain their relationship. "Let me do the dishes. Why don't you take out the trash?" Su Yanran suggested, pointing towards the overflowing kitchen bin, filled with refuse from their cooking. Lin Youqi readily agreed, promptly packing the garbage bags before heading downstairs to dispose of them. Meanwhile, Su Yanran washed the remaining dishes and wiped down the kitchen. By the time Lin Youqi returned from throwing out the trash, she had just finished cleaning. They exchanged a smile, pleased by their synchronicity. Su Yanran then led Lin Youqi to the living room. Her loft-style apartment, divided into 2 levels, was cozy despite its modest size. She preferred a smaller loft, finding it warm and intimate, ensuring she wouldn't feel lonely living alone. The living room was compact with a soft fabric sofa accommodating just the two of them. Yet their proximity felt somewhat intimate. "Would you like some fruit, or shall I brew you a cup of tea?" Su Yanran tilted her head and asked Lin Youqi. She was aware of his preference for tea over coffee or other beverages, and she had adopted that habit as well. However, her tea selection comprised only the basic varieties, as the premium teas required personal procurement. She had some local tea, Green Willow Spring, which, while not prestigious, had a delightful flavor. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Youqi replied, "Let's stick with tea. I can't manage any fruit after that meal." A hint of a smile graced his face. Upon hearing his response, Su Yanran nodded and retrieved the tea canister from the cupboard, preparing 2 cups of tea. There is no need for extravagance. She simply uses ordinary cups to hold the tea leaves and brews her tea. She prefers a more straightforward approach, eschewing complexity. As Su Yanran finished brewing the tea and was about to carry it to the living room, she noticed Lin Youqi had already arrived. "Let me take that. Be careful. It's hot," Lin Youqi said, concerned that Su Yanran might burn her hands, and stepped forward to take the teacups from her. Su Yanran willingly handed over both cups to Lin Youqi, who then accompanied her to the living room. After placing the teacups down, Lin Youqi settled onto the sofa. "Are there any good television shows to watch lately? I feel so bored," Su Yanran complained. In truth, she had a fair understanding of the current television series, and even those that would air in the coming years. She often watched dramas to pass the time. While she may not have seen every show, She had certainly watched many classic ones. Even if she hadn't seen some, she was familiar with their general plots. I'm not really sure either. Lin Youqi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He rarely watched television, so how could he know what was airing? Well, how about we watch a documentary instead? Su Yanran suddenly suggested. Lin Youqi was open to anything, as long as it was something Su Yanran enjoyed. Of course. What do you want to watch? Lin Youqi asked with curiosity. Documentaries can be quite interesting and meaningful. I want to watch Swimming Until the Sea Turns Blue. I wanted to see it for a long time, Su Yanran replied with anticipation. Although she had watched this documentary in her previous life, she had experienced it alone. Certain segments had always evoked a sense of melancholy. However, now that Lin Youqi was by her side, she was certain it would feel different. Absolutely. I'm all ears. Lin Youqi said, reclining on the sofa, propping his head up with one hand, admiring Su Yanran's profile with a smile. Su Yanran felt a surge of joy. She cherished this atmosphere. Sitting together on the sofa to watch television after dinner was a feeling she truly loved. It was a moment spent with someone she longed for day and night. As they watched the documentary, Su Yanran turned off the lights in the room, allowing only the twinkling lights from outside to seep in. Inside, a small wall lamp cast a warm, golden glow, accompanied only by the light emanating from the projection screen. Su Yanran had opted for a projector instead of television. It was convenient and economical. Why not? The documentary soon showcased segments featuring the esteemed author Yuhua. The two seated on the sofa found themselves nestled closely together, occasionally exchanging remarks. Doesn't Yuhua look just like? Su Yanran suddenly recalled something and tilted her head to look at Lin Youqi. He instantly recognized what she was referring to. I know, the disheveled puppy, Lin Youqi exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice, as he had just grasped the reference Su Yanran made. Hearing his response made Su Yanran burst into laughter. Not a disheveled puppy. It's a scruffy puppy. Ha ha. Su Yanran couldn't contain her amusement. Lin Youqi had a knack for bestowing nicknames. The actual nickname for Yuhua was Scruffy Puppy, yet Lin Youqi had humorously altered it to Disheveled Puppy. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Youqi scratched his head and said, well, I got a bit too carried away. I momentarily forgot. To Su Yanran's surprise, Lin Youqi's face had turned a shade of red. His slight embarrassment from earlier was evident. Upon noticing Lin Youqi's flushed cheeks, Su Yanran found herself laughing even harder. He was simply too adorable. Who would have thought he would blush when shy? She felt as if she might burst from laughter. The small incident had brought them even closer together. The documentary continued. When I was a child, I always thought the ocean was yellow, but when the textbook said it was blue, I wanted to swim until the sea turned blue. As this part played, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Su Yanran's eyes. She would steal glances at Lin Youqi. Their relationship mirrored this sentiment. In her previous life, it felt like murky waters. Now, she longed to swim forward until the sea turned blue. Back then, love was so subtle that by the time she decided to express her feelings, she discovered it was already too late. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Yanran. In her past life, she had been a coward in love. With Su Menghan beside Lin Youqi, she had hesitated to take that step. In the end, she and T even realized her feelings for him before he passed away. She had never even had the chance to express her love. Had she also expired in her previous life? Noticing the shift in Su Yanran's emotions, Lin Youqi turned to her, concern etched across his face. What is wrong? He asked, momentarily flustered. He feared Su Yanran might shed tears. He had only witnessed her cry once, and that was when he had died. Seeing her seemingly disheartened filled him with dread. Su Yanran, feeling a lump in her throat, sniffled and replied, I'm fine. It's just that this line feels so regretful. Being an emotional person, she found herself affected by poignant moments. Especially the phrase from the documentary, I have already expired. Although it was delivered in a light-hearted tone, it still struck a chord of sorrow, particularly for Su Yanran, who had experienced life and death. It felt suffocating, like winning a prize, but finding it expired, truly a lamentable situation. Lin Youqi paused for a moment and said, but what if their essay place that never expires? In my heart, I believe I would stay there forever. Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with hope. As the documentary continued, the somber atmosphere gradually lifted. After a while, Lin Youqi excused himself to use the restroom. I'll be right back, he said before heading off. The lighting in the house wasn't particularly bright, but Lin Youqi was familiar with the layout. Even in darkness, he could navigate his way around. Having lived there for some time, finding the restroom was a simple task. While Lin Youqi was away, Su Yanran paused the documentary, intending to resume watching once he returned. Generally, men are quick when using the restroom. Do you need me to refill your cup? Lin Youqi asked upon his return, noticing that both of their cups were empty. Su Yanran glanced at her cup and replied, "Yes, please refill it. It's all gone." Lin Youqi promptly filled both cups with fresh tea. They then settled back onto the sofa, continuing to watch the documentary together. After finishing a show or movie, one often feels a sense of emptiness within. As the long-anticipated conclusion unfolded before her, how could it be that joy eluded her grasp? Instead, her heart was enveloped in a sense of loss and melancholy. It was akin to holding something she had always despised, only to find that it brought her far less happiness than she had envisioned. What was amiss? Did she harbor a tinge of discontent? Lin Youqi observed Su Yanran's emotional state with concern. He too felt a slight heaviness, though he managed to cope. While he was not one to dwell on his feelings, such emotions were not unusual. It was akin to finishing a documentary, leaving an emptiness in one's heart. Su Yanran managed a strained smile. Lin Youqi extended his arm toward Su Yanran, gently patting her back as a gesture of comfort. Perhaps his soothing presence had an effect, for Su Yanran's demeanor began to appear more at ease. The film would inevitably conclude, yet we would certainly remain. We had already exited once midway, and this time we would not repeat that mistake. All right, I'm merely feeling a tad emo, but I'm better now, Su Yanran remarked with a smile. Lin Youqi, after confirming her improved mood, felt a sense of relief. Having sat on the couch for an extended period, they both felt a bit weary. Shall we take a stroll? Su Yanran suggested. That sounds splendid. Lin Youqi was eager for the outing. We should seek a quieter place for our walk, right? Fewer people means it will be a tad darker, providing us with an opportunity for solitude, he mused. What a delightful prospect. Lin Youqi readily agreed. Absolutely. I adore walking. Su Yanran couldn't help but smile at Lin Youqi's exuberance. He truly was lively and spirited during this period. Chapter 31. A feast of joy. After a brief tidying up, the two set off, and the hour was already late. Lin Youqi planned to return to the dormitory after their walk. The dormitory supervisor would conduct a check at 11 o'clock. As a first-year student, he was subject to these restrictions, though they would ease in his second year. The temperature outside was a bit chilly, but fortunately, both Lin Youqi and Su Yanran were dressed warmly. A gentle breeze fluttered as fallen leaves danced upon the ground. The moon shone brightly, and the night was clear and cloudless. Shall we wander through the park, or stroll along the chilly river? Su Yanran inquired, tilting her head. The fundamental difference between the two locations lay in their levels of activity. The park was typically bustling with local residents engaging in various lively activities, while the banks of the chilly river were much quieter. Instinctively, Lin Youqi chose the latter. Let us walk by the river. The night air is refreshingly crisp, he said. Well acquainted with both locales from his previous life, having visited them numerous times, sometimes with Su Yanran and other times alone. All right, Su Yanran exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. She had anticipated Lin Youqi would suggest the park, so his choice of the riverside delighted her. Excellent. They then walked towards the chilly river, and as they progressed, the number of people dwindled and the lights dimmed. Su Yanran felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, her heartbeat and breath echoing in her ears. The chilly river was a city river not far from Su Yanran's residential complex, primarily serving to drain rainwater from the city. Though not particularly wide, it sufficed for the rainfall in Binhai City. The riverside scenery was quite pleasing, adorned with scenic trees and lawns. In the afternoon, one might observe elderly folks playing cards or chess at the stone tables by the riverbank. But at night, the crowds thinned, with most people enjoying themselves in the park. Walking shoulder to shoulder, they shared a comfortable silence, unsure of where to begin. By the way, which events have you signed up for in the sports meet? Are any particularly dangerous? Su Yanran inquired, recalling stories of students sustaining injuries in perilous competitions. Lin Youqi smiled softly at her concern. It's nothing serious. I've signed up for the men's 400 meters and 1,500 meters. Neither is particularly intense, so how could I possibly get hurt? While he spoke casually, warmth spread through him at being cared for. Hearing that Lin Youqi's events were safe, Su Yanran felt relieved. That's good, but you must prioritize your safety. Don't let your guard down, she admonished, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Despite the dim surroundings, Lin Youqi could discern the earnest expression on Su Yanran's face through the faint light. Sister Yanran, you look quite adorable when you're serious, he exclaimed, halting in his tracks and playfully tapping his temple. Received. His whimsical demeanor elicited a laugh from Su Yanran, dispelling the earlier awkwardness that had lingered at the riverside. As they continued along the river, they eventually turned back. All right, it's getting late. We should head back to the dormitory, Su Yanran said reluctantly. Though she wished to prolong her time with Lin Youqi, she understood the necessity. If he delayed returning, he would face consequences, and she could not fathom why the school imposed such regulations. Was it truly the case that first-year students were deemed inferior? Yet, these rules were established with students' best interests in mind, as first-year students were still acclimating to campus life and the city. By their second year, they would possess a better understanding. Hence, the regulations aimed to ensure their safety. Don't worry, it's still early. Lin Youqi checked his phone. However, Su Yanran interjected. No. If we delay, we'll be rushed on the way back, which isn't safe, you know? With Su Yanran's insistence, Lin Youqi acquiesced, recognizing her wisdom. All right then, but will there be delicious meals tomorrow? After all, you wouldn't want me to underperform in the sports meet due to malnutrition, would you? His playful tone was reminiscent of a light-hearted anime character. With his tall stature and well-defined physique, it was hard to imagine him as malnourished. You certainly have the audacity to say that. Su Yanran felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. How did it seem as if she were coaxing Lin Youqi to her home? Cough, cough. A sheep entering the tiger's den. Lin Youqi exclaimed, his delight palpable. That sounds splendid. I find this utterly delightful. Su Yanran covered her mouth, giggling. Lin Youqi was indeed amusing, with his endless array of playful banter. The two soon arrived at the foot of her apartment building. Shall I prepare to leave now? Lin Youqi pointed in the direction of departure. As the moment of parting approached, it seemed there were 1,000 words left unspoken. Time always slips away so swiftly. Well, let me bring back some food for you to enjoy in your dormitory. I have plenty at home, Su Yanran proposed. Lin Youqi hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Coming to Su Yanran's home for a meal and bringing only a bouquet of flowers in return? It does feel somewhat presumptuous to indulge in their hospitality and then leave with additional food. Even Lin Youqi, known for his audacity, felt a hint of embarrassment creeping into his cheeks. It's nothing to worry about. I happened to buy too much on sale at the supermarket, he declared, though this was a fabrication. With a teasing glint in his eye, Lin Youqi remarked, what supermarket offers such extensive discounts? You must take me along next time. His comment left Su Yanran feeling a bit bashful. Haven't you used that excuse a bit too often? Yet, Su Yanran possessed a robust mental fortitude. No problem. When I have some free time, I'll take you shopping, she smiled. However, the specifics of that free time remained uncertain, as Lin Youqi always seemed to claim he was busy whenever the topic arose. Lin Youqi nodded and ascended the stairs alongside Su Yanran. The thought of both indulging and taking more food left him feeling slightly guilty. Yet, upon reaching the upper floor and receiving the food from Su Yanran, his sentiment shifted. Chapter 32. He seems quite familiar with my home. Upon entering, Lin Youqi obediently changed into slippers. The sight of the couple's matching slippers filled his heart with joy. Although they were purposefully purchased, she had claimed they were merely on sale. Sometimes, Su Yanran could be quite endearing. A smile inadvertently graced Lin Youqi's face. Noticing Lin Youqi's silly grin, Su Yanran nudged him with her elbow. What are you grinning about? Come and see what you like to eat. She led the way to the second floor. Although modest in size, the two-story space encompassed over 100 square meters, with only one bedroom, leaving ample room for movement. Wow, Su Yanran, how do you have so many snacks? Lin Youqi exclaimed, astonished by the plethora of treats neatly arranged in the storage room. The sheer volume of snacks rivaled that of a mini convenience store. Su Yanran felt a twinge of embarrassment at his astonishment, fearing it might imply she had a voracious appetite. Ahem, this isn't a supermarket, she began, but before she could finish, she noticed Lin Youqi looking at her with an expression that read, "I understand everything." Su Yanran felt a rush of shyness, wishing she could vanish into the floor. How embarrassing! Had she known, she would have chosen a different excuse from the outset. Now, merely mentioning the word supermarket seemed to trigger a chain reaction, prompting Lin Youqi to wear a mischievous smile. How vexing! I miscalculated. Come on, pick whatever you fancy, Su Yanran said with generous enthusiasm. After surveying the array of snacks, Lin Youqi turned to her and replied, "Since you insist, I shall not hold back." Su Yanran had no objections. These snacks were trivial, allowing Lin Youqi to select freely. She nodded, "Choose whatever you like." With Su Yanran's consent, Lin Youqi began to make his selections. After some time, he finally decided on a modest assortment. He was mindful not to overindulge. "Is that all? You should take more," Su Yanran remarked, her concern evident as she noted the scant quantity. Lin Youqi waved his hand dismissively. "That's sufficient, really. I rarely snack." After much insistence on Lin Youqi's part, Su Yanran relented. "Let's find a bag from downstairs. It'll be inconvenient otherwise." As she spoke, she suddenly realized it was her home, and Lin Youqi might not know where to find a bag. Just as Su Yanran prepared to descend to assist him, she noticed Lin Youqi already heading directly to the cupboard by the door. Su Yanran had a habit of saving plastic bags after shopping, storing them in a designated spot at home to avoid searching for them later, promoting both environmental consciousness and convenience. Though many young people today shun such practices, Su Yanran had cultivated this habit, which was commendable. She watched in amazement as Lin Youqi confidently opened the drawer containing the bags without a moment's hesitation. How peculiar! How could he possibly know where it was? Why did he seem so assured in his actions? "You're quite clever, aren't you? You found it right away." Su Yanran feigned praise. Inside, Lin Youqi's mind raced, worried that his earlier actions appeared too suspicious. How could he have located the drawer so swiftly? Unless one lived together for an extended time, it was implausible to possess such knowledge. Oh no, how should I explain this? Wait, earlier, when Su Yanran instructed him to take out the trash, he had opened this very drawer to retrieve a bag for the kitchen. Yes, that's it. You see, I merely noticed when you were putting a bag in the kitchen trash can earlier. I have a good memory. Lin Youqi's face bore a relaxed expression, devoid of any hint of anxiety. However, internally, his thoughts were a chaotic tangle. Fortunately, his quick wit allowed him to unravel the confusion and concoct a flawless excuse. "You must be quite warm, Su Yanran." Upon hearing Lin Youqi's explanation, Su Yanran's suspicions dissipated considerably, setting aside her own habits of using plastic bags as trash liners. She recalled that she had indeed taken a bag from that drawer earlier. "Oh, I see. You're quite observant." Su Yanran chuckled. The psychological tug-of-war between the two resembled a scene from a dramatic historical drama, intricate and detailed. Afterward, they ascended together to pack the snacks Lin Youqi had chosen. Noticing the hour was late, Su Yanran refrained from offering Lin Youqi a drink before he departed. As they returned downstairs, she reminded him, "Be careful on your way back." "I know," Lin Youqi replied, bidding her farewell before riding off on his bicycle. Su Yanran watched until his figure disappeared from view before heading home. Once inside, she tidied up her space before taking a shower and preparing for bed. After finishing her evening ablutions and stepping out of the bathroom, Su Yanran cast a fleeting glance at the message from Lin Youqi. Responding to his text, she proceeded to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, Su Yanran reclined on her bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The highlight of her day was undoubtedly the invitation extended to Lin Youqi to dine at her home. As she reminisced about the delightful moments they shared, a serene smile unconsciously graced her face. How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. The thought of Lin Youqi tying an apron behind her sent a blush creeping to her cheeks. The sensation of his breath against her back was undeniably intense. No. Such thoughts should not occupy her mind at this hour. After sipping a glass of cool boiled water, she managed to regain her composure. Once calm, a perplexing thought struck Su Yanran. Had she not previously mentioned that her home was on the 5th floor? How'd he come to know? She opened their chat window and searched for keywords like 5th floor and 5th, but to no avail. How peculiar. Moreover, he seemed rather familiar with her residence. Chapter 33. Have you ever been in love? The following evening, Lin Youqi returned to Su Yanran's home. Just like the day before, they cooked together, dined together, watched television, and strolled hand in hand, as if they were a couple. In the living room, they sat side by side, engrossed in the television. Lin Youqi, the sports meet is tomorrow. Are you feeling nervous? Su Yanran inquired, observing him intently. Lin Youqi, appearing nonchalant, replied, Not really. I participated in sports meets throughout high school. Recalling his high school days, Lin Youqi remembered how he would always compete and rush to boast about his achievements to Su Minghan immediately after receiving an award. At that time, Su Minghan merely reveled in the pride it brought her, without any deeper sentiments. Whenever Lin Youqi sought her praise, he was met with only a dismissive, "Not bad, but don't get too cocky." He had once believed he had not performed well enough, but in hindsight, it was clear she cared only about her own image, indifferent to his accolades. Reflecting on his past self, he realized he had been an unabashed sycophant, blissfully unaware of his own folly. Really? How did you perform? Su Yanran asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. While she was aware of Lin Youqi as high school athletic endeavors, he remained oblivious to the fact that she had secretly attended to watch him compete. She had stood in a corner of the track, witnessing him pour his heart into every race, only to seek out Su Minghan afterward. A pang of bitterness had filled her heart then, as she had thought she would never have the chance to watch Lin Youqi's competitions openly. Yet here she was, relishing this rare opportunity, one that Lin Youqi had personally invited her to, and without Su Minghan present. It was a source of immense joy for her. As for me, I performed exceptionally well, Lin Youqi declared proudly, puffing out his chest as if he were the best in the world. His exuberance elicited laughter from Su Yanran, who gave him a thumbs up. Well done. You've got some skills, she praised, never hesitating to shower him with compliments, especially in his presence. Unlike Su Minghan, who masqueraded her aloofness as a form of thunder charm, Su Yanran offered genuine praise without hesitation. Wasn't Su Minghan's behavior merely a form of psychological manipulation, making Lin Youqi feel ordinary and instilling the false belief that she was the only one who cared for him? Just so, Lin Youqi replied, growing increasingly buoyant with each compliment, particularly when it came from Su Yanran. It is a common trait for men to seek validation in front of women they admire, and Lin Youqi, despite his mature mindset, was no exception. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death, akin to older gentlemen striving to impress the ladies. Seeing Lin Youqi bask in his own pride, Su Yanran couldn't help but chuckle as she lightly tapped him. The gesture so gentle it was almost imperceptible, more akin to a caress than a reprimand. All right, it's getting late. Let us go for a walk. We should head back early, understand? Lin Youqi playfully retorted, Oh, it's nothing serious, just a sports meet. I'm quite capable, you know? The intensity of a university sports meet far exceeds that of high school. In high school, it's merely students from one school, but in university, students from various institutions come together, including those majoring in sports. Competing against them is like facing a different league altogether. Yet, Lin Youqi felt no trepidation. He had vaguely sensed that since his rebirth, not only had his memory sharpened, but his physical capabilities seemed enhanced as well. He could even recall certain details from his childhood and his previous life, which he found delightful. This, he mused, was a privilege of being reborn. Although it was a proverbial golden finger, he felt content. After all, merely being granted a second chance was a stroke of immense fortune. What more could he wish for? As they strolled along the same route as the previous day, Su Yanran donned a khaki woolen coat, her long, slender legs encased in fitted light-colored jeans that accentuated her graceful figure. Standing at 173 centimeters, she looked perfectly matched beside Lin Youqi, who stood at 185 centimeters, an ideal height difference of 12 centimeters, often regarded as a harmonious number, symbolizing completeness. Lin Youqi was dressed in a black windbreaker and blue jeans. His attire was unremarkable, yet his countenance elevated the overall impression. This reminded Su Yanran of a popular internet meme. Ineffective attire, ordinary clothing on ordinary people. Effective attire, ordinary clothing on handsome individuals. Lin Youqi epitomized the latter. Suddenly, Su Yanran felt a chill in her hands. It seems the temperature has dropped since we left. My hands are getting a bit cold, she remarked, withdrawing her hands from her pockets and rubbing them together. Lin Youqi, momentarily perplexed, seemed to be at a loss for words. Shall I pour you some hot water? I wonder what prompted Lin Youqi to utter such a phrase. Could he truly be a genius? Is everything drinkable if it's hot water? Su Yanran was momentarily taken aback. Let me ask you a question. She turned to Lin Youqi and inquired. Lin Youqi, filled with curiosity, responded, What question? I can certainly find a place to pour hot water. He mistakenly thought that Su Yanran was asking him where to pour the hot water. No. Have you ever been in a relationship? Su Yanran posed a soul-searching question. Lin Youqi was instantly flabbergasted. Didn't you always have feelings for me in your past life? Surely you must know about my life. So how could you not know if I had been in a relationship? He questioned, perplexed. Su Yanran hesitated for a moment. But after some contemplation, she finally spoke. Under normal circumstances, when a girl says her hands are cold, the underlying implication is although Su Yanran did not complete her thought. Lin Youqi was certainly not dim-witted. He comprehended the implication, which made his heart race. Is Sister Yanran giving me a hint? Chapter 34. Is this what it feels like to hold hands? Is Sister Yanran inviting me to take her hand? This notion left him feeling somewhat bashful. Though his heart longed to reach out, he had never held a girl's hand in this lifetime, nor in the last. Suddenly escalating to this level made him feel quite shy and unaccustomed. Su Yanran noticed Lin Youqi's face flushing, and she realized he was shy. The thought that Lin Youqi had never been in a relationship made her feel relieved. Perhaps this is for the best. It could be like nurturing a childhood friend. This realization filled her with a sense of accomplishment. I guess I have to take the initiative, she thought. Loneliness is indeed overwhelming. In her previous life, Su Yanran had resolved to be braver if there were a next life. Now is the time for decision-making. Come on, Su Yanran. You can do it. With newfound courage. Her cheeks flushed. She said, What? Are you too shy to hold my hand? I remember when we used to snuggle under the covers as children, Su Yanran teased. Although she was playfully provoking Lin Youqi, she couldn't help but feel shy herself. How embarrassing to think she uttered such words. This was so uncharacteristic of her. But that was precisely the point. She aimed to transform her timid self into someone brave. Lin Youqi felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. Just imagine, having lived 2 lives as a bashful man, how impactful those words were. It was akin to a young boy's vulnerability regarding his crush. Lin Youqi's mind went blank. Despite always considering himself a rational and composed individual, he never expected his pride and his logic to be shattered into fragments by a single sentence from Su Yanran. Is it all right? Lin Youqi stammered, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. Su Yanran lowered her head, feeling a twinge of hesitation herself. You could just pretend I never said anything, she thought, her resolve wavering. At that moment, Lin Youqi snapped back to reality. Could he let a golden opportunity slip away? Certainly not. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Su Yanran's hand, which had been retreating into her pocket. Both of them froze, momentarily forgetting to continue their stroll. The scene by the riverbank was striking, a pair of golden youth hand in hand, albeit with their hands awkwardly suspended in midair. The key detail was that they were gazing into each other's eyes, both blushing profusely. Ahem, it seems someone is watching us, Su Yanran whispered, unable to contain herself. Lin Youqi turned his head and indeed saw someone looking their way. He hastily quickened his pace while still holding Su Yanran's hand. After walking for a while, they slowed down. That had been quite embarrassing. Thankfully, the dim lighting by the riverbank shielded them from prying eyes. Once they had distanced themselves, the number of onlookers considerably dwindled, leading many to perceive Lin Youqi and Su Yanran as a couple in the throes of young love, thus casting few peculiar glances their way. Why are your hands so sweaty? Su Yanran asked, turning to him. She could distinctly feel the perspiration on Lin Youqi's palms. Was it due to nervousness? Lin Youqi felt a wave of embarrassment. Well, when you mentioned someone was watching us, I got a bit nervous, he replied, stammering. In truth, that wasn't the entire story. The reality was that holding Su Yanran's hand made him feel nervous and shy, which was why his hands were sweaty, not merely because someone was observing them. However, he felt that acknowledging part of the truth wasn't entirely dishonest. Su Yanran nodded, it's all right. After all, they can't see us, so why worry? The two continued their hand-in-hand stroll. This experience felt surreal for Lin Youqi. Just the previous night, they had walked together. Now, they were walking hand in hand. It was almost too surreal. He often saw online how many boys would go to great lengths for girls only to end up without even holding their hands. Yet here he was, making rapid progress with Su Yanran. Despite the 2 decades of history between them, it still felt rather swift. At least, that's how he perceived it. In his past life, he had devoted 10 years to pursuing Su Menghan without ever holding her hand. Yet, here he was just 2 days into being with Su Yanran, and they were already strolling hand in hand. It was simply incomparable. Moreover, it was Su Yanran who had taken the initiative. The contrast was glaring. What divine intervention! I only desire my childhood's sweetheart. Let any celestial occurrences find a cooler place to linger. Hand in hand, they walked, truly resembling a couple. One could only say they were indeed well-matched. Time flew by rapidly during their joyous moments together. Before long, they found themselves back at the entrance of the community. Their time together was filled with unparalleled joy, yet parting brought an undeniable sense of reluctance. All right, you don't have to walk me to the building. The time is late, so you should head back, Su Yanran said at the community entrance. Lin Youqi had initially intended to escort her to the building, but to his surprise, they halted right there. Their hands still clasped, neither wished to let go. They lingered, hand in hand, chatting. Su Yanran was the first to shyly break the silence. My hands aren't tea-cold anymore with this declaration. Lin Youqi had no reason to maintain their grip. Will your hands be cold tomorrow? He asked, his tone slightly audacious. He pondered for a moment. As a man, he should take the initiative. Though Su Yanran was also quite proactive, a relationship requires mutual effort. Relying solely on one person's persistence is futile. Thus, he contemplated becoming a bit more proactive. Well, perhaps tomorrow. Today, as hand-holding was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Why would he inquire about tomorrow? Although he yearned to express his feelings, voicing them seemed far too embarrassing, especially since today marked their inaugural moment of intimacy. If the progression were to accelerate too swiftly, she might find it overwhelming. Lin Youqi's expression visibly shifted to one of despondency. In an instant, Su Yanran felt a pang of guilt towards Lin Youqi, as if she had somehow let him down. What to do now? Alas, winter is approaching. Su Yanran's remark carried profound implications. With winter ahead, what is the rush? There will be ample opportunities, after all. Naturally, Lin Youqi was not foolish. He soon brightened up. The sensation of holding hands was truly delightful. Chapter 35. He went back on his word. When Lin Youqi returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. His roommates, upon seeing him, quickly gathered around. Qin Zijuan was the first to speak up. Hey, it seems like you've been spending more time out lately. Over the past few days, Lin Youqi had been going out almost every day, especially on weekends. Although he had previously ventured out on weekends, it was primarily to stay in the dormitory. Even when he did go out, it was usually to run errands for Su Menghan, fetching packages, grabbing meals, and picking up takeout, tasks that hardly consumed much time. However, the current Lin Youqi seemed to spend entire afternoons outside, often returning just before the dormitory closed. This sparked wild speculation. Could it be that he was going on dates? How infuriating. They had agreed to remain single together. How could he betray that promise? Lin Youqi smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't understand. The moment he spoke, it was a knockout blow. His roommates, already feeling the sting of their single status, were suddenly agitated. Are you mocking us for being single? One exclaimed. How dare you? Meiji Chao was particularly incensed. Lin Youqi quickly waved his hands. How could that be? You are my beloved friends, my brothers. He then placed the snacks Su Yanran had brought for him into the cabinet. As your cherished friends, may we partake in these delightful snacks? Zhou Xiao inquired. Eyeing the treats, Lin Youqi's composure faltered. These were gifts from Yanran. How could he share them with others? They were meant solely for him. With a wary glint in his eyes, he replied, That's out of the question, but feel free to enjoy my other snacks. Lin Youqi usually purchased some snacks for himself, but now, with Su Yanran's offerings, those paled in comparison. How could ordinary snacks compete with those imbued with care and affection? Zhou Xiao, initially eager, suddenly lost interest in the treats. Forget it. I'm not that keen on snacks anymore, he declared, retreating to his spot to immerse himself in Genshin Impact. Qin Zijun scoffed disdainfully. The snacks you brought back must be sour, bitter, and unappetizing. It serves you right. Though he spoke thus, the jealousy in his eyes was unmistakable. With that, Lin Youqi decided to wash up. Tomorrow was the sports meet, which, delightfully, would encroach upon class time. How splendid. The next day, the sports meet dawned bright and sunny, the air warm, yet not oppressive. The playground was adorned with fluttering flags and banners from various departments. Lin Youqi arrived early, joined by his roommates and classmates participating in the events. We will now distribute the competitors' badges, Lin Youqi announced to his classmates. One by one, the participants came forward, and he diligently called out names and numbers, distributing the badges with care. After ensuring every badge had been handed out, Lin Youqi stepped aside to contact Su Yanran. Recognizing the limitations of text communication, he opted for a direct call. "Hello, Yanran. Where are you? Shall I come find you?" he inquired as soon as the call connected. "What's wrong? Afraid I'll get lost?" Su Yanran teased as she walked. Lin Youqi chuckled. "Oh, not at all. I'm merely concerned you might not find me amidst the crowd." While speaking, he scanned the surroundings and moved towards a less crowded area, ensuring he would be easily spotted by her. Their conversation continued uninterrupted. "Wow, there's so many people," Su Yanran exclaimed. Lin Youqi waited in the open space for her arrival. Su Menghan and Lu Yi happened to enter the playground from a distance and immediately spotted Lin Youqi standing in the sparsely populated area. A sense of pride swelled within them. You weren't responding to my messages, were you? You thought you could ignore me, yet here you are, waiting patiently, and you didn't even dare to message me. Lin Youqi, have you finally realized your mistake? However, I shan't forgive you so easily. Menghan, look over there. Isn't that Lin Youqi? Lu Yi suddenly pointed towards him. Su Menghan had already noticed. "I see him. Let us head over," she declared, lifting her chin like a proud swan. She intended to stroll past Lin Youqi, confident that upon seeing her, he would rush over to speak with her, seeking her forgiveness. She would then feign indifference. "Are we familiar? You were the one who said that to me. Now, it's your turn to feel the consequences." As she pondered this, she approached Lin Youqi. At that moment, Su Yanran had also spotted Lin Youqi. She stealthily crept up behind him and playfully tapped his left shoulder with her delicate hand, then quickly darted to his right side. Lin Youqi felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Recognizing the familiar scent, he instantly knew who it was. He turned around quickly, only to find no one there, but then he heard Su Yanran's laughter from his right. "Yanran, why are you teasing me? Be careful, or I might tickle you," Lin Youqi warned, knowing well that Su Yanran had always detested being tickled. At his words, she panicked and took several steps back, preparing to escape. But Lin Youqi would not let her get away easily. He chased after her. Su Menghan was left stunned, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Lu Yi silently lamented the situation. Witnessing Lin Youqi's close interaction with another girl would surely be painful for Su Menghan. However, upon reconsideration, one might find solace in this situation, as it allows Su Menghan to relinquish all hope regarding Lin Youqi, ultimately benefiting both parties involved. Su Menghan stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to regain her composure. As she observed Lin Youqi's figure gradually receding, she murmured to herself, "Who is that girl beside him?" Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs, and a few crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Why is there another girl by Lin Youqi's side? Wasn't he always proclaiming his exclusive affection for me? Why has he reneged on his promises? Su Menghan wiped her tears with her sleeve and hurried after Lin Youqi's silhouette. "Hey, calm down, Menghan." Lu Yi hastily chased after her, fearful that Su Menghan might act recklessly. Chapter 36. We are childhood sweethearts. In moments of fury, one often becomes impulsive, consumed by rage. Su Menghan disregarded the fact that Lin Youqi had not replied to her messages for several days. All she desired was an explanation. Why was Lin Youqi treating her in such a manner? Even if Su Menghan had her flaws, it was unthinkable for him to bring another woman to humiliate her. Besides, what fault did she possess? The one in the wrong was you, Lin Youqi. Oblivious to the turmoil behind them, Lin Youqi and Su Yanran continued their brisk pace. After a short while, the two halted. All right, I admit my mistake. Please let me off. Su Yanran feigned a pitiful expression, pleading for Lin Youqi's mercy. Lin Youqi, being inherently soft-hearted, contemplated for a moment before responding, well, that's not entirely impossible. Su Yanran's curiosity was piqued by his forthcoming words. What were the conditions? She wondered, feeling a mix of tension and anticipation. Surely, it isn't something as trivial as a kiss, is it? If that's the case, should I or shouldn't I? Such thoughts left her in a quandary. What if he insists? How embarrassing. What was she even thinking? So what should I do? After pondering, Su Yanran lifted her gaze to meet Lin Youqi's clear, untainted eyes. It's simple. When I compete later, you must cheer for me, loudly. Lin Youqi quickly added. Su Yanran was taken aback. That's it? Lin Youqi's request evoked thoughts of the Monkey King in Su Yanran's mind. So, securing the 7 fairies was merely a ruse to indulge in the peaches of immortality? Cooking dumplings out of jealousy? Huh? Impressive. You truly are something. Of course. This goes without saying, Su Yanran replied nonchalantly. That is settled then. Lin Youqi beamed with delight. Just as they prepared to continue, a harsh voice interrupted. Lin Youqi. Stop right there. You must clarify things with me today. Su Yanran instinctively turned around, spotting Su Menghan advancing towards them, seething with fury. This girl seemed familiar. Could it be Su Menghan? In her past life, Su Yanran harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Menghan, who had nearly ruined Lin Youqi. Lin Youqi had treated her with utmost care and affection, and if she had genuinely cherished him, Su Yanran would have had nothing to say. Yet, after all his sacrifices, she had turned and embraced a luxurious outie. Had Lin Youqi not possessed a strong resilience, he might have faltered irreparably from that moment on, leading to a life forever altered. At 20, a girl is in her prime, while a boy may find himself impoverished. How many couples have been torn apart by materialism? Lin Youqi slowly turned around. Had it been anyone else calling his name, he might have responded with polite promptness. However, upon recognizing Su Menghan's voice, he felt little obligation to be courteous. Thus, he turned with deliberate slowness, casting a frosty glance at Su Menghan. Is there something you want, classmate? He inquired, his tone icy. Su Menghan, already infuriated by the sight of him with another girl, felt her anger escalate upon his indifferent address. How humiliating it was for her to witness such a scene, particularly in front of this other girl. Unable to contain herself, she pointed an accusing finger at Su Yanran. Su Yanran furrowed her brow, disliking the sensation of being pointed at. It was utterly irksome. Lin Youqi, too, began to share her irritation. Su Menghan, who do you think you are? Why should I owe you an explanation? Without any hesitation, he retorted, what does her identity have to do with you? And who are you to speak to me like that? A classmate? Su Menghan was momentarily silenced, but quickly regained her composure, retorting defiantly. So if we were classmates? After all these years, isn't it natural for me to show concern for you? True to form, Su Menghan twisted her words into a guise of concern. Before Lin Youqi could respond, Su Yanran interjected with a smile, Little sister, if you're yearning for a man, you can find one on the street. Moreover, I'm not just a classmate. I have been a childhood sweetheart for over 20 years. Though Su Yanran spoke with a smile, the coldness in her tone was unmistakable. She held no regard for Su Menghan and looked down upon her. A woman fixated solely on material wealth had no standing in her eyes, nor the right to be her rival. Su Menghan was taken aback. Childhood sweethearts? Suddenly, memories flooded back. Lin Youqi had mentioned Su Yanran once, but in her discontent, she had disregarded that name. Now, he was openly associating with this so-called childhood sweetheart in her presence, showing her a complete lack of respect. Did he ever consider her feelings? Su Menghan's fury intensified, and she declared, Lin Youqi, I command you to leave her side at once. Immediately, while she knew she could not command Su Yanran, surely Lin Youqi would heed her words. After all, she had remained composed until now. But her anger had reached a boiling point. Surely, he would consider her feelings and comply with her request. Yet, once again, reality proved her egregiously mistaken. Lin Youqi chuckled, unfazed by her demands. Has this girl lost her mind? Does she truly believe she is a princess, expecting everyone to obey her whims? If you're short on funds, I can organize a collection from the entire class for you. Lin Youqi remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement and disdain. Su Menghan, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected comment, pondered its meaning. What did he mean by saying she was out of money? Feeling a bit dazed, she instinctively inquired, "Why do you say that?" It was then that Lin Youqi began to elaborate. "I see you're not well and have yet to seek treatment. Surely that must indicate a lack of funds? Otherwise, why would you consult a doctor?" His demeanor remained calm, as if discussing the most trivial of matters. Beside them, Su Yinzhan was the first to react, bursting into laughter. "Lin Youqi, how can you be so cruel? You're talking about a girl here. At the very least, you should help her set up a crowdfunding campaign." Realization dawned on Su Menghan. Lin Youqi was essentially mocking her intelligence. How utterly outrageous. Chapter 37. Relentless Defense. How could you treat me this way? Su Menghan spoke with a quaver in her voice, her eyes brimming with tears, staring helplessly at Lin Youqi. Throughout her life, her beauty and intelligence had made her the center of attention, showered with affection from teachers, classmates, and relatives alike. Lin Youqi had once been among her admirers, perhaps even more fervently than others. However, ever since she had rejected his confession, he seemed to have transformed overnight, treating her with indifference and coldness. Was this not excessively cruel? She had merely declined his affection. She had not committed any heinous act. How could he respond with such drastic hostility? Was it too much to ask for a little altruism? Wasn't his desire to be with her rooted in genuine care? If his intentions were solely driven by a desire for a relationship, then how could he justify such behavior? Su Menghan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "I have done nothing wrong. Why are you treating me like this? What have I done to deserve this?" Lin Youqi merely chuckled, unperturbed. "Isn't this simply the normal interaction between classmates? Do you expect me to shower you with kindness for eternity? When the locksmith asks, 'Do you fit?' and the answer is yes, he then queries, 'How many keys do you need?'" Su Menghan's tears began to spill over, ready to cascade down her cheeks. "Lin Youqi, you were never like this. You used to speak to me so gently," she lamented. Taking a deep breath, Lin Youqi replied calmly, "That was in the past. There's nothing left between us now. Let us leave it at that." With that, he turned to depart with Su Yinzhan, believing that engaging in idle conversation with her was far more worthwhile than squandering time with Su Menghan. Life and time should be reserved for meaningful pursuits, not wasted on trivial matters. Otherwise, it would be a futile squandering of existence. Seeing Lin Youqi make to leave, Su Menghan quickly grasped his arm, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't go, Lin Youqi," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. The crowd had begun to take notice, with some individuals already raising their phones to capture the scene. In this contemporary era, a woman crying in public invariably attracts attention, especially if she is an exquisite beauty. Naturally, some chivalrous souls, infatuated admirers, and even martial artists would rush to lend their support. Among the onlookers was Chen Zihong, a fellow student from the Art Academy, who had witnessed the distress of his goddess, provoked by none other than Lin Youqi. Previously, Lin Youqi had been the envy of all the boys, not only as the class leader, but also for his good looks and talent, and for his close association with the stunning Su Menghan. They often sat together in class, and while some boys respected Lin Youqi, Chen Zihong felt no such admiration. Why should he monopolize all the good fortune? What gave him the right? With a bit of wealth in his own family, Chen Zihong believed he was no less than Lin Youqi. He had heard whispers about their falling out and could discern the truth from their demeanor. Today, witnessing the confrontation, he felt a spark of hope. His opportunity had arrived. What girl could resist the allure of a heroic rescue? Pushing through the crowd, he boldly stepped into the circle surrounding the three. Without hesitation, he accused Lin Youqi. "Are you even a man? How can you speak to a girl like that?" In truth, Chen Zihong had not heard the exchange between Lin Youqi and Su Menghan, but that hardly mattered. The sight of Su Menghan in tears provided ample leverage. It was all too easy to pin the blame on Lin Youqi. After all, in the realm of emotions, the one who weeps is often viewed as the victim. Chen Zihong took advantage of Lin Youqi's apparent reluctance to engage in a dispute, brazenly disregarding their camaraderie. Once he won over the heart of the stunning beauty, what did it matter? Lin Youqi was merely a class leader. After graduation, he would be nothing more than an ordinary worker, while Chen Zihong would inherit his family's factory. Su Yinzhan frowned, observing the growing crowd, most of whom were merely there to gawk. Some even began filming the scene. This was not a good sign. What if someone were to misrepresent the situation online, tarnishing Lin Youqi's reputation? Su Menghan, do you truly wish to ruin Lin Youqi's reputation a second time? Su Yinzhan's frustration bubbled to the surface. In her previous life, she had witnessed Lin Youqi suffer at Su Menghan's hands. Could be that this lifetime would mirror the past? Watching her beloved endure such pain was akin to driving a dagger into her heart. How could she not feel the sting? She could hardly muster the strength to speak harshly to him, while Su Menghan wielded a blade, carving wound after wound upon his heart. What made her think that everyone would indulge her whims? Enough. Everyone disperse. Su Yinzhan commanded, her voice ringing with authority. In her past life, she had not only emerged as an exceptional entrepreneur post-graduation, but had also served as the president of the student council at Binjiang University. Though she was now in her 4th year and had begun to step back, her influence remained. The crowd began to recognize Su Yinzhan, aware of her status as a senior and the president of the student council. Fellow students, do not be swayed by the one-sided accounts of certain individuals. Some matters are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Rumors cease with the wise, and I implore my fellow students to exercise rationality. Su Yanran proclaimed loudly as she surveyed the onlookers around her. Lin Youqi watched Su Yanran, who was steadfastly defending him amidst the crowd. His heart swelled with profound emotion. Su Yanran had truly aided him immensely, whether it was in his past life, when she helped him emerge from his nadir, or in the present, where she tirelessly stood by him, defending him. Each of these acts was enough to leave him utterly moved. Lin Youqi felt the same way. In this lifetime, if he could be with Sister Yanran, he would undoubtedly not let her down. He would never allow himself to betray her trust. When the surrounding classmates witnessed the student council president speaking, they showed her due respect, especially with the upcoming sports event on the horizon. With so many individuals gathered here, it was indeed inappropriate. Thus, the crowd soon dispersed, leaving only Lin Youqi, Su Yanran, Su Menghan, and Lu Yi, along with the love-struck Chen Zihong. Having failed in his heroic attempt to rescue the damsel, Chen Zihong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through his fingers. It was truly a pity. No, he must seek out another chance. Are you all right, Menghan? Chen Zihong inquired with genuine concern as he approached Su Menghan. The sudden display of care caught Su Menghan off guard. Although she was accustomed to being popular, she had only ever accepted kindness from Lin Youqi, remaining indifferent to others. Chapter 38. The Youthful Vigor of Adolescence. Upon seeing Chen Zihong offer a piece of paper, Su Menghan didn't even glance at it. Thank you, I'm fine, she replied, though her words were merely a facade of composure. Chen Zihong, observing her tear-streaked face, felt the world had gone awry. How could such a beautiful girl be brought to tears? It was utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, the culprit, Lin Youqi, prepared to leave. Suddenly, Chen Zihong confronted him. Lin Youqi, where do you think you're going? He demanded, glaring at Lin Youqi's retreating figure. Lin Youqi turned back, his brow furrowed in irritation. What do you want? He replied, displeased. Why was he being accosted by one eccentric after another today? Was it an ill-fated day to venture out? Such misfortune was truly vexing. Chen Zihong suppressed his simmering anger and stated, You need to apologize to Su Menghan. The firmness in his tone irked Lin Youqi immensely. Are you two cut from the same cloth? Even your commanding demeanor is eerily similar. You think you can order me around? Lin Youqi retorted with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing Lin Youqi's jest about lending him money, Chen Zihong couldn't help but chuckle. He knew Lin Youqi's family circumstances were merely average, a stark contrast to his own affluent background. The notion that Lin Youqi could lend him money was laughable. You? How much could you possibly lend me? Chen Zihong asked with feigned curiosity, expecting Lin Youqi to be incensed. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Youqi merely laughed. So, you're admitting there's something amiss with your judgment? Without waiting for a response, Lin Youqi turned and walked away. Watching Lin Youqi saunter off with such nonchalance, Chen Zihong struck the air in frustration as if it were Lin Youqi himself. Su Yanran and Lin Youqi walked side by side, leaving behind Su Menghan, Chen Zihong, and Lu Yi. Su Menghan stood there, feeling lost. Had she truly lost Lin Youqi forever? despite not having feelings for him, the moment he turned his back and left. Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed tightly. Was this what it meant to feel one's heart wrenched? Su Menghan felt helpless, unsure of how to proceed. What had gone wrong? Things had been so well before. How had they devolved to this point? Perhaps Su Menghan would never unravel this mystery. After departing from the earlier scene, Lin Youqi and Su Yinran naturally engaged in light-hearted banter. Nothing could dampen their spirits. That was of utmost importance. They ascended to the stands together, settling in to chat as the opening ceremony was about to commence, with some time before the events officially began. After all, the leaders would need to deliver speeches, which would take a while. Was she all right earlier? Su Yinran asked with concern, not for Su Menghan, but for Lin Youqi. Would the incident, witnessed by many, be twisted by ill-intentioned individuals and circulated online, leading to Lin Youqi being labeled a scoundrel and subjected to online vitriol? Such occurrences were all too common. The internet was indeed a double-edged sword, requiring careful navigation. Lin Youqi, however, remained unconcerned. This situation was not of his doing, even if it were to surface online. He had ways to vindicate himself. His previous evidence remained intact, untouched. This was fortuitous. He could utilize it to clear his name, if necessary. It's fine. I have my means of proving myself, Sister Yinran, so you need not worry. Lin Youqi reassured her. The temperature that day was surprisingly mild for late November. Due to the sports event, Lin Youqi donned athletic attire, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt. At that moment, the proximity between Lin Youqi and Su Yinran was palpable, and she could distinctly sense the youthful vigor emanating from him. It caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Such close contact was exhilarating for Su Yinran, who, though 3 years older than Lin Youqi, remained inexperienced in romance. Despite her theoretical knowledge, she lacked practical experience. Lin Youqi appeared so vibrant under the sun, radiating youthful charm that was utterly enchanting. What are you thinking about? Lin Youqi asked, noticing Su Yinran had suddenly fallen silent and was lost in thought. He waved his elegantly slender hand before her. His hands were indeed quite captivating. But when Su Yinran continued to ignore him, her blush deepening, Lin Youqi began to feel something was amiss. Hey, Yinran, what are you up to? Lin Youqi inquired, while playfully reaching his hand towards the space between Su Yinran's underarm and waist, gently making contact. As Su Yinran emerged from a reverie, she sprang to her feet as if propelled by springs. This unexpected reaction drew the attention of those around her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she sat back down, feigning interest in her mobile device. Lin Youqi, taken aback, had always known that Su Yinran was somewhat ticklish, yet he was astonished by her sensitivity. Merely a light touch had sent her leaping 3 feet into the air. This revelation both surprised and delighted him, although the nature of his delight was ineffable. All your fault, she thought, still mortified by the earlier incident. Even now, she dare not speak above a whisper, pressing closely against Lin Youqi and lowering her head to avoid detection. In truth, Su Yinran was not socially anxious. Had she been, it would have been inconceivable for her to manage such a large enterprise in her previous life. The awkwardness of the moment, compounded by her role as the student council president, compelled her to conceal her identity, all in the name of preserving her school's reputation. Such selflessness was truly commendable. She was indeed a model student of Binjiang University. Wasn't it you who was lost in thought and ignored me? Lin Youqi mused. Otherwise, I would never have dared to tickle you. By the way, what were you so engrossed in just now? His curiosity about Su Yinran's previous distraction, which had caused her to disregard him despite his calls, was piqued. At this question, Su Yinran felt a rush of shyness. Her delicate features flushed as she recalled how she had been admiring Lin Youqi's fine physique and his attractive fingers. Yet, how could she ever voice such thoughts? The very notion was too embarrassing. Such sentiments were best left unspoken. You talk too much. There are questions one ought not to ask, you know. She feigned seriousness. And to her surprise, Lin Youqi appeared genuinely intimidated. Chapter 39. The stubborn Lin Youqi. Seeing Lin Youqi flustered, Su Yinran felt a pang of guilt for having scolded him. Yet she couldn't help but find his bewilderment endearing. His youthful visage, adorned with a youthful glow, made her wish to tease him playfully. For a mature woman, the allure of such a charming young man was undeniable, especially given her long-standing affection for him. Just look at that cherubic face, that figure that is slim yet curvaceous when clothed, a delightful target for playful teasing. Su Yanran mused silently, unable to suppress her smile, akin to a loud conspiracy. Lin Youqi felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. By the way, are both projects you're participating in ending today? Su Dandan in Gui, turning to him. Yet Lin Youqi sensed a certain intensity in her gaze, which seemed almost feverish. Was it merely an illusion caused by the day's warmth? He decided to set such musings aside for now, opting to forget them later. Yes. However, my 400-meter event is during lunch, so I want to even have time to eat, he lamented. Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. No worries. I shall discreetly procure your desired meal later. You might even end up in tears of gratitude. With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Upon seeing the delicate smile gracing Su Yanran's exquisite face, Lin Youqi couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you happy that I want to be able to eat?" Yanran Jia? He feigned a pout, but it was evident to Su Yanran that he was only pretending. Indeed, what do you wish to eat for lunch? She teased, and Lin Youqi's heart swelled with joy. Surely, Yanran Jia was the most caring of all. She must indeed want to buy him something to eat. As he extended a hand and tilted his head toward the sky, he began to articulate his cravings. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Su Yanran interrupted. Just think about it. With that, she playfully covered her mouth with her delicate hand, giggling. Lin Youqi's frustration was palpable. Weren't you the one who asked me? He retorted. All right. Are you trying to tease me? He said, turning away and falling silent. Su Yanran's heart sank with concern. Had she perhaps gone too far? Leaning forward to gauge his expression, she found Lin Youqi had turned even further away, resembling a pouting spouse. Her heart melted at the sight. How had she never noticed this adorable side of him before? The desire to tease him was overwhelming. She reached out and wrapped her arm around Lin Youqi's shoulders. Though it was somewhat of a struggle, she managed to embrace him. Okay, I was just joking. She cooed, as if soothing a child. Lin Youqi, with his back to her, remained oblivious to the smile that lit up Su Yanran's face. It's true what they say. Children who cry get candy. She thought. Lin Youqi was deliberately putting on a facade of indignation, knowing that Yanran Jia would come to console him. Yet, he refrained from revealing his true feelings. No worries, I'm not hungry, he insisted stubbornly. Why are you so easy to tease? Su Yanran remarked, as she draped her arm around his neck. To onlookers, the two appeared like a couple engaged in playful banter. As they embraced, Su Yanran began to sense something was amiss. Not only had she noticed Lin Youqi's smile from behind, but he had maintained his feigned pout for quite some time. All right. This rascal must be playing tricks on me. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was, indeed, embracing him. And to her surprise, Lin Youqi showed no signs of resistance. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Did this mean he was taking advantage of her? But if that were the case, it appeared that she was the one benefiting. No, that cannot be right. All right. The opening ceremony will conclude soon. Aren't you going to prepare for your appearance? Su Yanran pointed toward the podium, where the school leadership was nearing the end of their speeches. The commencement of the sports meet was imminent. Lin Youqi followed her gaze. And indeed, the officials on stage had risen to applause. I hereby declare the 97th sports meeting of Binjiang University officially commenced. The sound of thunderous applause erupted across the field, marking the formal beginning of the event. Lin Youqi couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret in his eyes. It was precisely because the sports meet was about to commence that Su Yanran had relinquished her arm resting upon his shoulder. Otherwise, they could have embraced for an extended period. It was indeed a pity. Curse sports meet. Curse school authorities. Could they not extend their speech a tad longer? This was the first time Lin Youqi perceived the prolonged speeches of school officials as a fortuitous occurrence. Truly, it had spoiled his moment. However, Lin Youqi did not dwell on his disappointment for long. After all, time and opportunities were abundant, and there was no need to rush. Let us change our location. Let's head over to our class. I still need to discuss a few matters with them, he suggested, gesturing toward a nearby area. The audience was primarily seated according to their respective classes, with familiar faces clustered together. Yet, as the class monitor, Lin Youqi had to address his classmates regarding certain precautions, necessitating his presence in their designated area. Su Yinran nodded in agreement, her lips parting softly. "Shall we go now?" Lin Youqi nodded, and taking her hand, led her toward his classroom. The moment Su Yinran felt his grip, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Surrounded by so many people, he was actually holding her hand. It was undeniably shy yet imbued with a delightful thrill, akin to being publicly declared by a significant other. It filled her with joy. Although they were not officially together, the sensation was undeniably powerful. As they neared the classroom, Su Yinran gently slipped her hand from Lin Youqi's grasp. Despite numerous gazes upon them throughout their journey, being hand in front of their classmates made her feel slightly bashful. Even though she was several years older than her peers, she too was susceptible to shyness. Observing Su Yinran's withdrawal, Lin Youqi did not insist. Perhaps she was still a bit flustered at that moment. He reassured himself that it would improve in the future. "Classmates, direct your attention towards me," Lin Youqi exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the air. This classic gesture elicited laughter from the assembled students. "Isn't that so-and-so's signature move?" he teased. "I have an announcement to make." Lin Youqi retrieved the list of participants for the sports meet, ready to impart a few essential reminders, while Su Yinran quietly found a seat nearby. A short distance away, Lin Youqi's roommates, Shan and others, arrived late and settled in a row of chairs close to Su Yinran. After briefly addressing his classmates, Lin Youqi prepared to head to the competition. He exchanged nods with Su Yinran from afar. Since her seat was behind Lin Youqi's roommates, they mistakenly assumed he was greeting them and nodded back in response. An amusing coincidence. Chapter 40. Is there a way to please both sides? With the blessings of Su Yinran and his roommates, Lin Youqi made his way down to the stands. Now, preparing to check in. Before each event begins, participants are required to register at the check-in area. Students participating in today's events, please follow me for registration, Lin Youqi instructed, glancing back at the classmates trailing behind him. Su Yinran watched Lin Youqi's retreating figure from the stands. Ahem. Qin Zijuan suddenly cleared his throat. However, this cough was distinct from a regular one, sounding almost deliberate. Mei Jichao and Zhou Xiao immediately understood the unspoken message, a silent camaraderie among the boys. A mere glance and a cough conveyed an understanding only they could grasp, akin to a secret code shared among men. With a subtle nod, Qin Zijuan prompted Mei Jichao and Zhou Xiao to feign searching for someone, glancing around while pretending to inquire, "Chao Gu, do you think he has actually arrived?" As they had yet to spot their target, Mei Jichao replied, "I have no idea." "Damn," Zhou Xiao couldn't help but exclaim softly. Their voices, though not loud, were clearly audible to Mei Jichao. Wow! They both gasped in surprise upon spotting Su Yinran, who was seated, gazing at the sports field. Her breathtaking beauty caused them to tremble in awe. She was simply stunning, exuding an alluring, mature charm that struck like a bolt of lightning to the young boys, leaving them utterly enchanted. "Wow, she is extraordinarily beautiful," stammered Zhou Xiao, adjusting his glasses as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Is that even necessary to state?" "Clearly, you still need practice," Qin Zijuan retorted dismissively, as if everything were under his control. Zhou Xiao, feeling indignant, challenged, "What did you observe then?" He always found it exasperating when Qin Zijuan showed off, especially when it was supposed to be his moment to shine. Qin Zijuan mimicked Zhou Xiao's gesture of pushing up non-existent glasses and remarked, setting everything else aside, "I simply wish to know how a beauty like her, so exquisitely dressed, can exist without any moral standards. Where lies her bottom line? Where is her dignity? What about her contact details and address?" Qin Zijuan feigned outrage, having initially expected a sharp critique, but instead found himself indulging in frivolity. Damn, this brat had managed to impress them once again. Some events had already commenced on the sports field, including the 400 meters in which Lin Youqi was participating. Now, they were in the waiting phase. "Menghan, don't be upset." Lu Yi attempted to console Su Menghan, who seemed at a loss for words. Lu Yi struggled to find the right words to comfort her friend. as she believed Lin Youqi had done nothing wrong. Since scolding Lin Youqi wouldn't alleviate Su Menghan's sorrow, they had to find another approach. Even though she wasn't particularly adept at offering comfort. Why did he treat me like that? Am I truly that detestable? Su Menghan sobbed softly, her tears flowing freely. The earlier scene had struck her profoundly. Seeing another girl beside Lin Youqi made her feel an acute sense of betrayal, as if her cherished toy had been stolen away. What was once inconsequential to her had become a treasure in someone else's hands. Although she had no affection for it, she resented its loss. This encapsulated the essence of Su Menghan's heartache. He might genuinely not like you anymore, Lin Youqi reluctantly suggested, having run out of alternatives. What else could I say? Su Menghan, lost in despair, shook her head vehemently, denying impossible. He promised he would love me for a lifetime. Even if we aren't together, he wouldn't seek another woman. He must still have feelings for me. Observing her friend in such a despondent state, Lin Youqi felt a pang of guilt. Had she spoken too freely? Yet, her intentions were for Su Menghan's own good. Menghan, do not persist in this delusion. When he cherished you, you cast him aside. Now that he has departed, you long for the past. Yet, alas, you possess no magical box to turn back time. You cannot return to those days. I must devise a way to reconcile with him. I cannot allow that woman to snatch him away, Su Menghan declared with sudden resolve. Lin Youqi sighed helplessly. Ah, truly, I am at a loss for words regarding Su Menghan. Just as Qin Zijuan mustered the courage to approach Su Yanran, the loudspeaker on the playground announced Lin Youqi's name. Lin Youqi from the Art College, Class 3 of Fine Arts. Please come to the registration area. Upon hearing Lin Youqi's name, Su Yanran sprang to her feet, as if the mere mention of him was the key to her heart. Qin Zijuan was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Su Yanran, a vision of elegance at 173 centimeters tall, her slender legs straight and refined, surpassing even some professional models. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, adorned with just a hint of makeup, eclipsed countless others. The expression of anticipation on her flawless visage added an enchanting allure to her already impeccable beauty. Qin Zijuan stood frozen, utterly captivated. Could it be that she was truly this stunning? She easily overshadowed Su Menghan. It is worth noting that Su Menghan's beauty had already reached the level of a campus belle, yet this enchanting lady before him could effortlessly surpass her. Surely, she transcended the status of a mere campus flower? Indeed, Su Yanran had long been heralded as the campus beauty. However, she remained indifferent to such trivial accolades, never paying them any heed. Whenever someone jested and referred to her as the campus belle, she merely smiled gracefully and declined the title. Though she was aware of her own beauty, she never felt the need to compete with others through her looks. Such endeavors held no significance. The fleeting nature of physical beauty ultimately succumbs to the passage of time. Only a vibrant spirit within can preserve true youthfulness. Soon, it would be time for the men's 400-meter race. Su Yanran suddenly recalled her intention to assist Lin Youqi in getting lunch, but now it was clearly too late. If she wished to witness Lin Youqi's race, she would have to forego preparing his meal. She did not want him to return with an empty stomach. However, if she went to fetch lunch, she would miss the opportunity to watch Lin Youqi compete. After all, this was a rare chance to see him race openly, and she did not wish to squander it. Ah, how perplexing. Was there truly no way to achieve both? As Su Yanran grappled with her dilemma, she spotted Qin Zijuan approaching. An idea struck her. This must be a gathering of Lin Youqi's classmates. And surely it would not be too much to ask for one of them to lend a hand. Chapter 41. A classmate to assist with lunch. The moment Su Yanran fixed her gaze on Qin Zijuan, he felt as if the cacophony of the world had fallen silent. It was as though the goddess of fortune had graced him with her presence. In that instant, nothing else existed. Heavens, this beauty is looking at me. Surely, it must be my inner talents that have captivated her. At that moment, Qin Zijuan even recalled the girls who had previously spurned him. How short-sighted they were to have overlooked me. Just as Qin Zijuan was lost in his daydreams, Su Yanran interrupted him. Hello, classmate. She is actually speaking to me. She must surely harbor feelings for me. Her voice was like celestial music to his ears. There was no sound more delightful in the world. Hello, Qin Zijuan stammered. Su Yanran found his flustered demeanor amusing, suspecting that perhaps he had been single for too long, rendering him awkward in conversation with women. Goodness, she is smiling at me. My charm is truly irresistible. Is there something you need? Qin Zijuan intentionally deepened his voice, attempting to exude maturity and composure. Zhou Xiao and Mei Jichao were left utterly dumbfounded. Wow, just wow. Previously, Qin Zijuan boasted in the dormitory that he had dated more girls than we had ever seen. We didn't believe it then, but now this is astonishing. They were in awe of Qin Zijuan's unexpected prowess, with such a stunning beauty engaging him in conversation. It seemed that old Qin was indeed more understated than they had realized. Surely, one could consider him the patriarch of Binjiang University. Su Yanran furrowed her brow and asked, "Could I trouble you with a favor? I have an urgent matter." Qin Zijuan adjusted his hair and replied gallantly, "It would be my pleasure to assist you, lovely lady." Regardless of how ostentatious he appeared, Su Yanran straightforwardly conveyed her request. "Could you please help me get lunch from the cafeteria? I will pay you," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under the gaze of such a beauty, Qin Zijuan felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. These girls nowadays are so bold. They will go to great lengths to obtain my contact information. Ah, the loneliness of being invincible. Of course, my WeChat is... Qin Zijuan began to share his WeChat ID, only to be interrupted by Su Yanran, who handed him a 100 yuan bill. He was taken aback. Wasn't the usual procedure to exchange WeChat first? This was unexpected. "Thank you very much. I would like braised pork ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Su Yanran promptly began placing her order, requesting a single serving that was just slightly more than the typical portion, leaving room for speculation. "Oh, and please grab 2 pairs of chopsticks. The remaining money will serve as a service fee," she added with a smile. Upon seeing her radiant smile, Qin Zijuan seemed to forget his original intentions. He then prepared to head to the cafeteria, following her instructions. However, Su Yanran moved ahead of him, eager to watch Lin Youqi run up close. Would he run faster if she waited for him at the finish line? Once Su Yanran departed, Zhou Xiao and Mei Jichao immediately surrounded Qin Zijuan. "Wow, what has happened? Old Qin, you truly are a hidden gem," Mei Jichao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Qin Zijuan had just showcased a textbook example of charm, leaving both of them astonished. This was truly impressive. They resolved to spend more time with Qin Zijuan in the future. Even just a glimpse of his techniques was enough to occupy them for a lifetime. How could they ever worry about not having a girlfriend? That would be a matter of mere moments. As Qin Zijuan noticed his roommates gazing at him with admiration, he decided to play it up. With his talent for theatrics, he could likely go grocery shopping without needing a bag. "Excuse me, do you need a bag for your items?" the vendor would ask. "No, I've already bagged it," Qin Zijuan boasted, enthusiastically recounting his conversation with Su Yanran. Zhou Xiao adjusted his thick glasses and questioned, "Why did she ask for 2 pairs of chopsticks for 1 meal?" "Congratulations, blind man. You discovered the highlight," Qin Zijuan exclaimed, suddenly thrilled. "Could it be that she wants to share lunch with me? No wonder she walked away so quickly. It must have been out of shyness." Mei Jichao scoffed. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself. Just wait until the moment when she and her boyfriend are enjoying a sweet meal together, and you're left sobbing in the corner." However, Qin Zijuan paid no heed to Mei Jichao's jibe, treating it as mere background noise. "Enough of this idle chatter. I'm off to buy some food," he said, flipping his bangs before departing. Zhou Xiao remarked sarcastically, "Wow, Prince, you're quite the rascal." To which Mei Jichao disdainfully replied, "Strong indeed." Su Yanran arrived at the registration area and immediately spotted Lin Youqi, who shone brightly amid the crowd. In her eyes, Lin Youqi was a beacon of brilliance, the most dazzling presence wherever he went. "Lin Youqi," she called out, her voice cutting through the throng. Upon hearing his name, Lin Youqi turned and locked eyes with her, then jogged over with a smile. "What's up? Aren't you watching from the stands?" he inquired with genuine concern. Su Yanran shook her head, her simple light blue sweatshirt and jeans somehow making her look extraordinarily radiant. "I want to see it up close." She beamed. Under the sunlight, her smile was simply dazzling. Lin Youqi found himself momentarily entranced. "All right, Then just wait for me at the finish line. Don't get too close to the track. Be careful. He fussed over her like a doting elder. Yet Su Yanran showed no signs of annoyance. It felt delightful to be cared for by Lin Youqi. Okay. I got it. Now hurry along, she urged, gently nudging him forward from behind. If Lin Youqi had chosen to stand still, she would have found it impossible to budge him. However, he complied readily, moving in the direction she pushed. Go, give it your all. I'll be cheering for you at the finish line, Su Yanran exclaimed, extending her fair hand, as white as milk, into a fist to rally him on. Lin Youqi laughed brightly. Just don't blink. I'll be the first to rush over to see you. Come see me? That could be misconstrued, Su Yanran thought to herself, feeling a surge of happiness. It seemed her words had made quite an impression. She then made her way to the finish line while Lin Youqi warmed up for the 400-meter race. Su Yanran stopped by a kiosk on the edge of the field to buy a bottle of water, just plain room temperature mineral water, and held it in her hand. Chapter 42. The Clown is Me. In the girls' dormitory, after calming Su Menghan's emotions, Liu Yi felt somewhat fatigued and desired to lie down. Suddenly, Su Menghan, as if invigorated, declared loudly, "No, I must be more proactive. I'm determined to reconcile with Lin Youqi." Liu Yi was taken aback. "What are you up to now? Don't tell me you're still not exhausted?" She was a loss for words, simply lying silently on her bed. "Yi, are you asleep?" Su Menghan asked cautiously, hoping Liu Yi would accompany her to buy something. Isn't Lin Youqi competing? He'll definitely be thirsty after the race. If I buy him water in advance, he'll surely be touched. Plus, that girl he asked with looks so aloof, she probably want to take care of him. With my sweet and gentle nature, which guy could resist? Su Menghan encouraged herself inwardly. Noticing Liu Yi's silence, Su Menghan gathered her things and prepared to leave. If she didn't hurry, Lin Youqi would finish competing without her. Hearing the door close, Liu Yi sat up, deep in thought. Why must you demean yourself like this, Su Menghan? If only you knew how things would turn out, would you still make the same choices? Will you regret your decisions? Liu Yi shook her head, unable to comprehend. If I can't make sense of it, I want to dwell on it. I'm merely an observer. After exiting the dormitory, Su Menghan dashed to the track. The temperature was still quite high, and after running for a bit, she began to sweat. In this heat, Lin Youqi must be even hotter competing. Upon reaching a supermarket, a brilliant idea struck her. On such a warm day, he surely needs a cold drink. Imagining Lin Youqi, drenched in sweat after his race, being surprised by her offering him an ice-cold Coke, she felt a rush of brilliance. I'm a genius. I just never took the initiative before. Now that I'm making an effort, I'm already pushing him to his limits. With those thoughts in mind, Su Menghan entered the supermarket and bought a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Then, she happily headed to the track. The scene at the field was bustling, filled with spectators and athletes alike. The A group for the men, 400 meters. Please take your positions, announced the loudspeaker. Lin Youqi stood on the track, positioned in lane 3, comfortably centered. The start and finish lines were in the same spot, as the track measured exactly 400 meters around. Thus, Su Yanran was positioned at the starting line, watching Lin Youqi from about 10 meters away. Lin Youqi, go for it, she shouted. Nearby, Qin Zijuan returned with food, having just purchased a meal. Hearing a girl call out Lin Youqi's name, he instinctively glanced over, only to freeze in place in shock. Wasn't this the beautiful girl who had just sent him to fetch food? Why was she cheering for Lin Youqi? Mei Jiqiao had been right after all. Oh no, I've become nothing but a lackey, Qin Zijuan thought, his heart heavy as he approached Su Yanran. Here, that's the food you wanted, he said, his voice laced with heartache. He could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. He had eagerly run errands for her, believing she had taken a liking to him, only to discover that he was merely her errand boy. To make matters worse, she was cheering for his roommate. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. The clown is me. Su Yanran, noticing the food had arrived, smiled and said, Thanks, you're a lifesaver, before returning her focus to cheering for Lin Youqi. Qin Zijuan glanced at Lin Youqi at the starting line, shaking his head in resignation. It seems I'm the only one who has truly hurt, he murmured to himself before walking away. Su Menghan arrived at the track, spotting the race about to begin. She hurriedly searched for Lin Youqi among the crowd. Thankfully, she had run all the way over, or She might have missed it. Although she had watched Lin Youqi compete throughout high school, he had always only had eyes for her, never speaking with other girls. Now, however, he had changed completely. To win him back would undoubtedly require effort. But she was undeterred. As long as there was a reward, every effort would be worth it. As Su Minghan arrived at the starting point, she was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The journey had been quite a rush, almost exhausting her completely. Upon raising her head, she spotted a very familiar face, Su Yanran. Indeed, she was here too. A competitive spirit ignited within Su Minghan, oblivious to the fact that Su Yanran had hardly regarded her as a rival. Su Minghan noticed the ordinary bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water in Su Yanran's hand, while she herself clutched a chilling can of ice-cold cola. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. The superiority of her drink was unmistakable. Moreover, Lin Youqi had previously mentioned his fondness for cola. Surely, he would be elated to receive the beverage he adored, wouldn't he? Despite observing that Su Yanran also held a bag that appeared to contain a meal from the cafeteria, Su Minghan dismissed it. In such sweltering weather, after exerting herself, how could one possibly eat? Although Su Yanran seemed more refined, what did it matter? She lacked the nurturing touch that Su Minghan possessed. With this thought, Su Minghan raised her head with the pride of a regal swan, letting out a soft hum. After this series of small gestures, she realized that Su Yanran hadn't even glanced her way. Internally, she scoffed. Truly strong indeed, but what is there to flaunt? Positions. Ready, bang. At the referee's command, all competitors surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Go, Lin Youqi. Su Yanran shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, oblivious to her appearance. She relished this exhilarating feeling of openly cheering him on, a stark contrast to her previous discreet observations of his competitions. Who would have thought she would one day be invited to witness him sweat it out on the field? It felt utterly delightful. As Lin Youqi dashed past Su Yanran, she fervently encouraged him. When Lin Youqi caught sight of her cheering, he turned his head and smiled. It was merely a preliminary round, devoid of pressure, so he remained unfazed. Just then, an untimely voice broke through the air. Lin Youqi, do your best. Su Minghan called out from a short distance away. Lin Youqi was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she left in tears? How was she back on the field? More astonishingly, she was here to cheer for him? Chapter 43. Mineral water or ice-cold cola. Lin Youqi nearly lost his composure, but managed to steady himself just in time, averting a potential fall that would have been utterly humiliating. Being embarrassed in front of the crowd was one thing, but doing so in front of Yanran would be a grave matter. That must not happen. Su Yanran cast a glance at Su Minghan, seemingly sensing Su Yanran's gaze. Su Minghan turned to meet her eyes. However, how could the aura of a naive college girl compare to that of a CEO managing thousands of employees? Su Minghan quickly felt overmatched, yet remained defiant. So what if they were childhood friends? Youth was her greatest asset. She would outlast Su Yanran in the race against time. Yet, unbeknownst to her, statistics from the Civil Affairs Bureau revealed a rising trend of women marrying older men. This meant that the probability of relationships with age gaps was increasing. In the grand scheme of things, why not seek an understanding older sister rather than a younger girlfriend who required coddling? Thus, Su Minghan's once prized advantage seemed to lose its significance. Was that even a virtue? An invisible tension hung between the two. Nevertheless, Su Yanran had never regarded Su Minghan as a competitor. Even when Lin Youqi had been enamored with Su Minghan in their previous life, she had never truly acknowledged her. Knowing that Su Minghan would eventually end up with a middle-aged man only fueled Su Yanran's disdain, rendering her even less concerned about Su Minghan. You may see me as your rival, but I'm afraid you are unworthy of being my opponent. This was Su Yanran's unwavering confidence. As the competition intensified, the surrounding students grew increasingly anxious, their cheers echoing louder. The first round of the preliminary heats was nearing its conclusion. Su Yanran leaned forward, her anticipation mounting as she spotted Lin Youqi rounding the bend, racing toward the finish line. Unlike the other contestants, who were flushed with exertion, Lin Youqi appeared remarkably composed, as though expending minimal effort. He breezed across the finish line with ease and made his way to Su Yanran amidst the crowd's scrutiny. When Lin Youqi didn't immediately approach her, Su Menghan felt momentarily lost, pouting slightly. Throughout their 3 years of high school, he had always come straight to her after every sports meet. Yet now, he had turned to his rival instead. Though disheartened, Su Menghan squeezed her way toward Lin Youqi. "You must be thirsty. Have some water," Su Yanran said, unscrewing the cap of the bottle and offering it to him. This small, thoughtful gesture warmed Lin Youqi's heart. "Thank you, Yanran," he replied in a tone that sounded almost endearing, causing Su Yanran's heart to flutter. How could he speak to her like that, especially with so many people around? Just then, another figure approached. "Lin Youqi, your favorite ice-cold cola." Su Menghan chimed in, her eyes slightly red from earlier tears. Presenting an enchanting sight, the surrounding students began to murmur. While it was undeniable that he was handsome, it seemed excessive that 2 such beautiful women were vying for his attention. Given the societal imbalance in gender ratios, how could he monopolize so many female admirers? The most outrageous part was that he didn't even share his good fortune with his friends. Lin Youqi was momentarily stunned. Was Su Menghan truly behaving this way? First, she had questioned Su Yanran's identity, then wept publicly, and now she was here to support him, even bringing him his beloved chilled cola. He waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Before Su Menghan could respond, Su Yanran interjected, "Drinking ice-cold soda right after exercising is not good for your health. You're doing him a disservice." Every summer, various alarming headlines emerged. Students collapse after playing ball and drinking ice water, and from the sweltering outdoors to the air-conditioned room, fainting ensues. These reports abound, as the stark contrast between the preceding and following actions has created a significant temperature disparity. The human body finds such extremes intolerable. Upon hearing Su Yanran's remark, Su Menghan contemplated a rebuttal, yet the surrounding students chimed in, affirming her words. "Indeed, that is the case. I have a friend who." The beauty can do no wrong. Observing the commotion around her, Su Yanran furrowed her brow and grasped Lin Youqi's hand, preparing to depart. The group stage had only just commenced, with several matches yet to unfold. The 18th finals, the 14th finals, and the semi-finals would not occur until the afternoon, prompting Su Yanran to suggest they grab lunch together. Otherwise, the intensity of the afternoon matches would be utterly exhausting. Su Menghan watched helplessly as Lin Youqi was led away by Su Yanran, feeling somewhat disoriented. Her hand, still holding a chilled cola aloft, appeared awkward. With her head bowed, she exited without a backward glance. "Shall we go eat at the stands? Our class has a table," Lin Youqi proposed, gesturing towards their class's designated area. Su Yanran, having pulled Lin Youqi from the throng, now felt a bit shy about continuing to hold his hand. Thus, they walked side by side instead. Upon reaching their class's stands, their classmates were astonished. Did the class leader just bring back an exquisite beauty? Could she be his girlfriend? No. Countless girls felt as though they had just suffered a heartbreak. Wasn't it agreed that with Lin Youqi and Su Menghan at odds, they would have a chance? Why did this opportunity vanish so swiftly? It was utterly infuriating, particularly for classmate Rome, who felt immense regret, realizing she had been too timid and should have been more proactive. What a missed opportunity. Lin Youqi's roommates, with the exception of Qin Zijuan, were equally astounded. They had not anticipated that the stunning girl was there for Lin Youqi. As the two laughed and chatted while approaching their classes' stands, jealousy enveloped their roommates. Then, Zhou Xiao and Mei Jichao exchanged knowing glances, their eyes shifting to Qin Zijuan, sharing another look. Though they uttered not a word, it seemed as if they communicated volumes. Chapter 44. Under currents of emotion in this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Lin Youqi and Su Yanran shared their lunch amidst the envious gazes of their classmates. True to Qin Zijuan's assumptions, they used 2 pairs of chopsticks to share a single portion of food. However, contrary to Qin Zijuan's imaginings, it was Lin Youqi who played the leading role. A vivid image appeared in Qin Zijuan's mind. A snow-covered day, a telephone booth, and a person kneeling in despair, shouting at the heavens. Mei Jichao and Zhou Xiao wore expressions that suggested they were struggling to contain their laughter, clearly suffering in silence. "I need to use the restroom." "Me, too." The two found an excuse to leave the scene. Yet, They had scarcely ventured far when Qin Zijuan heard their raucous laughter. What a humiliation! This was undoubtedly one of the 10 greatest embarrassments of his life. As for the other 9, they remained to be determined. Conversely, the atmosphere between Lin Youqi and Su Yanran grew increasingly intimate. They faced each other at a close distance, sharing a meal, which inevitably led to moments of proximity. The ambience between them was undeniably delicate. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Su Yanran inquired, her cheeks flushed, since they were in Lin Youqi's class stands. Although not all classmates were present to watch the matches, quite a few had gathered. Eating lunch with Lin Youqi under the gaze of his classmates was rather delightful. The lunch break did not last long. After finishing their meal, Lin Youqi and Su Yanran sat on the stands to rest. With many matches still to come in the afternoon, Lin Youqi knew he needed to conserve his energy to perform well in front of Su Yanran. "Hey, are you asleep?" Su Yanran felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. Lin Youqi had nestled his head against her shoulder, his breathing steady and his expression serene, suggesting he had indeed drifted off. Su Yanran gently poked him with her delicate, jade-like fingers, but he offered no response, seemingly lost in slumber. A faint snore could be heard. This fellow could even sleep on the stands. The worst part was that he had chosen to rest on her shoulder in front of so many classmates. How embarrassing. "Excuse me, could you make way?" Su Menghan navigated through the crowd, clutching a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. Beads of perspiration glistened on her petite nose as she endeavored to reach the stands, resolutely pressing forward without glancing back. Su Yanran lowered her head and observed the peacefully sleeping Lin Youqi before quietly retrieving her phone. She activated the camera's selfie function. Click! Su Yanran nearly fumbled, forgetting to silence the shutter. Looking down, she discovered that Lin Youqi remained asleep. Well, that was fortunate. Glancing at the picture of the sleeping Lin Youqi, she found him rather endearing. When awake, he was so boisterous, yet in slumber, he appeared unexpectedly obedient. While Su Yanran admired Lin Youqi's photograph, her gaze suddenly caught sight of Su Menghan. Without acknowledging her presence, Su Yanran continued fiddling with her phone. Upon witnessing Lin Youqi resting against Su Yanran's shoulder, Su Menghan felt as though her heart had been trampled underfoot. However, she quickly composed herself. Given that Lin Youqi's feelings toward her were already tepid, she could not afford to display any unreasonable behavior, lest he grow to dislike her even more. "Yes, stay strong. You can do this, Su Menghan." Steadily, Su Menghan approached Lin Youqi's side, ready to speak, only to be halted by Su Yanran's interjection. "He's asleep." Though Su Yanran spoke softly, a chill emanated from her words. Su Menghan gazed at Su Yanran with a hint of grievance. She could not fathom why this woman, who had harbored animosity towards her since their first encounter, would feel such hostility. She had not wronged her in any way. Although it was Su Menghan's first time meeting Su Yanran, it was not Su Yanran's first encounter with her. While Su Yanran recognized Su Menghan's beauty, an embodiment of the idealized crush many boys harbored in high school, it was only natural that Lin Youqi would be captivated. Additionally, she was quite adept at manipulation. Yet that was the extent of it. Observing the look of dismay on Su Menghan's charming face, Su Yanran could not help but smirk dismissively. "Little sister, your tactics may work on boys, but they hold no sway over me. Even if Lin Youqi were awake, he wouldn't spare you a glance just because of your pitiful expression. Times have changed." Seeing that her tactics were ineffective, Su Menghan chose to sit on the other side of Lin Youqi. She resolved to wait until he awoke before personally offering him water. Moreover, the beverage she had procured was at room temperature, ensuring there would be no mishap this time. The three of them formed a peculiar tableau. Lin Youqi was nestled between two beautiful women, his head resting on Su Yanran's shoulder as he slept peacefully. Throughout, Su Menghan intermittently cast glances at Lin Youqi. Although the classmates remained silent, private groups were abuzz with excitement. 312 dormitory group. A. Oh my goodness. Sisters. Guess what I just saw? B. Spill it. A. Lin Youqi is truly impressive. B. What did you see? Such scenes were indeed abundant. Even students from other classes were astonished, quickly inquiring about Lin Youqi's identity. "Hey, let me ask you something that. You mean him? He's quite remarkable." This news naturally reached Chen Zihong. who was scheming to undermine Lin Youqi. Instantly, he was infuriated. The girl he had idolized, Su Menghan, was trailing Lin Youqi like a lovesick puppy. How infuriating! Chen Zihong, already disgruntled, had entertained dreams of seizing the opportunity to win over Su Menghan. But it seemed those hopes had been dashed. In light of this, he resolved to leverage Su Menghan's influence to embroil Lin Youqi in a scandal. Thus, he decided to start with a photograph. Where did you take this? While I was asleep, right? Upon awakening, Lin Youqi found Su Yanran brandishing her phone, displaying a candid shot of him in slumber. How audacious! Are you actually stalking me? Lin Youqi, are you thirsty? Have some water. At that moment, Lin Youqi noticed the other individual beside him. Su Menghan? What was she doing here? She held a bottle of water, not the previously mentioned ice cola, but the same brand of mineral water Su Yanran had given him. What did this signify? Su Menghan's palms were slightly flushed. She had attempted to twist off the cap, but had failed, leaving her with no choice but to offer it to Lin Youqi in this manner. Chapter 45. Once broken, forever broken. Su, you truly needn't go to such lengths. Why bother? Lin Youqi sighed. Ever since his rebirth, it seemed the butterfly's wings had stirred up a tempest, throwing everything into disarray. Setting aside the rapidly blossoming feelings between himself and Su Yanran, what was Su Menghan's agenda? In his previous life, she had seemed so relieved after getting involved with a middle-aged man's Audi A6. Why was she now so determined to create trouble for him? Hadn't he already made his feelings abundantly clear? He would never harbor affection again. Did she truly not comprehend his words? Lin Youqi's statement struck Su Menghan like a blade, shattering her composure. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. No, I find this very meaningful. I was wrong before. I wish to win you back. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, the stubborn glimmer within them could not be concealed. Lin Youqi shook his head. It cannot be returned. Lack of love is simply lack of love. Su Yanran silently observed from the side, saying nothing. She felt the atmosphere was not conducive for her to speak. Yet she was curious to see if Lin Youqi would soften and forgive Su Menghan. Why? A broken mirror can be mended. Why can't we return to how we once were? Su Menghan refused to relent. Once broken, it is indeed broken. It cannot be restored. Any restoration would be false. Lin Youqi added, reuniting a shattered mirror only has 3 possibilities. It was never broken, there never was a mirror, or there was never a bond. With that, he fell silent, unwilling to utter further harsh words. They ought to afford each other some dignity. In an instant, Su Menghan wept like a helpless child. Why can't we go back to the past? The desperate yearning to reclaim what once was vividly etched on her face. After stating his piece, Lin Youqi prepared to rise, intending to leave with Su Yanran for a different venue. Remaining here would only sour his mood further. Suddenly, Su Menghan hurled the water bottle to the ground and seized Lin Youqi's arm. Can't you just stay here? It must be said, the tearful Su Menghan possessed an allure that was undeniably captivating. Had it been the former Lin Youqi, he might have plucked stars from the heavens for her. Yet now, things had changed. Upon seeing Su Menghan in tears, Lin Youqi merely wished to say, you and your stars. I have spent over a decade healing my inner wounds. Do you think a few words from you can reclaim me? Dream on. Let go. Lin Youqi's tone grew increasingly frigid. Even Su Yanran sensed his growing displeasure. Yet she remained silent. Any attempt to counsel Lin Youqi at this juncture might be viewed as meddling. Su Yanran simply watched quietly. Su Menghan wept inconsolably, her eyes brimming with tears and her face bearing a pleading expression. This vulnerable side of Su Menghan was a first for Lin Youqi. However, his heart had hardened into stone. It was not that he was inherently unfeeling. Rather, he was unwilling to squander any more emotional capital on her. The onlookers began to multiply. How had it come to this? Even a man with a mental age of over 30 like Lin Youqi found himself on the verge of madness. Why had things escalated so? Was it wrong to simply wish to distance himself from Su Menghan? Besides, he had already been more than charitable. With no other option, Lin Youqi attempted to extricate himself from her grasp without inflicting pain, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. What a day filled with absurdities. Su Menghan sat on the bleachers, crying in a state of utter confusion. Some individuals even captured photographs of the scene, unaware of what awaited Lin Youqi. Lin Youqi, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. You can do it. Su Yanran cheered him on. Having endured 2 more competitions, they had reached the semifinals. As the final approached, Su Yanran felt her own anxiety mounting. Although Lin Youqi had performed admirably in the previous matches, the upcoming rounds would predominantly feature students from the physical education department, all of whom bore sun-kissed skin. Among the group of 185 centimeters athletic students, Lin Youqi appeared almost delicate. As the starting gun fired, the competitors shot forth like arrows. By the semifinals, only the cream of the crop from the athletes remained, including several national-level competitors. In their midst, Lin Youqi felt like a fish out of water. This realization took him by surprise. He had believed that while his current physique was superior to his past life, it could not be this extraordinary. However, as he truly entered the semifinals, he discovered he had been mistaken. Although he lacked any special abilities, his body had indeed been enhanced. It is often said that the body is the capital of revolution. In a previous life, my own frail health led to my downfall. Feeling the wind howling past my ears, Lin Youqi exerted every ounce of strength to surge forward. While I cannot claim the title of champion in the fiercely competitive university arena, reaching the finals serves as a testament to my abilities. As I navigated the curve, the finish line came into view, along with a captivating silhouette awaiting me at its side. She was there, waving her hands enthusiastically. In that moment, Lin Youqi felt invigorated, his pace quickening once more. Sprinting forward became his singular focus. Wow! Oh my! At the instant Lin Youqi crossed the finish line, a thunderous roar erupted around him. Yet, in his eyes, there was only Su Yanran. The moment he finished, he rushed to her side. How do you feel? That was incredible. Although their exchange seemed perfectly ordinary, an underlying peculiarity lingered in the air, the source of which remained elusive. Let's drink some water, he suggested, offering her a bottle of ordinary mineral water. However, Lin Youqi savored the taste of sweetness that emerged from this commonplace beverage. Thank you, Yanran. Once the sports meet concludes, let us go out for a stroll, he proposed, to which Su Yanran was genuinely surprised. It is often said that boys have little interest in shopping. Yet here was Lin Youqi taking the initiative to invite her. What a delightful surprise. Really? That's wonderful, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As Lin Youqi sipped his water, he added, but you must stand at the finish line to greet me during the finals, okay? Just be careful not to stand too close to the line. He realized that as long as Su Yanran was within his sight, he felt an invisible surge of strength. Thus, he yearned for her presence at the finish line, yet worried about the potential danger of her being too close. Chapter 46. Lin Youqi is so fast. Initially, he thought Lin Youqi might make an outrageous request, but instead, it turned out to be such a simple one. While happiness filled her heart, a tinge of disappointment lingered as well. The joy stemmed from knowing Lin Youqi was a gentleman who would not take advantage of her vulnerability, while the disappointment arose from his apparent reluctance to deepen their relationship through this opportunity. It was akin to the saying about beasts being less than beasts. Of course, that is no problem. But why do you want that? Su Yanran inquired with a smile. This question left Lin Youqi momentarily flustered. The truth was that seeing Su Yanran filled him with strength. However, expressing this sentiment was daunting. He feared she might not believe him or that he would feel embarrassed. Don't be shy. Just tell me. Su Yanran encouraged, intrigued by his hesitance. What could be the reason for Lin Youqi's reluctance to speak? Well, he scratched his head, conflicted about whether to reveal his thoughts. I've noticed that when you stand at the finish line, I feel even more empowered. Although it was difficult to articulate, under Su Yanran's gentle prodding, Lin Youqi finally confessed this somewhat embarrassing truth. Ah, I see, she responded, though her heart raced, already suspecting such conclusion. Does this mean it's a way for him to express his feelings for me? Although her mind was in turmoil, she maintained a calm faade. I thought it would be something monumental. Is that all? Lin Youqi's eyelids twitched. Perhaps he should have made a bolder request. What a pity. Had Su Yanran not been present, he might have impulsively thumped his own thigh in frustration. Missed opportunity, since the situation had unfolded as it did. Lin Youqi had no choice but to accept the reality. No, I still can't accept this. Su Menghan had long departed from the class's viewing area, as she was someone who valued her pride and felt embarrassed lingering under the gaze of so many. Shortly after Lin Youqi and Su Yanran left, she sought a more secluded spot. Though her tears had yet to dry, her determination only grew stronger. Lin Youqi, it was always you taking the initiative. Now it's my turn. With this thought, Su Menghan felt a surge of confidence. They say that chasing a man is like crossing a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil. As long as she persevered, following in Lin Youqi's footsteps, success would surely come in due time. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the dynamic between Lin Youqi and Su Yanran was akin to a man chasing a woman through an expanse of air. Su Menghan, how will you win? What do you have to win? Don't worry, I'll triumph in this competition. Then we can go shopping. Lin Youqi smiled. Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with delight. She believed every word he uttered. Even if Lin Youqi were to indulge in fanciful exaggerations, she would gladly join him. All right, I'll wait for you at the finish line, she agreed with a nod. The atmosphere of the finals was charged with an intangible tension. The faces of all participants were etched with seriousness and focus. Only Lin Youqi appeared unperturbed, wearing a carefree smile, as though he were merely a spectator rather than a competitor. As the referee signaled, the athletes took their positions at the starting line, readying themselves for the race. A gunshot rang out, marking the official commencement of the 97th Annual Sports Meet Men's 400-meter final at Binhai University. From the outset, Lin Youqi maintained an undeniable lead. The strength of his physique rendered any strategy unnecessary. He simply needed to charge ahead, feeling the power surging through every fiber of his muscles. Lin Youqi suddenly realized how ineffective his previous 400-meter strategies had been. Truly, talent often eclipses hard work. He forged ahead, leaving all competitors in his wake. As he reached the halfway point, he caught sight of the enchanting figure at the finish line, waving at him. Although she was still a distance away, he could feel her encouragement fueling his resolve. His strides grew longer, his pace quickened, and he tasted blood in his mouth as he pushed his limits. Crossing the finish line, in Lin Youqi's world, the cheers faded into oblivion. All that remained was Su Yanran, shimmering like a beacon amidst the crowd. He overlooked everything else and made a beeline for her, indifferent to his time. Was I handsome? He approached her with the eagerness of a boy seeking praise. Su Yanran, captivated by his athletic grace, responded with admiration. You were amazing. Her gaze lingered on him, enveloping her in a dreamlike state, one that felt like a beautiful fantasy come alive. The scenes that appear countless times in dreams have unexpectedly materialized in reality. I once secretly attended a sports event to watch Lin Youqi compete. Time and again, I witnessed him racing towards Su Menghan immediately after securing victories, seeking her approval, oblivious to the fact that her interest lay solely in applauding others. I often wished to remind him to abandon his blind fixation, yet I felt I lacked the standing to do so. Little did I anticipate that one day I would become the person he would rush towards first. I am uncertain when it was that I began to regard Lin Youqi as so profoundly significant. Perhaps it stemmed from a childhood incident when he valiantly defended me. By the way, he hadn't inquired about my recent performance yet. Lin Youqi seemed to awaken from a dream as he asked, eager to know the strength of this body he now inhabited. Su Yanran, her eyes twinkling, replied, your recent scores surpassed that of a national first-class athlete. At that moment, Su Yanran was utterly taken aback by the results. In her previous life, Lin Youqi had not participated in this sports meet due to a failed confession. However, he had taken part in his second year of college, and she recalled that he had not won any awards. Yet, this time, he astonished everyone with his prowess. He completed the men's 400 meters in 47 seconds. The standard for a national first-class athlete is between 47.6 and 49.6 seconds. This meant Lin Youqi had reached the level of an athletic champion. Although such feats might not be entirely uncommon in some sports universities, they were certainly surprising at Binjiang University, which is not a specialized sports institution. Moreover, the admission scores for the physical education program are notably high, even surpassing those of sports universities, resulting in a relatively small population of athletes at Binjiang University. Yet, Lin Youqi was an art student. This was indeed remarkable. Chapter 47. Pinching Lin Youqi's face. Everyone present was left in awe by Lin Youqi's performance. The greatest expressions of disbelief came from the students from various sports academies who competed alongside him. Despite his tall stature, his fair and delicate appearance suggested he was not an athlete, but rather a scholar of literature or the arts, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. How could he outshine those who trained rigorously in sports? It was utterly perplexing. Lin Youqi did not rest long, as he was scheduled for the men's 1500 meters next. However, he approached this event with a more relaxed demeanor. "Sister Yinran, you need not wait for me at the finish line for this race," he said, walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Yinran. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of grievance. Why didn't he want her to wait for him? Did he find her presence bothersome? She had just seen numerous girls flocking to Lin Youqi. Could it be that he viewed her as an impediment? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. After a moment of silence, Su Yinran merely responded with an "oh." Lin Youqi immediately sensed the shift in her emotions, swiftly turning to her. Placing his hands on her shoulders to face her directly, his hands rested firmly on either side of her shoulders. "Sister Yinran, I believe you may have misunderstood me," Lin Youqi said, his gaze intense. Su Yinran felt a blush creeping on her cheeks, turning her head away shyly. Why was Lin Youqi's demeanor so audacious? "Oomph, I haven't said anything." Just the earnestness in Lin Youqi's words eased much of Su Yinran's grievances. In truth, she was not inherently a petty person. Yet being with Lin Youqi often stirred her imagination, clashing the memories of her past life with the present, making her feel that he still resembled the Lin Youqi she once knew. However, through each confirmation, she truly realized that all these changes were genuine, and Lin Youqi was authentically present before her. But I must clarify something with you. Firstly, the 1,500 meters is quite different from the 400 meters. The latter requires only a single lap, whereas the former entails running more than 3 laps. Lin Youqi paused before continuing. The essential difference between the two is that in the 400 meters, runners stop at the finish line, while in the 1,500 meters, due to varying levels of ability, some may be lapped, which could lead to collisions on the track. Su Yinran was a reasonable person. Seeing that Lin Youqi's analysis was quite logical, she refrained from being unreasonable. "Well, I suppose I'll let you off the hook for now." Lin Youqi raised 2 fingers and continued. "The second point is that I intend to take the 1,500 meters lightly. I certainly don't want to claim both the 400 and 1,500 meters titles, lest the sports academy come calling to recruit me. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it." He added, "Sister Yinran, you wouldn't want to see me dragged to the field every day, exposed to the sun and wind, would you?" After Lin Youqi articulated his second reason, Su Yinran's mood brightened. She felt valued, especially by the earnest way Lin Youqi explained his reasoning, which truly warmed her heart and struck her as adorable. Su Yinran extended her fair hand and playfully pinched Lin Youqi's cheek, a gesture she had long wished to execute, and today she finally fulfilled that little desire. Although Lin Youqi was not chubby, his face felt pleasantly firm to her touch, and she couldn't help but rejoice internally. Lin Youqi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that apart from childhood relatives, no one had ever pinched his face before. Su Yinran was his first opposite sex to do so. While she had pinched her own face as a child, it had been in a teasing manner, not like the gentle pinch she had just given him. "Sister Yinran, you've changed," Lin Youqi suddenly exclaimed. Su Yinran was startled by his outburst. "What do you mean?" She feigned calmness. "I remember you often pinching my face when we were young, and you used to do it quite forcefully," Lin Youqi said, feeling aggrieved. This made Su Yinran recollect that she might have been a bit excessive in the past. "Well, that was surely because you were so naughty as a child. I was merely teaching you a lesson," she retorted. "What was so naughty about me? I don't recall any of that," Lin Youqi protested. He then noticed Su Yinran's face turning visibly red, and at an alarming rate. "What's the matter?" Su Yinran stammered. "You used to lift my skirt." Su Yinran's unexpected revelation left Lin Youqi in shock. "What? Was I such a little rogue?" After Su Yinran's comment, Lin Youqi recalled that he must have been about 3 or 4 years old at the time, curious as to why boys urinated standing up while girls squatted, leading him to act in a rather mischievous manner. Afterwards, Su Yanran gave him a good thrashing. Cough, cough, cough. How come I don't remember that? Lin Youqi attempted to use forgetfulness as an excuse to illustrate his past. Yet Su Yanran was not swayed by such tactics. She immediately approached Lin Youqi with a fierce demeanor, gripping his ear with one hand. You say you forgot, so you forgot. Huh? I remember it all too clearly. Lin Youqi hastily surrendered. I remember. I was wrong, sis. If you remember, why claim you don't? Su Yanran released his ear and crossed her arms defiantly. I was just embarrassed, Lin Youqi admitted, feeling a bit awkward about having engaged in such ridiculous antics during his childhood. As long as you know, hurry up and prepare. The competition is about to start. Su Yanran softened her tone, unable to bear the sight of Lin Youqi's aggrieved expression. Understood. Lin Youqi dashed off to the competition area. Su Yanran, adhering to Lin Youqi's request, positioned herself in a relatively safe spot. As the referee confirmed everyone's presence, the participants were soon instructed to get ready. Lin Youqi turned back and flashed Su Yanran a smile. Bang! The starting gun fired, and everyone surged forward. Only Lin Youqi sauntered leisurely, running at a relaxed pace, yet adeptly controlling his speed. He found himself comfortably in the middle of the pack, not too fast, yet not too slow. A strategic pace, indeed. Chapter 48. You need not feel inferior. How well am I controlling it? After the competition concluded, Lin Youqi swiftly approached the sidelines. While other competitors were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, Lin Youqi appeared unfazed, as if he had merely taken a stroll rather than engaged in a race. Impressive. Su Yanran unabashedly praised him. Lin Youqi beamed with the pride of a child. Following the conclusion of the 1,500-meter race, he felt little reason to linger on the track, as he had made plans with Su Yanran to go shopping. Although Lin Youqi had never accompanied a girl on a shopping spree in his past life, he had accompanied his mother. However, before embarking on this outing, Lin Youqi intended to take a shower and change his attire. The timing was just right, as it was only 4:30 in the afternoon. A quick shower and a change of clothes would likely take him 30 minutes. Sister Yanran, I'll head back to the dormitory for a shower. I've worked up quite a sweat today, he said, fanning himself with his hand. Su Yanran looked puzzled. But you don't smell at all. It struck her. Lin Youqi was merely attempting to tidy himself up, a young boy's subtle intentions. Of course, that is perfectly fine. How about this? I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm, Su Yanran replied with a smile. Little did she know the extent of her allure in Lin Youqi's eyes. Over the past 3 years, and in his previous life of 7 years, Lin Youqi had always waited for Su Menghan, never once having the fortune of being waited upon. But what had Su Yanran just said? She would wait for him downstairs at the boys' dorm? Lin Youqi found it hard to believe his ears. In a society where boys typically pursued girls, the prospect of a girl waiting at a boys' dorm was exceedingly rare, a true rarity indeed. Why don't you find a place to sit? It's a bit awkward waiting down here. Lin Youqi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Yanran confidently replied, No worries, I'll wait wherever. Besides, don't you boys tend to be quick? As soon as she said this, Su Yanran noticed a peculiar expression on Lin Youqi's face and suddenly recalled her previous words. Cough, cough. There seemed to be a slight misunderstanding. What I meant was, you boys are quick in the shower. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed, her petite face glowing with a rosy hue, as her evasive gaze hinted at something unspoken. With her delicate lips gently biting the edge of her cherry-red mouth, Lin Youqi finally managed to appear somewhat composed. I thought so. Sister Yanran never dated anyone in her past life and always seemed aloof. How could she possibly understand such things? I must have overthought it. All right then, I'll try to be quick. The two chatted as they swiftly walked toward the dormitory. Indeed, there were hardly any girls by the boys' dorm. With only the occasional female passing by, girls waiting for boys were an exceedingly rare sight. Su Yanran, with her stunning looks and figure, stood out starkly in this setting. I'll head in first. Lin Youqi pointed toward the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Su Yanran gave an okay gesture and said, Go ahead. Lin Youqi hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his dorm, he was greeted by a blood-curdling scream. It was truly a sight to behold, one that would leave witnesses heartbroken and listeners in tears. What the hell? Who's back? Help me. A voice shrieked from the bathroom. Despite the pitch of the scream breaking, Lin Youqi instantly recognized it as Qin Zijuan's cry. "What's going on?" Lin Youqi inquired at the bathroom door. "Old Qi, help me." Qin Zijuan recognized Lin Youqi's voice. In an instant, Lin Youqi's mind raced with various possibilities. Could this guy have fallen into a pit? But the dormitory's bathroom had squat toilets, not deep ones. How could he possibly fall in? Wait, could he be showering? This morning, an announcement had been made about plumbing repairs from 4:30 to 5:30. Surely he must have known about it? No way. You're not showering, are you? Lin Youqi called out. Yeah, the water stopped halfway through. I can't believe it. Qin Zijuan lamented his misfortune. First, he had embarrassed himself during the morning sports meet. And now, just as he returned to the dorm to wash off the day's exertions, the water had abruptly stopped after barely 5 minutes. I still haven tea, rinse the soap off my head. Open the door. Let me check if there's still water in the kettle, Lin Youqi said. Stepping inside the dorm, he located his kettle and found it still contained a generous amount of water. Although it wasn't tea enough for a shower, it should suffice to rinse the soap off his head. Upon reaching the bathroom door, Lin Youqi noticed Qin Zijuan hadn't opened it yet, and he suddenly felt anxious. He still needed to go shopping with Yanran. Why was this guy wasting his time? Do you need water? If not, I'm leaving, Lin Youqi said, contemplating how he would shower later, unwilling to waste time here. Seeing Lin Youqi eager to leave, Qin Zijuan stopped hesitating. Just a moment, I'll put on some shorts. Qin Zijuan felt embarrassed to face Lin Youqi in the nude, hence his reluctance to open the door. Ha ha ha, you need not feel inferior. I promise I won't laugh at you. Lin Youqi chuckled. Damn, stop laughing, Qin Zijuan exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, you got some backbone, huh? Then you should wait for Mei Ji Chao and the others to return. With that, Lin Youqi pretended to walk away. The dormitory's bathroom lacked heating, and although today's temperature was relatively mild, enduring prolonged exposure without warm water was unbearable. Qin Zijuan, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Brother, no. Foster father, I'm opening the door right now. Don't leave. He disregarded any notions of dignity and immediately began to plead. He swiftly opened the door. Lin Youqi teased, Oh, feeling shy now? Be careful, or I might snap an artistic photo of you. Foster father, I've already called you that. Please spare me. Qin Zijuan was on the verge of breaking down under Lin Youqi's relentless teasing. Observing this, Lin Youqi decided against further jesting and promptly assisted Qin Zijuan, completing the task in just 3 minutes. Now, let us leave the rest for you to handle. Ask Chao Gu and the others to bring back a bucket of water. I have some business to attend to. He then called Su Yanran to inform her of the water outage in the dormitory. Chapter 49. Why don't you come to my house for a shower? Su Yanran stood beneath the boys' dormitory when she suddenly received a call from Lin Youqi. Pressing the answer button, she responded, Hello? What's up? Curious as to why Lin Youqi was calling her, she listened intently. Lin Youqi hesitantly explained, Hello? Yanran Jia. Our dormitory has run out of water, and I can't take a shower. Knowing that Lin Youqi wanted to tidy up before heading out, Su Yanran realized he was still eager for a wash. Unconsciously, she blurted out, Why don't you come to my house for a shower? Only after saying it did she realize the audacity of her suggestion. How embarrassing. Lin Youqi, too, was momentarily stunned. This was too good to be true. Although he had showered at Su Yanran's house in a past life, it felt rather sudden now. Could it be that Yanran Jia had long harbored intentions toward him? Regardless, I must go. Lin Youqi interjected before Su Yanran could finish, fearing that she might retract her invitation if he hesitated even for a moment. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. Noticing Lin Youqi's eagerness, Su Yanran's face flushed deeper, akin to a blooming tulip, vibrant and alluring. However, through the phone, Lin Youqi was oblivious to this scene. Wait for me a minute. I'll be right there, he exclaimed before setting his phone down and searching for a change of clothes. In less than a minute, Su Yanran saw Lin Youqi appear at the foot of the boys' dormitory. She gazed at the phone still in her hand, lost in contemplation. Was she really inviting a wolf into her den? Yet, even if Lin Youqi were the wolf, she felt indifferent. After all, hunters often enter as prey. Who was truly the hunter, and who was the hunted, remained to be seen. Hey, why are you dawdling? Let us go. Lin Youqi waved his hand in front of Su Yanran, snapping her back to reality. She then followed him, still in a daze, wondering how she had made such a bold request. It wasn't until Lin Youqi entered the bathroom that she jolted back to her senses. Oh no! Her undergarments were still in the bathroom unwashed, but she could already hear the sound of water running. A flush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks. In the bathroom, Lin Youqi took a moment to enjoy the delightful fragrance, the mingling scent of shower gel with Su Yanran's essence. This sensation was reminiscent of his past life. The familiar aroma of a bathroom. Although modest in size, it was adequately equipped with space to spare for a washing machine. Lin Youqi patiently washed himself when suddenly, his gaze caught an unmentionable object on the shelf above the washing machine. Could I really be seeing this? As expected, Songgo was right. Purple indeed had an alluring charm. However, Lin Youqi merely glanced before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Despite being single for many years, he wasn't that depraved. He finished his shower remarkably quickly, but as he was dressing, he inadvertently caught another glimpse, a delicate lavender piece adorned with lace, featuring intricate patterns and rose motifs. Clearing his throat, he chastised himself. I didn't see anything. It seemed to be a rather generous size. Erg, I truly saw nothing. How vexing. Lin Youqi. Am a paragon of virtue. How could I indulge in such thoughts? He composed himself in the bathroom before stepping out. Upon entering the living room, he found Su Yanran with her back to him, engrossed in her phone. Yanran, yeah, I'm done. Is there a hairdryer? Lin Youqi suddenly spoke up. Su Yanran visibly jumped, hastily stowing her phone away. Had Lin Youqi not approached her with a voice, she would have been mortified to see what she had been searching for. How long do boys typically take to shower when they are at a girl's house? And what happens if they see my intimate garments? It must be said, Lin Youqi had indeed taken longer than usual in the shower. In truth, he usually washed quickly, but he had needed some time to calm his thoughts. His body was still too youthful. Here, let me get it for you. Su Yanran began to rise to fetch the hairdryer, but after sitting for a while and looking down at her phone, she felt a sudden darkness before her eyes and began to sway backward. Lin Youqi, quick on his feet, stepped forward and caught her slender waist. Su Yanran's first impression of his waist was its delicacy and elasticity. She was overwhelmed by the rush of masculine pheromones, particularly potent after his shower. The warmth radiating from him made her cheeks flush crimson. The fluster she had felt from Lin Youqi's sudden appearance had not yet faded before another wave of chaos ensued, as she found herself tightly held in his embrace. Su Yanran could even hear Lin Youqi's heartbeat. Ahem, are you all right? Lin Youqi asked slowly, sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat intimate. However, their position felt rather peculiar, and he struggled to regain his composure. I'm fine. I'll go get the hairdryer for you, Su Yanran replied, quickly grabbing Lin Youqi's arm to stand up, then hastily fleeing the scene. Lin Youqi slumped onto the sofa. Damn, this body is still too young. The lingering warmth and scent of Su Yanran remained on the sofa, disrupting his plans to calm himself. This is truly agonizing. After Su Yanran dashed away, in the confines of her room, she buried her face in her hands, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. Had she truly just found herself in an embrace with Lin Youqi? Though it was not a traditional hug, it was indeed Lin Youqi holding her close. Su Yanran glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her countenance, so flushed it seemed as if she might bleed from embarrassment. In a flurry, she located the hairdryer, taking a deep breath to quell her racing heart. Yet, after 2 or 3 minutes, tranquility still eluded her. Realizing that her prolonged search for the hairdryer might seem peculiar, she reluctantly steeled herself and ventured out. Lin Youqi remained seated on the sofa, motionless as if in deep meditation. The hairdryer had proven elusive. It took her quite some time to locate it. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Su Yanran spoke up. I finally found it. Is that so? Thank you for your efforts, Sister Yanran. Lin Youqi replied with a smile, yet he still did not rise. Su Yanran plugged in the hairdryer, preparing to hand it to him, only to discover the cord was too short. Could you come over here? The cord doesn't quite reach, she said, shaking the hairdryer in her hand. Lin Youqi's expression shifted. Could this be the moment when everything would unravel? Chapter 50. The Turmoil of Youth. This wretched turmoil of youth. Why must it strike at such an inopportune moment, plunging him into an awkward predicament? His mind raced, contemplating strategies. I've heard that letting hair dry naturally is better. Using a hairdryer can harm the scalp. Lin Youqi thought, desperately attempting to dissuade Su Yanran from her intention. However, Su Yanran was resolute in her desire to assist Lin Youqi with his hair, reminiscing about the times in her past life when she had done so. During those moments, he had been quite docile, allowing her to style his hair. And now she yearned to relive that sensation. No worries. This hairdryer was rather expensive and is said to employ advanced technology, so it certainly won't damage your scalp. Su Yanran proclaimed with pride. She gestured for Lin Youqi to come closer. To Lin Youqi, it seemed she was indeed intent on helping him with his hair. Under normal circumstances, he would have welcomed such an offer wholeheartedly. Yet, the current situation was fraught with complications, and despair loomed over him. What to do? An idea struck him. Sister Yanran, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you find me something to eat? He feigned, rubbing his stomach. Su Yanran pondered what mischief this boy was up to. Was he concealing something from her? The more she contemplated, the more suspicious she became. Su Yanran was no naive girl. She possessed keen intelligence. She had discerned the unusual behavior in Lin Youqi's every move, and now she was eager to uncover his true intentions. Thus, she deliberately acquiesced to his request. All right, what would you like to eat? She asked, turning off the hairdryer and setting it down. Lin Youqi's face brightened as he replied, anything is fine. I'm not picky. Su Yanran nodded and walked toward a nearby cabinet in the small living room, where she kept snacks for leisurely television viewing. Noticing that Su Yanran had not ventured to the designated storage area for snacks, Lin Youqi felt a fleeting pang of disappointment, though it dissipated quickly. As long as he had an opportunity, he would be content. Su Yanran turned her back to Lin Youqi, feigning an earnest search for snacks. Yet her exquisite ears were attuned to his every movement. Any slight shift from him would not escape her notice. Seizing the moment, Lin Youqi stood up swiftly, attempting to slide into the spot where Su Yanran had just placed the hairdryer. At that precise moment, she glanced back. The unexpectedness of the encounter laid bare the youthful restlessness that had gripped Lin Youqi, leaving Su Yanran momentarily speechless. Would you like some of this pork jerky? She asked, striving to alleviate any suspicion. Lin Youqi felt as though he had been caught in an embarrassing moment. Had she seen him? Would all his prior efforts be rendered futile? No, I can manage, he replied, feigning calmness as if nothing had transpired. Su Yanran's understanding deepened. She realized this boy's hesitance stemmed from his own turmoil, prompting him to devise any means to divert her attention. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, Su Yanran's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. How utterly awkward. Thankfully, her quick wit had spared her from further embarrassment. Otherwise, she might have wished to vanish into the earth. Su Yanran approached Lin Youqi, offering him the pork jerky. Yet, with the atmosphere still thick with tension, he found it hard to focus on the snack. Nevertheless, since it was his excuse, he resolved to push through. Go ahead and eat. I'll help you with your hair, Su Yanran declared, lifting the hairdryer once more. Lin Youqi felt a pang of indecision. If Su Yanran were to assist him with his hair, he would have to lift his head. How could he avoid exposing himself in such a manner? Sister Yanran, perhaps I should do it myself? He suggested, clinging to his last shred of defiance. However, Su Yanran was determined to help, eager to revive the nostalgia of their shared past. Absolutely not, she replied firmly, then quickly added, realizing her tone might have been too harsh. I just thought it would be inconvenient for you to eat while I dry your hair. Please, eat up, she insisted, not allowing him a chance to refuse as she switched on the hairdryer. With no other option, Lin Youqi resigned himself to lean forward, tilting his head back awkwardly. The posture felt utterly strange. Su Yanran's blush remained steadfast, refusing to fade. As the hairdryer worked its magic, Lin Youqi gradually relaxed, and the earlier agitation dissipated. Yet, as time wore on, Su Yanran felt the duration was far too prolonged. When she finally set the hairdryer aside, preparing to step out with Lin Youqi, she realized they both bore a faint blush on their cheeks. After all, their souls were those of individuals in their 30s, fully aware of the underlying currents of their situation, even if they chose not to voice it. Let's go shopping. Su Yanran exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. With the weather growing increasingly chilly, it was said that autumn and winter were the seasons for fashion. Each year, Su Yanran made it a point to indulge in a shopping spree during the winter months. Lin Youqi felt a flicker of excitement as well. The shopping destination they selected was conveniently nearby, a mere 10-minute walk from Su Yanran's neighborhood at a bustling mall that, while modest in size, thrived with lively energy. Distinct from the exorbitant prices found in most large shopping malls, this establishment offers a much more accessible range of prices. Moreover, the plethora of snacks available has drawn a considerable number of young patrons. Su Yanran and Lin Youqi are no exceptions. Wow, so many people. Upon entering the mall, they were immediately struck by the bustling crowd. Lin Youqi surveyed the area and confirmed the observation. It's not even the weekend. Why are there so many people? Although Lin Youqi found this somewhat perplexing, he did not dwell on it for long. The most important thing was to enjoy a shopping spree with Yanran. Without a specific destination in mind, the pair meandered aimlessly through the mall. Chapter 51. Can you drink cold beverages? Lin Youqi, look at that fried chicken leg. It looks absolutely delicious. Su Yanran exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she pointed towards a nearby fried chicken stall. They were currently exploring the mall's basement level, having not yet dined since the afternoon. After all, one must have energy for shopping. Thus, they decided to grab a bite to eat first. The duo began their exploration on the basement level, which was essentially the food court of the mall. It was a veritable sea of people. Everywhere they turned, throngs of individuals crowded around various food stalls, all eagerly waiting in line. However, not every establishment enjoyed the same popularity. Some had virtually no patrons at all. A simple way to gauge the quality of a restaurant's offerings is to observe the number of customers it attracts. If a stall has a queue, it typically indicates one of two scenarios. Either the food is exceptionally good, or the owners have employed individuals to artificially inflate their numbers. Yet, hiring such individuals comes at a cost. Let us go line up and see what this is all about, Su Yanran decisively commanded. They approached the fried chicken shop, drawn in by its enticing aroma and the long line of patrons waiting outside. This must be the place. Let us split up. It'll be much quicker, Su Yanran suggested. The two agreed to procure different snacks, effectively having the time spent. Lin Youqi had no objections, as he usually acquiesced to Su Yanran's decisions. All right, I'll go grab some drinks, he said, seeking her confirmation. Su Yanran looked at him with an approving smile. You're quite perceptive. Go get the drinks. With that, Lin Youqi and Su Yanran waved goodbye and set off in search of their respective quests. Truth be told, Lin Youqi was not particularly knowledgeable about the various delicacies available. He could scarcely name 3 types of milk tea. Finding an exquisite flavor to his liking would be even more challenging. However, he was not foolish. He understood that popularity often signifies quality. Spotting a milk tea shop with a lengthy line, Lin Youqi decided to join the throng. Excuse me, miss. Does this place serve particularly delightful drinks? He inquired politely of a fellow patron. Upon hearing his charming voice and turning to face him, the young woman was momentarily taken aback by his striking resemblance to a leading man in a romantic drama. Quickly regaining her composure, she eagerly replied, "Oh yes. I'm a devoted fan of this shop. The drinks are absolutely wonderful." Intrigued, Lin Youqi probed further. Which flavor do you recommend? It was evident that she was not a hired shill but a loyal customer, which put his mind at ease. Without a doubt, the Hawthorne strawberry slush. It's incredibly delicious, I assure you, she enthused, enthusiastically detailing the beverage's exquisite taste. As she spoke, Lin Youqi felt his mouth water, having only nibbled on a piece of pork jerky earlier that day. All right, I'll give that a try, he exclaimed, taking the opportunity to distance himself from her before the conversation could linger much longer. Just as the young woman contemplated adding him on WeChat to discuss milk tea further, she realized Lin Youqi had already moved on to the ordering process. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh in frustration. How could I talk about milk tea with such a handsome guy right in front of me? Shouldn't I be discussing matters of the heart instead? Regret washed over her. She felt she had missed a golden opportunity. Lin Youqi scanned the QR code for the milk tea shop and began to place his order. However, Upon noticing that the drink recommended by the girl was a slush, he considered his options carefully. He then exited the ordering interface and opened a chat with Su Yanran. Sister Yanran, can you drink cold beverages? After sending the message, he awaited her response. Su Yanran had been checking her phone while waiting in line when she suddenly received Lin Youqi's message. Curious, she opened it and saw his inquiry about her ability to consume cold drinks. Of course, she replied, clicking send. As she put her phone down, a thought struck her. Wait, what does Lin Youqi mean by asking if I can drink something cold? Is he hinting at something? No way. But I did respond almost immediately with of course. Wouldn't that make me seem a bit too eager? Su Yanran found herself in a complex emotional state. She hoped her swift reply wouldn't lead Lin Youqi to think she was frivolous. Meanwhile, Lin Youqi was oblivious to her concerns. Upon receiving Su Yanran's reply, he responded with an okay and proceeded to finalize his order, selecting the Hawthorne strawberry slush along with one of the shop's signature items. He then took a seat nearby, eagerly awaiting the preparation of his drink. After a while, Lin Youqi remained engrossed in waiting for his beverage, unaware that Su Yanran had already received hers and was approaching him. Hey, she gently tapped his shoulder. Lin Youqi turned, smiling as he asked, so soon? Mine hasn't even been prepared yet. I'll probably have to wait another 5 minutes or so. No worries. Let us have a taste of what I got first. Su Yanran deftly extracted a piece of meat from her bag with a small skewer, blowing on it before bringing it to her lips. Watching her luscious lips, Lin Youqi found himself swallowing hard. Just then, Su Yanran glanced up and caught him in the act. With a teasing smile, she asked, what's wrong? Are you drooling? Lin Youqi nodded. It certainly looks tempting. Su Yanran misinterpreted his comment as a reference to the meat. Do you want to try some? She offered, holding the skewer toward him. It was amusing how two people, seemingly on different wavelengths, could engage in such a delightful exchange. As the meat had cooled to a suitable temperature, Su Yanran confidently presented the skewer before Lin Youqi. Go ahead. I've blown on it to the perfect temperature for you. Lin Youqi was unceremonious, devouring the piece of meat in one bite. In fact, prior to visiting Lin Youqi, Su Yanran had already savored a piece, utilizing the very same bamboo skewer. Both of them shared the same skewer while indulging in their meat. A smile blossomed on Su Yanran's exquisite face as she eagerly gazed at Lin Youqi. Delicious, isn't it? She inquired with anticipation. Lin Youqi nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is delightful, especially since it was personally grilled by you, Sister Yanran. However, this latter remark remained unvoiced, confined to the recesses of his mind. At that moment, the girl who had previously intended to ask Lin Youqi for his WeChat, having just received her milk tea, turned around and inadvertently witnessed this scene. Instantly, she felt a pang of discomfort. Even her favorite strawberry Hawthorne ice seemed to lose its allure. Woe is me. I have no desire to engage in romantic entanglements with men. Chapter 52, Financial Constraints. My milk tea is ready too. Lin Youqi retrieved his milk tea from the bar counter. The two then contemplated finding a vacant spot to enjoy their recent purchases. Shall we head over to the rice noodle place? It seems there are still a couple of seats available, Su Yanran suggested, pointing to a nearby rice noodle shop. Although it was bustling with patrons, there remained 1 or 2 vacant spots. All right, let us hurry, lest we lose our seats, he exclaimed, pulling Su Yanran along as they raced toward their destination. Indeed, once they settled down, it wasn't too long before the crowd grew. Observing others struggling to find seats while they occupied a table without ordering, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'll go order some rice noodles, Lin Youqi offered somewhat apologetically. Su Yanran nodded in agreement, and he proceeded to place the order. The portions at this rice noodle shop were generous and served in substantial bowls, so he opted for a serving of tomato beef rice noodles. Upon returning with the receipt, he explained, I only ordered one. The portions are quite large. It's just right for the two of us. Admittedly, he harbored a slight ulterior motive, a sentiment shared by Su Yanran. Seated together, each lost in their own thoughts, they munched on fried chicken and sipped their milk tea. Before they had polished off the fried chicken, the rice noodles were ready. Lin Youqi hurried to fetch them, feeling somewhat awkward occupying a table without food. Fortunately, the restaurant's service was swift, and soon steaming bowls of rice noodles arrived, their aroma nearly enchanting Su Yanran. Wow, The tomato flavor of this rice noodle is so fragrant. I adore tomatoes, she exclaimed, anticipation evident in her eyes. Lin Youqi retrieved a pair of chopsticks, wiped them clean, and handed one pair to Su Yanran. The restaurant was bustling with patrons sharing tables, yet Lin Youqi felt no apprehension about being interrupted. As they were seated at a table meant for two, facing each other. You must try it. This rice noodle is truly exceptional, Su Yanran urged, gesturing towards the bowl before them. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Youqi obliged and tasted it himself, pleasantly surprised by the delectable flavor. It was astonishing that such a randomly chosen establishment could serve such delightful fare. This food court truly harbored hidden culinary gems. After finishing their meal, the pair decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Their wandering led them to an upstairs clothing store. This down jacket is quite lovely. It would suit you perfectly, Sister Yanran. Lin Youqi pointed out a light blue down jacket hanging nearby. Su Yanran followed his gaze and immediately felt that it would look splendid on her, perhaps influenced by Lin Youqi's endorsement. The staff promptly approached to assist them. Are you two here to browse for clothes? The sales associate inquired, their demeanor refreshingly cordial, devoid of the pretentiousness often depicted in films. This was a fashion brand, not overly high-end, and even if it were a luxury store, Su Yanran possessed the means to afford it without issue. For ordinary individuals, such luxury items might seem extravagant, yet to those truly affluent, they were merely commonplace. Could you please fetch that down jacket for me to try on? Su Yanran requested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Would indeed look as good as Lin Youqi had suggested. The staff retrieved the jacket and handed it to her. Su Yanran, unable to contain her excitement, swiftly removed her outerwear and handed it to Lin Youqi. Underneath, she wore a fitted black top that accentuated her enviable figure perfectly. Lin Youqi found himself momentarily entranced. Her silhouette was nothing short of flawless. The curves were just right, captivating his gaze entirely. This mesmerizing form sparked thoughts of the will of D, leaving him momentarily oblivious to Su Yanran changing clothes. In front of the mirror, Su Yanran admired the fit, then slowly turned to Lin Youqi, asking, how does it look? Is this jacket nice? Her hopeful gaze sought his approval. Without hesitation, Lin Youqi replied, it looks splendid. The jacket is beautiful, but you are even more so. Su Yanran blushed at his unexpected compliment, her heart fluttering with delight. Really? She asked, secretly pleased. Of course. This jacket seems tailor-made for you. Lin Youqi responded with a smile. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had a fashion design department in his company, he pondered whether he should consider rebuilding such an enterprise in this life. The advantage of doing so would be that he wouldn't need to reinvent the wheel, allowing him more time to relish life. How much is this? Su Yanran inquired, sensing their mutual admiration for the jacket. After all, money was not an issue for her. Currently, it's on discount, coming to a total of 799 yuan, the staff announced. Lin Youqi stepped forward, saying, allow me to take care of the bill. The staff member was overjoyed, astonished that merely introducing this jacket had led to a sale. What a delightful surprise. We could use more customers like this. Su Yanran watched Lin Youqi eagerly take the initiative to pay, her bright eyes glimmering with appreciation, though she refrained from commenting. She resolved not to take advantage of Lin Youqi without reciprocating, planning to find an opportunity to gift him something, perhaps a coveted graphics card like the 4090, which she was certain would bring him joy. As Lin Youqi approached the checkout counter to settle the bill, he presented his payment code. The staff scanned it, and the transaction was successful. Then the notification from the bank popped up. Your account ending in XXXX has transferred 79,900 yuan, leaving a balance of 20,621 yuan. Lin Youqi was momentarily bewildered. What? Is it possible that I only have 200 left? Although it was the end of the month, and he needn't worry about making it through, compared to his previous life, the number of zeros in his bank balance was rather disheartening. How could he be so financially constrained? It was truly a disgrace for someone who had been reborn. It seemed that it was high time to procure some funds. Chapter 53. Money is the courage of a man. However, at this stage, Lin Youqi could hardly conceive of any means to make money. Should he tread the same path as in his previous life? This appeared feasible. and he felt confident that he could progress further, avoiding many unnecessary setbacks. Yet, it seemed he lacked the initial capital. In his former life, he too had no startup funds, but once his company gained a certain level of recognition, angel investors had approached him with financial backing. Presently, he hadn't even established a company. Well, he would just take it one step at a time. Su Yanran, noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Youqi's face, instantly understood. He was financially strapped. It was true. The diamond bachelor from his previous life had yet to make an appearance. But should she alter his life trajectory in this lifetime? If she intervened, could he still establish the same successful enterprise as in his last life? Su Yanran felt uncertain and dared not gamble. She too would take it one step at a time. Why was she using two? After settling the bill, Lin Youqi took the initiative to carry the bag. Although he had never been in a romantic relationship, he understood that it was courteous to carry the bag when accompanying a girl. That would certainly project a gentlemanly image. Let's go. Su Yanran and Lin Youqi exited the store together. Noticing that Su Yanran seemed eager to continue shopping, Lin Youqi felt a pang of anxiety. Was 200 yuan truly sufficient? Would he end up embarrassing himself in front of Yanran? While in the restroom, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to his childhood friend, Wu Hao. How good? I'm in a bind. Send me 500 yuan via WeChat. I'll pay you back. As he paced anxiously in the restroom, others looked on in bewilderment at his restlessness. Fortunately, Wu Hao responded swiftly. Old Chi, what's going on? You haven't run out of money while out with your girlfriend, have you? Wu Hao's playful banter persisted. Shut it. I'm shopping with a girl, and I only have 200 left. Hurry and lend me some. Upon grasping the situation, Wu Hao abandoned his teasing demeanor and promptly transferred 500 yuan to Lin Youqi. He then offered earnest advice. Old Chi, I'm not trying to criticize, but I felt for a while that Su Minghan isn't right for you. At least before, she didn't drain your finances like this. Now, it seems you don't even have enough to cover her expenses. Wu Hao felt helpless. His childhood friend had been infatuated with Su Minghan since high school. Back then, Wu Hao was oblivious to her true nature and encouraged Lin Youqi to pursue her, relishing the thought of his friend winning the affection of the school beauty. However, as Lin Youqi began to court her, Wu Hao gradually uncovered Su Minghan's true character. Setting aside other considerations, the fact that she continuously accepted Lin Youqi's kindness while never providing him with a clear answer was enough to disillusion Wu Hao. Previously, he had subtly suggested that she accept Lin Youqi's affections, yet her retort left him speechless. If I accept his kindness, it must be because I want to be his girlfriend. If he is only being nice to me to make me his girlfriend, that seems rather mercenary, doesn't it? This single statement rendered Wu Hao utterly speechless. How could he even engage with someone who wielded such a powerful inequality? After that, Wu Hao ceased to make comments about Su Minghan in her presence. It wasn't that he couldn't argue with her. Rather, he felt it unnecessary. Engaging with a woman who could wield such inequalities was as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Wu Hao assumed that Lin Youqi's request for money was due to his outing with Su Minghan, though they had borrowed from each other before. It had never been because of a girl. This left Wu Hao feeling somewhat melancholic. Listening to the conversation, Lin Youqi understood that Wu Hao had his best interests at heart, but he was currently preoccupied, glancing at those in the restroom who were looking at him oddly. Lin Youqi impatiently replied, I'm busy right now. I'll talk to you later. And by the way, I'm not out with Su Minghan. I don't know her well. Before Wu Hao could respond, Lin Youqi hung up. On the other end, Wu Hao was left in astonishment. Wait, what did Lin Youqi just say? He said he is not out shopping with Su Minghan? Surely he hadn't misheard. Given his understanding of Lin Youqi, he wouldn't so easily abandon his pursuit. Wu Hao had known Lin Youqi since 3rd grade. They had grown up together in the same elementary, middle, and high schools. His familiarity with Lin Youqi was profound. But now, Lin Youqi claimed he was close to Su Minghan. What was going on here? Though reluctant to accept Lin Youqi's words, Wu Hao felt an undeniable joy. His good friend had finally escaped that abyss. In his elation, he fired up a game of League of Legends, only to be soundly defeated once more. Exiting the restroom, Lin Youqi's demeanor visibly transformed, radiating newfound confidence. Although he had only gained an additional 500 yuan, He now possessed a total of 700 yuan. Yet, the feeling was entirely different. Indeed, the saying held true: money is the courage of a man. Seeing Lin Youqi finally return, Su Yinran smiled brightly. Shall we continue shopping for a bit longer? She naturally linked her arm with his. Lin Youqi was surprised. Yinran was actually linking arms with him? Though they were bundled in winter attire, he could still feel her warmth. This was quite pleasant. As they strolled, Lin Youqi glanced at the clothing around them. Let us go into that store. I just spotted a particularly attractive piece. Su Yinran eagerly pulled him towards a menswear store. Lin Youqi was perplexed. Isn't this a menswear store? Is she planning to buy clothes for me? A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Indeed, Su Yinran had intended to buy Lin Youqi several pieces of clothing. Initially, she had considered giving him money directly, but thought better of it. Instead, she decided to purchase him a couple of outfits. If Lin Youqi were to discover Su Yinran's intentions, he might very well be left speechless. Xiao Yinran was apprehensive that Lin Youqi's youthful pride might be wounded if she offered him money. Yet, the essence of Lin Youqi was that of his former self, one who had endured the tribulations of life. How could he possibly be so sensitive? Lin Youqi, please shower me with your generosity. Chapter 54. I fear you might lose track of me. Upon entering the men's clothing store, a sales assistant promptly approached. Hello, beautiful. How may I assist you today? She inquired with a smile directed at Xiao Yinran. Without further ado, Xiao Yinran pointed to a piece of men's attire she had just spotted, a rather loose-fitting down jacket, resembling a puffer coat. She instantly felt a connection to this garment, convinced that it would suit Lin Youqi perfectly, despite his view that there was nothing particularly special about it. The sales assistant, beaming with confidence, recognized that customers with such specific intentions rarely left empty-handed, provided the price met their expectations. Observing Xiao Yinran's demeanor, she believed that acquiring this item was well within her reach. For the affluent, 1,800 was hardly a significant sum. The assistant swiftly retrieved the jacket and presented it to Xiao Yinran. She examined the jacket closely and found it indeed appealing. Then, she beckoned Lin Youqi, saying, "Come, try this on." Lin Youqi placed the bag he had been carrying on a chair, moved to Xiao Yinran's side, removed his current clothing, and donned the puffer jacket. Remarkably, the jacket felt almost weightless on him. As he stood there clad in the garment, Xiao Yinran adjusted it slightly and guided him to the mirror. "See? I told you this looks fantastic on you," she exclaimed, her face radiating joy. Lin Youqi glanced at his reflection and nodded in approval. "Sister Yinran, your taste is impeccable," he complimented. Xiao Yinran lifted her chin, pride swelling within her. Of course, satisfied with Lin Youqi's reaction, she opted not to check out immediately. "Please wrap up a new one for me, and I'll browse a bit more," she said, continuing forward without looking back. The sales assistant's eyes crinkled with delight. With the month drawing to a close, a wealthy patron was just what she needed to boost her sales. How delightful. The assistant efficiently fetched a new jacket, wrapping it up while following closely behind Xiao Yinran and Lin Youqi, eager to showcase more items. "What do you think of this sweater?" Xiao Yinran pointed to a blue sweater on the rack. Lin Youqi examined it. "It's quite nice. Sister Yinran, your taste remains exceptional," he remarked. "Let's give it a try." "It looks promising," he added, turning to Xiao Yinran. The sales assistant, responding as if given a command, swiftly retrieved the sweater. After trying on, Lin Youqi found it suited him well. With a decisive gesture, Xiao Yinran instructed, "Wrap it up." A sudden realization struck Lin Youqi. He felt as if he were living off someone else's generosity. Who knew that being pampered could feel this delightful? "Rich lady, I'm feeling a bit peckish." At the checkout, Lin Youqi was astonished. The prices here are astonishingly high, he thought. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor a store by its facade. Well, he felt he had been taken advantage of, though it wasn't his own money, so perhaps it wasn't as painful. In contrast, Xiao Yinran appeared completely at ease. After all, Lin Youqi had just bought clothes for her, and now she was treating him as well, ensuring he wouldn't feel burdened. Lin Youqi was still a student with limited funds. It was better for her to spend a little more. After all, in her eyes, her wealth was as ephemeral as the wind. Her father's monthly allowance was more than sufficient, leaving her with no worries. If only Lin Youqi could comprehend the triviality of her concerns, he might wish for his own troubles to multiply. I suddenly have a craving for ice cream. Xiao Yanran mused, spotting a chubby little child enjoying an ice cream cone. Perhaps it was the child's delight that made the treat appear so appetizing. Lin Youqi noticed the child too and turned to Xiao Yanran. Are you a child as well? Xiao Yanran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just because I'm not a child doesn't mean I can't enjoy ice cream, she retorted. Lin Youqi teased. You're clearly a little kid. Of course, you can indulge. His words made Xiao Yanran blush deeper. Had he just referred to her as a child? Yet, he was the younger one. Besides, her mental age was well over 30, while he was just a lad in his 20s. You are the real child here, she exclaimed, blushing, expecting Lin Youqi to counter her statement. She was taken aback when he simply agreed, yes, I am just a kid. So, sister, will you buy me some ice cream? After saying this, he mimicked the child beside them, playfully touching his own face. It was amusing how well Lin Youqi imitated the child. Had he just called her sister? Since starting elementary school, he had not referred to her as Sister Yanran. As a child, he would call her sister, but thereafter, he simply addressed her as Yanran. His sudden use of sister left Xiao Yanran momentarily speechless. All right, I'll get you that ice cream, but you stay put while I fetch it, she said, dashing off to buy it, leaving Lin Youqi standing behind. Wait a moment, did Sister Yanran just take advantage of me? It wasn't a physical advantage, but a verbal one. How infuriating. Curse you, Zhou Shuren. No, this tale was not penned by him. That was irrelevant. Sister Yanran was certainly innocent in this. Let us blame him instead. After all, he had made an impression on her. When Xiao Yanran returned with the ice cream, she found Lin Youqi still standing in the same spot. In that instant, her heart melted. How obedient and adorable he was, truly waiting as she instructed. Why didn't you come looking for me? Just standing here? She asked, her eyes sparkling, lips parting in a smile. Lin Youqi, almost instinctively, replied, I feared that if I left, you might not find me again, so I waited here for you. At that moment, he recalled their previous life. If he had left suddenly, Xiao Yanran would have been heartbroken. He had no idea how she had managed after his departure. Since he hadn't waited for her in the past, he resolved to remain by her side in this life, eternally waiting for her, never again departing without a word. Chapter 55. Feigning ignorance while knowing the truth. What's the matter? Why are you in a daze? Lin Youqi asked curiously, noticing Xiao Yanran's stillness. After uttering those words, Su Yanran stood as if ensnared by an invisible spell, completely motionless. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. Gradually, she seemed to awaken from a dream. Oh, I was just contemplating a few matters, a hint of panic gracing her features. Indeed, after Lin Youqi spoke, she was unexpectedly reminded of a scene from her past life, where she wept at Lin Youqi's bedside, pleading with him not to abandon her. Yet, her pleas were in vain. In that moment, the world felt as though it had caved in, leaving her a mere shell of her former self, devoid of any will to live. How she wished Lin Youqi could have lingered just a while longer. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Fortunately, fate bestowed upon her a second chance. It was this opportunity that propelled her to take that courageous step. Let me have a taste of this delightful ice cream meant for children. Lin Youqi approached Su Yanran, who naturally extended the ice cream towards him. She had purchased 2 different flavors, offering Lin Youqi the choice between them. Ultimately, he selected a brown one, presumably chocolate-flavored. I think I'll go with this chocolate one. It feels like ages since I last savored chocolate. I can hardly recall its taste, Lin Youqi remarked with a smile. Though he wasn't particularly fond of sweets, he occasionally indulged in them, as the act of consuming sugary treats often uplifted one's spirits. Thus, during moments of melancholy, he would reach for candies. Despite having a habit of smoking to alleviate his mood, he resolved to refrain from it in this new life. Who knows if his demise in the past was somehow linked to smoking? Su Yanran, with her water-like eyes, gazed at Lin Youqi and asked, So, how is it? Is it delicious? Lin Youqi feigned indecision, adopting a ponderous demeanor. How should I put it? I find it satisfactory, but He launched into a stream of whimsical chatter. Su Yanran stifled a laugh, patiently waiting for him to finish. When she noticed that he was looking at her without any reaction, Lin Youqi couldn't help but feel that his whimsical musings had fallen flat. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Yanran finally revealed a sweet smile, covering her lips as she chuckled, her lovely eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, brimming with joy at Lin Youqi's presence. It was only after Lin Youqi had taken a bite of his ice cream that Su Yanran began to enjoy hers. The shop from which they had purchased the ice cream specialized in this delightful treat and had gained popularity in recent years, primarily for its ice cream offerings. Thus, Su Yanran had taken a chance and bought 2 flavors. This is quite delightful. Mine is vanilla, Su Yanran said, showcasing her pale green, vanilla-flavored ice cream. I wish to sample your ice cream, Su Yanran boldly declared, startling Lin Youqi. What? Is that even permissible? He stammered, taken aback by her audacity. Although there was a humorous anecdote from his past life about a girl wanting to eat a boy's ice cream, only for him to smear it across her face. Su Yanran was not that sort of girl. She genuinely desired a taste of the chocolate ice cream, but Lin Youqi had claimed it first. Unable to snatch it from him, she resolved to steal a taste while he was enjoying it. Besides, given their childhood bond of sharing a blanket, was it too much to share a bit of ice cream? Lin Youqi pretended to be reserved, saying, but I've already had a bite. It wouldn't be quite right. His words were laced with humor, though he suppressed his laughter, feigning a troubled expression. Anyone unaware would genuinely believe he was conflicted. Little did he know, he was secretly elated. Su Yanran's willingness to share her ice cream signified that she considered him close, not an outsider. What's wrong with that? We shared a blanket when we were little, Su Yanran retorted playfully. At this, Lin Youqi became flustered. When did I ever share a blanket with you while being undressed? He exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement, drawing the attention of onlookers around them. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson. Why was he shouting so loudly? Did he want everyone to hear? She quickly grabbed his hand and led him away, continuing, remember that one time when you spilled milk on yourself at my house? You had no clothes to change into, so you crawled under the blanket with me. Su Yanran teased, a playful smile on her lips. Lin Youqi was left speechless, but he quickly countered, that was just me under the blanket by myself. Su Yanran, undeterred, replied with a grin, it was winter, and you complained about being cold under the blanket. I kindly helped keep you warm, and now you refuse to acknowledge it. Lin Youqi found himself utterly at a loss for words. He could hardly recall that incident, let alone expect Su Yanran to remember it so vividly. The sheer embarrassment of it all left him blushing. Su Yanran, like a victorious general, leisurely took Lin Youqi's spoon and scooped a bite of his ice cream. For a moment, it felt as though Lin Youqi's brain had overloaded. Wait, wasn't that spoon meant for his ice cream? Why was Su Yanran using it? What had he been pretending for? But now that things had escalated to this point, he decided not to dwell on it. Since you just tasted my ice cream, I shall have a taste of yours as well, he declared, mirroring her earlier action by taking her spoon and scooping a bite of her ice cream. Su Yanran was well aware that she had intentionally used his spoon, but both of them chose to feign ignorance about their shared understanding. After all, they both harbored their own secret intentions. As they strolled, they soon reached the entrance of the shopping mall. Noticing that time was slipping away, they decided to leave the mall and take a leisurely walk back. Just as they stepped outside, a group of rambunctious children suddenly dashed past, causing Su Yanran to lose her footing on the slick ground and tumble backward. Chapter 56. She calls me father. Watch out. Lin Youqi reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Soft and fragrant. Su Yanran had yet to comprehend what had happened when she found herself nestled in Lin Youqi's embrace. Their eyes locked in a moment of silence. As the realization dawned on her, Su Yanran felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She was in Lin Youqi's arms. The intensity of his gaze made her cheeks bloom with color. Could you please put me down? Su Yanran stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Youqi, inexplicably, uttered a. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, the proximity between them ensured that it reached Su Yan's ears distinctly. At first, Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. It was as if she had suddenly come to a realization. She had clearly said to take. Could it be that Lin Youqi had misheard it as dad? Goodness. Just as Su Yan had been set down by Lin Youqi. She shot him an embarrassed yet indignant glare and exclaimed, Oh, really? You little rascal actually want to be my dad? Realizing that his little ruse had been exposed, Lin Youqi felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had also responded to her rather inexplicably. No, Yin Jia, please hear me out. But Su Yin, engulfed in her flustered fury, was in no mood to listen to Lin Youqi's explanations. Sensing the impending turmoil, Lin Youqi took off running. Su Yin chased after him, calling out, "Don't run. Stop right there." But Lin Youqi, not one to be foolish, sprinted away with the speed of a rabbit. "I was wrong, Yin Jia. I truly understand my mistake," he pleaded as he dashed ahead. After a brief chase, Su Yin found herself somewhat out of breath. Compared to her previous life, where she was accustomed to regular exercise, this new body indeed felt rather feeble, evoking a sense of the reborn celestial emperor. "Stop running. I won't hit you anymore, all right?" She panted, hands on her knees, addressing Lin Youqi. Noticing that Su Yin was likely exhausted, Lin Youqi cautiously made his way back. He approached her and bent down. Although it was winter, he couldn't help but be stirred by the sight of Su Yin's open collar. What a grand allure, even through her sweater. The essence of her form was unmistakable. "Where are your eyes wandering?" Su Yin gasped, a blush creeping onto her face, unsure whether it was from fatigue or embarrassment. "What nonsense! I didn't Don't speak recklessly," Lin Youqi quickly denied, but his attempts at justifying himself were futile. In such circumstances, how could Su Yin possibly believe his excuses? This boy indeed had the heart, but lacked the courage. Yet, Su Yin felt no concern. As long as he harbored some feelings for her, what was there to fear? "I saw you stealing glances," she teased. Lin Youqi straightened his expression and replied earnestly, "As a scholar, how could that be considered sneaky?" His earnest demeanor might lead one to believe he was a person of great integrity, if he truly held such principles. Lin Youqi might be regarded as a profound thinker. Seeing that Lin Youqi was still attempting to argue, Su Yin seized the moment and reached into his collar. In an instant, Lin Youqi was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, he felt a chill running down his spine. Standing at 185 centimeters, Lin Youqi was significantly taller than Su Yin, who was 173 centimeters. She easily reached his shoulder level. "No wonder my back is cold. Turns out I've been struck by the icy palm," he exclaimed, his voice rising in a manner akin to a pig's squeal. "Yin Jia, this icy touch is far too frigid." Lin Youqi crouched down and evaded Su Yin's icy grasp, taking her hand in the process. "I'll warm your hands for you," he stammered, his speech faltering from the chill. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Su Yin felt a wave of shyness wash over her. What did he mean by "I'll use my hands to help you"? Lin Youqi's bluntness was truly astounding. Had he not completed his thought, one might have mistaken him for a rogue. "Next time, please be more articulate," Su Yin playfully chided. Lin Youqi understood immediately. Clearing his throat, he thought, "We are both adults. Surely we can comprehend each other with just a glance." He felt a hint of embarrassment, having been teased by Su Yin. The two fell silent, hand in hand, strolling back together. Before long, it was time to part ways. "Remember to take it slow on your way back," Su Yin instructed as they stood beneath her apartment building. Lin Youqi smiled, "Understood. Yin Jia, you go ahead." He handed her the bag containing her clothes. As she accepted the bag, their hands inevitably brushed against each other's. However, Su Yin had grown somewhat immune to such contact, given their frequent hand-holding. "It's fine. I'll wait here to watch you go up before I head inside," Su Yin said with a gentle smile. Lin Youqi scratched his head, conceding to her wishes. He understood her stubborn nature. Once she made up her mind, she would certainly follow through. If he didn't leave, she might just refuse to ascend. "All right then, I'm off. Remember to hurry upstairs. It's a bit chilly out here," he reminded her. Su Yin nodded, "Got it. Stop nagging." She waved goodbye as Lin Youqi departed. On his way back, he pondered what a mere freshman like himself could do to earn money. The option of a part-time job was quickly dismissed. While it could cover basic needs, it would not grant him financial freedom. Survival and thriving were fundamentally different concepts. In his previous life, he had successfully ventured into entrepreneurship, yet now he lacked the necessary startup capital. Asking his parents for money was unrealistic since they were just ordinary people, not wealthy. He had no knowledge of stock trading, only knowing that certain major companies' stocks could soar. As for the lottery, he lacked the memory to recall winning numbers. Most importantly, during his university days in his past life, he had been preoccupied with unrequited love, leaving no time to explore other avenues. If only he could invest that time in planning what to buy for Su Minghan tomorrow. Curse that wretched Su Minghan. She wasted his glorious youth. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Su Minghan sneezed. Could it be that someone was speaking ill of her behind her back? Chapter 57. A Reward for You. Speaking of the lottery, Lin Youqi suddenly recalled an event from his previous life. It was around this time when a senior had purchased a lottery ticket at the food street behind the school, winning 200,000 yuan. Counting the days, it was only a couple of days ago. He remembered the senior had won on the 27th, and today was the 25th. The thought sent a rush of excitement through him. Although 200,000 yuan hadn't been a substantial sum to his former self, it was a considerable amount now, especially when he was utterly broke. The notion of winning 200,000 yuan sparked a glimmer of hope, yet another dilemma loomed before him. If one were to purchase lottery tickets independently, the likelihood of winning remains uncertain. Furthermore, the specific batch of tickets purchased is unknown. The results can vary significantly across different batches. The only feasible solution is to buy all the tickets and scratch them one by one. With this method, winning seems inevitable. Does it not? However, the initial investment is rather substantial. Currently, I possess a mere 700 yuan, of which 500 is borrowed from Wu Hao. Should I consider borrowing a bit more? Lost in thought, Lin Youqi made his way back to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was met with enthusiastic exclamations from his 3 roommates. "You rascal, out on a date, leaving us 3 empty nesters here in the dorm." Mei Jichao quipped mischievously. "Wait, what is that you're holding, old Chi?" Zhou Xiao adjusted his thick glasses, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. The others' gazes were similarly drawn to Lin Youqi's hands. Yet, Lin Youqi had no intention of concealing his treasures. Instead, he displayed them with flair. "What? How did you know that a girl bought me clothes? How did you know it cost several thousand?" He feigned astonishment. King Xiayun, Mei Jicha, and Zhou Xiao were momentarily speechless. "Didn't I just ask you?" You could have simply said. Nevertheless, the envy radiating from them was palpable. They had scarcely engaged in any romantic relationships, let alone had a girl buy them clothes. They had always been the ones purchasing clothes for the girls. How had Lin Youqi managed to reverse this dynamic? "It's just clothing. Who doesn't have that? My mom bought me some a couple of days ago." Mei Jichao remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Your clothes are shabby, smelly, and tattered," Qin Zijuan retorted playfully. "They're utterly impractical and provide no warmth." Even Zhou Xiao, who usually maintained a more reserved demeanor, chimed in with sarcasm. Lin Youqi paid little heed to the banter of his companions. Although they were envious of his fortune, they genuinely felt happy for him. Achieving such a feat seemed quite challenging, and in reality, it was far from simple. However, as long as his friends did not succumb to sycophancy, anything they did was commendable. "Who among you has spare cash? Lend me a little to tide me over." Lin Youqi grinned at them. The response was a synchronized retreat to their respective corners, as if the previous exchange had never occurred. The dormitory fell into an unexpected silence. Lin Youqi was taken aback. What was going on with these fellows? However, he had a backup plan. It was the end of the month, and everyone was typically low on funds. It was not surprising they were reluctant to lend him anything. Thus, he decided to unveil his final gambit. "I'll repay you the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you an extra 10%, Lin Youqi stated calmly. Yet, his roommates were anything but calm at this revelation. An additional 10% meant repaying 110 of the borrowed amount. Who could resist such temptation? While Lin Youqi remained composed, his friends were visibly agitated. "My mother once told me that mutual assistance among classmates is paramount, and Brother Chi is my best friend. How could I not help him?" Mei Jichao was the first to react, rushing to Lin Youqi's side. "I still have 500. Take it." He promptly initiated a transfer to Lin Youqi. The other two were equally eager to contribute. "The profit is inconsequential. I'm simply a generous soul. I have 1,500. Qin Zijuan chuckled. Coming from a family of business, Qin Zijuan enjoyed decent financial stability, receiving 3,500 in monthly allowances. However, as he was yet to enter a romantic relationship, he had little need to spend it all. Good brother, I also have 500. Zhou Xiao chimed in, appearing equally generous. All right, so it's like that, is it? Lin Youqi responded nonchalantly. However, he understood that not everyone would be willing to lend help unconditionally. Those who offer assistance without reason are either exceptionally close to you or have ulterior motives. This was a notion Lin Youqi was acutely aware of, having navigated the complexities of society for quite some time. Thus, he remained unfazed by the actions of his roommates. All right, I'll repay you in a couple of days. None of his roommates inquired about the purpose of the substantial loan, for everyone harbored their own secrets. It was not their place to pry. As long as they were assured that Lin Youqi was not the type to default on debts, that was sufficient. With his roommates' 2,500 yuan added to his own 700, he had accumulated over 3,000. However, he still faced a shortfall in purchasing the scratch-off tickets from the lottery store. Just as Lin Youqi pondered where to procure additional funds, his phone suddenly lit up with 10 notifications. Each notification bore a single character, which when combined read, Lin Youqi performed exceptionally well today. Coincidentally, it was exactly 10 characters long. It was a message from Sister Yanran. Lin Youqi was momentarily bewildered. Why had Sister Yanran sent him a red envelope? He quickly inquired, Sister Yanran, what is this about? The response came swiftly, indicating the sender was typing. You performed brilliantly in today as competition. Is it not reasonable for me to reward you? Su Yanran asserted with conviction. Lin Youqi felt a sudden wave of emotion. He was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Sister Yanran was likely concerned that he might be short on funds after they went shopping, hence the red envelope. Yet, to spare his pride, she framed it as a reward. This way, he received money while preserving his dignity. Indeed, Su Yanran's intentions were genuinely considerate. Thank you. However, I must decline the reward. I appreciate your kindness, Lin Youqi typed back. No way. My praise and reward are intertwined. If you refuse the reward, it's tantamount to rejecting my compliment. So it's your choice. It doesn't matter, Lin Youqi replied with a shrug. Given that Su Yanran had insisted, he reluctantly accepted the red envelope. The first 9 envelopes were 200 each, while the final one was 199. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why it amounted to such an odd total. He asked, why does it add up to 1999? Chapter 58. You're naughty. It's a homophone for 666. And then 6 flipped, resulting in 9, Su Yanran explained. Lin Youqi chuckled at the screen, realizing that she had sent him 1999 because of his 666 performance. So that's the reason, huh? Lin Youqi replied, you understand homophones, but 6 and 9 shouldn't be easily associated together. His statement was veiled, likely only comprehensible to those with a more seasoned perspective. Su Yanran, however, seemed puzzled. Why? Is there some untold secret between these two numbers? Lin Youqi hesitated to divulge, wishing to maintain the image of an innocent gentleman before Su Yanran. Yet, after some reflection, he questioned the merits of such restraint. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a bit of mischief. Ahem. Well, it's certainly not about being mischievous. This serves to deepen the bond between two individuals. Why don't you take a guess? Lin Youqi prompted Su Yanran to make an attempt. Su Yanran was utterly perplexed and had no clue where to start. Thus, she inquired, is it because these two numbers are centrally symmetric? Ah, indeed, a commendable observation from a civil engineer. The spirit of civil engineering is embodied in its practitioners. They are truly among the elite. Even in interpreting mere numbers, one can draw parallels to central symmetry. Ah, Lin Youqi found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Is that not correct? Then please enlighten me. Su Yanran, having surrendered her efforts, urged Lin Youqi to reveal the answer. Lin Youqi hesitated, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. If he were conversing with an experienced man or a fellow peer, he would naturally express himself in the most straightforward manner. However, addressing a delicate young lady, especially one as refined as Yanran, posed a significant challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Youqi ventured. Imagine the circle atop the 9 as the upper body, and the hook beneath it as the lower body. Then consider 6 and 9 together. He had said just enough. The rest was for Su Yanran to decipher. Some concepts truly elude verbal explanation, relying instead on intuition. Su Yanran examined the message on her phone. She recognized the individual characters, yet their arrangement rendered them unintelligible. The upper and lower bodies together. Utilizing her vivid spatial imagination, she envisioned it. Lin Youqi. He was, astonishingly, making a suggestive remark. Although she was not entirely familiar with such nuances, she had a basic understanding. The key lay in Lin Youqi's detailed and precise explanation. Though not overtly explicit, he had conveyed the essential points. Su Yanran was no naive little girl. How could you be so suggestive? She exclaimed, tossing her phone onto the bed and burying her face in her pillow. This was utterly mortifying. Lin Youqi had actually said such things to her. He was truly incorrigible. But you did ask me. Lin Youqi replied, standing his ground. Su Yanran pondered for a moment. Perhaps he was right. You are so mischievous. At that moment, Su Yanran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, enticing enough to provoke a desire to take a bite. Meanwhile, Lin Youqi had completed his evening routines and was now in bed, engaging in conversation with Su Yanran over text. Noticing her prolonged silence following her last message, he guessed she might be feeling shy. In truth, she was indeed at a loss for what to say next, fearing that his subsequent remarks might once again venture into suggestive territory, which would only heighten her embarrassment. Su Yanran believed she had not yet reached the level of an experienced conversationalist. I was merely jesting. Lin Youqi chuckled, masking his own amusement. He had just playfully teased Yanran. That is not true. You were making suggestive jokes. Anyone can tell. Su Yanran retorted, her indignation palpable. It's just a suggestive joke. As if it's something extraordinary. Lin Youqi was invigorated by her challenge. If that's the case, then I am wide awake. Please do share, he urged, encouraging her to speak freely. Oh, you can tell suggestive jokes? Share one. Let me hear. Lin Youqi employed a teasing tactic, hoping to draw Su Yanran into his game. Just because someone can say it doesn't mean they must. I am civilized and polite, all right? Su Yanran countered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, still hesitant to discuss such matters in front of Lin Youqi. Yet, a part of her was undeniably curious, though she felt the need to reserve such expressions for a more fitting context. Then that means you cannot. It's all right, Yanran, I won't mock you. Lin Youqi replied with feigned indifference. Su Yanran, with her strong-willed nature, felt discontented at his continuous insinuations of inadequacy. A woman must never admit to weakness. I can say it if I want. Who's afraid? She declared defiantly. Lin Youqi smiled, pleased to see his strategy was working. Go ahead, then. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yanran began. Once, there was an unmarried man and woman meeting for a blind date. After discussing the basic conditions, the man asked the woman, are your assets comparable to a steamed bun? Lin Youqi was captivated. Such an outrageous opening was truly unexpected for a blind date scenario. Su Yanran continued. The woman replied in the affirmative, and the man was quite satisfied. Subsequently, they married. Lin Youqi, intrigued, questioned, is that all? Not yet. Why the rush? Su Yanran defended herself. The wedding proceeded smoothly until they entered the bridal chamber that night, which began normally. However, as the night wore on, a man's scream echoed from the chamber. Little Wangzi, steamed bun. Lin Youqi nearly lost his composure. Before he could react, he had anticipated something entirely different. Why hadn't the man noticed earlier? Was it not apparent? Or was the woman a victim of deceptive appearances? Deceptive appearances, by definition, imply a fade that conceals the truth. Su Yanran, unable to contain herself, found Lin Youqi's reaction to her joke utterly hilarious. As long as you understand, that's enough. She chuckled. Reflecting on it, Lin Youqi mused that Yanran's joke was hardly risque, a mere fraction of what he had implied. The mention of little Wangzi steamed bun reminded him of Su Yanran's D-will. It was a sight to behold, a feast for the eyes. Compelled by an impulse, Lin Youqi asked, what about you? Su Yanran's initial reaction was to think he was inquiring about her assets. Yet, feigning ignorance, she replied, I know, all right. No, that's not what I meant. Chapter 59, 3 18-year-old youths. Ah, how bold Lin Youqi was to inquire about her assets, despite her overwhelming shyness. Su Yanran blushed and managed to respond, I don't know. Faced with Lin Youqi's audacity, she felt utterly at a loss. Surely, she could not disclose her size. As she pondered this, a wave of heat swept over her. Could it possibly be that her prolonged solitude had taken its toll? The song 30-Year-Old Woman contained a lyric, I know, the loneliness of the night is unbearable. Was it truly so? She recalled the sensation of being embraced by Lin Youqi. Feeling his strong muscles and intoxicating scent of youth, along with the restless energy of boyhood. Each aspect stirred within her an undeniable yearning. How infuriating! What was she thinking? She was a dignified person. Seeing that Su Yanran was reluctant to speak, Lin Youqi could surmise that she was feeling shy, since she chose not to articulate her thoughts. He would have to seize the opportunity to measure things for himself. As a person of meticulous nature, Lin Youqi firmly believed in the necessity of repeated verification of results. Although appearances can often deceive, he was aware that one must engage in practical experimentation. The integration of theory and practice embodies a truly rigorous approach. Yes, I must indeed take action. Oh, so that is how it is. Lin Youqi uttered a remark that could easily be misconstrued. Those unaware might believe that Su Yanran and Lin Youqi had exchanged something quite intimate. Su Yanran, feeling both embarrassed and indignant, resembled a boiled shrimp. Her face flushed bright red. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she retorted, And what about you? Lin Youqi was momentarily taken aback by her question. What about him? What would he possibly say? He certainly did not possess the same attributes as women. However, it was true that everyone had their own attributes. It was merely a matter of differing interpretations between genders. Although some women might not differ significantly from men, there were still distinctions to be made. What exactly did Yanran mean? Wait, could she be questioning him directly? How audacious of her. He couldn't allow himself to be outdone. Lin Youqi pondered how he should respond. After sending that message, Su Yanran felt a twinge of regret for having spoken so boldly. She could only hope that Lin Youqi wouldn't comprehend the full implications of her words. Yet, Lin Youqi was no fool. Misunderstanding was not an option. Let us put it this way, I am a young man of 18, standing at 180 centimeters tall, thus I. Upon reading this message, Su Yanran nearly gasped in astonishment, not from shock, but from bashfulness at Lin Youqi's blatant implication. It was evident that both were rather naive individuals. With Su Yanran, perhaps the more so. Lin Youqi had only revealed half of his thoughts, yet she grasped the meaning effortlessly. Was he truly 18? Cough, cough. She meant his age. This was a matter worthy of scrutiny, but it was likely true, right? Some things simply could not be fabricated. Much like one's height, exaggeration was futile. Could he maintain the same height barefoot as he did in shoes? Could he appear the same when undressed? Su Yanran believed that Lin Youqi would not deceive her. If that were the case, then she was no longer sleepy. I don't understand what you're saying. Su Yanran feigned ignorance, though she comprehended everything. Lin Youqi smiled knowingly. How amusing it was that Yanran pretended not to understand while fully grasping the situation. How vexing that it only made him more exhilarated. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks before bidding each other goodnight, for the hour had grown late. The abrupt end to his previous life had imparted upon Lin Youqi a deeper appreciation of the importance of health. A sound body truly outweighed all else. Her well-being was as vital as his own. Early the following morning, Lin Youqi was seen on the athletic field. Since his rebirth, he had made it a habit to exercise whenever he had the chance. Running was, of course, the simplest yet most effective form of exercise. Although he could not quite fathom why his body felt significantly stronger since his rebirth, he remained committed to his fitness regimen. After completing a 5-kilometer run, he checked the time, only 7 o'clock. He wondered if Yanran had risen yet. Thus, he sent a message to Su Yanran. Good morning, Yanran. Have you woken up yet? After sending the message, Lin Youqi tucked his phone into his pocket, preparing to stretch. While stretching, he received Su Yanran's response. Good morning. I just woke up. At that moment, Su Yanran lay on her bed, still half asleep, with a delicate leg exposed to the cool morning air. A rebellious strand of hair jutted from her head, lending her an endearingly lazy appearance. The exquisite contours of her face were adorned with a serene charm. Lin Youqi pulled out his phone and replied, "I was just exercising. Would you like me to bring breakfast for us to share?" He began to gather his things, intending to return to his dormitory for a shower before heading out to meet Su Yanran. After all, he was drenched in sweat and feared that his odor might be overwhelming for her. "Sound good. When do you think you'll arrive?" Su Yanran, now sitting up, thought to herself that Lin Youqi surely wouldn't be arriving too soon. She felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of him seeing her in a disheveled state. Even though she was not truly untidy, she simply had that just woken up look. Yet, she felt it was essential to maintain a polished image in front of someone she cared about. As Lin Youqi made his way back, he texted, "I plan to return to my dorm for a shower first before heading over with breakfast." Upon reading this message, Su Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was arriving immediately, she could manage her appearance. She was anxious that Lin Youqi might already be waiting at the foot of her building. Although they had shared their most authentic selves during their previous cohabitation in a past life, they had yet to do so in this one. Wait, did Lin Youqi mention taking a shower? This prompted her to recall the previous day when he had bathed in her home, with her undergarments left in the bathroom. Should she invite him over for another shower? "Why don't you just bring your things and come over to shower? Your roommate is still asleep," she texted, her fair cheeks tinged with a blush. It seemed she was becoming increasingly audacious. Lin Youqi raised an eyebrow upon reading her message. Was this a tacit agreement or a straightforward invitation? It presented quite the dilemma. "That might not be appropriate," he replied. "What is inappropriate about it? Let us consider it settled." Chapter 60, Daring to Steal Another Glance. Given Su Yanran's enthusiastic invitation, there was little reason for Lin Youqi to refuse. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Lin Youqi quickly found a change of clothes in his dormitory and set out. After sending Lin Youqi the message, Su Yanran hurriedly got out of bed. She tidied up her home, making it appear quite neat. In truth, it had not been particularly messy. Her perception merely exaggerated the matter. Once she finished tidying, Su Yanran refreshed herself, ensuring she looked clean and vibrant. Even without makeup, her beauty radiated effortlessly, reminiscent of the lyrics. "Your face is devoid of makeup, yet I'm utterly enamored." Not long after she finished grooming, the doorbell rang. It must be Lin Youqi. Just to be cautious, Su Yanran peered through the peephole. A touch of vigilance is never amiss for a woman living alone. Through the peephole, she spotted Lin Youqi's face, still slightly damp. Swiftly, she opened the door. "You're here already. I thought I would have to wait a bit longer," Su Yanran exclaimed with delight. Lin Youqi scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Did his prompt arrival make him seem a bit too eager? He justified himself. "I had my clean clothes ready on my bed, planning to return to the dormitory for a shower, and I just happened to grab them on my way." Although it sounded like a reasonable explanation, it was riddled with flaws, especially considering the sweat that still clung to him, clearly indicating he had sprinted all the way here. Lin Youqi hesitated at the door. Su Yanran noticed that he was holding a pair of shoes, while still wearing his own. What was he up to? He placed the shoes he was carrying outside by the door, before finally stepping inside. A look of confusion crossed Su Yanran's face. "What are you doing? Why leave the shoes outside?" With a playful smirk, Lin Youqi explained, "I was just thinking about your safety, you know? There's so many news stories online. If I leave a pair of men's shoes at the entrance, any potential intruder might think twice upon seeing them." Lin Youqi's actions mirrored those of many single women living alone. At that moment, Su Yanran felt a warmth bloom within her heart swelling with gratitude. His thoughtfulness was so meticulous, so considerate. If it's unsafe for one person to live alone, then surely it's safer for two. Su Yanran whispered softly, her voice barely audible. If it's unsafe for one person, then two must be safer. Hearing her speak so quietly, Lin Youqi curiously inquired, "What did you just say?" "Nothing, just hurry and change your shoes. It's cold outside," she urged, feeling the chill of the breeze seeping through the slightly ajar door. After changing into matching couple slippers, Lin Youqi stepped into Su Yanran's home. His immediate reaction was one of surprise at how tidy and immaculate it was. "Is something wrong? Is there anything out of place?" Su Yanran asked, noticing him surveying her living space with curiosity. "Not at all. I just think your place is really well organized," Lin Youqi remarked, which made Su Yanran blush slightly, feeling a bit bashful. After all, She had only recently tidied up. "Oh, really? I thought it was just okay. By the way, go take a shower quickly. Once you're done, we can have breakfast together," she encouraged, gently nudging him forward. Lin Youqi set down the breakfast he had brought and headed to the bathroom. After he entered, Su Yanran decided to wash the clothes she had changed out of the night before. It was her morning routine to do laundry. She stepped onto the small balcony to find the laundry basket, preparing to sort her clothes for washing. The outer garments would go in the washing machine, while she would hand wash her underwear and socks. However, as she gathered her outerwear, she realized her underwear was missing. Wait, did she forget in the bathroom? Surely not. Just this morning, she had recalled what had happened the previous afternoon, yet somehow it hadn't prompted her to retrieve her underwear for the laundry basket. Inside the bathroom, Lin Youqi glanced at the underwear hanging on the rack and fell into contemplation. He began to wonder if Su Yanran had done this intentionally. Yesterday's was purple and today's was pink, both adorned with lace. Did she not realize how alluring such items could be to a young man in the throes of youth? After a brief assessment of the pink lace, Lin Youqi acknowledged that it indeed conveyed a certain appeal. He dared not look any longer or draw closer. After all, was there a saying that went, one more glance and it might explode, one step closer and it might melt? Despite his attempts to avert his gaze from the enticing objects on the wall, Lin Youqi found himself unable to resist peeking during a shower, a reflex he could not control. Gradually, he felt a restlessness brewing within him, prompting him to lower the temperature of the shower to cool himself down. It wasn't until the water turned cold that he felt slightly more composed. However, the water was piercingly cold. Resolutely, he finished up quickly, dressed, and exited the bathroom. Su Yanran was still engrossed in her laundry, her thoughts preoccupied, which naturally slowed her pace. A faint blush remained on her cheeks, as if the lingering thoughts of the previous exchange had not yet dissipated. Suddenly, she noticed a figure approaching, and she instinctively stepped back, nearly colliding with the wall. Lin Youqi, reacting swiftly, reached out to catch her before she could bump her head. Su Yanran's head met the palm of his hand, just as his knuckles grazed the wall. In a moment of surprise, she lost her balance and instinctively grabbed Lin Youqi's collar, pulling him down with her. This unexpected maneuver caught him off guard. They both fell back, Lin Youqi instinctively enveloping Su Yanran in his arms as she clung to his shirt. In that moment, the distance between them shrank to mere inches, their breaths resonating in the silence of the room. It felt as though even the faintest sound could be heard as they maintained this intimate, ambiguous position. Their eyes locked in a silent conversation, unwilling to break the enchanting atmosphere. Chapter 61. Does my waist look good? Ultimately, it was Su Yanran who could no longer contain herself, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm steady now." She slowly released her grip on Lin Youqi's collar, and the air between them became charged with a subtle tension. Having just emerged from the shower, Lin Youqi still radiated warmth, his very presence igniting Su Yanran's senses. The atmosphere was intoxicating, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him tightly, wishing to pull him into her arms. Yet, Lin Youqi, too, felt reluctant to break away from this tender moment. He found himself leaning closer, the gap between them diminishing further. As he halted just a couple of centimeters away from her face, his gaze locked onto her enchanting eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you're steady now?" "Yes." Seeing her reaction, Lin Youqi gradually retreated. Su Yanran exhaled a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt a pang of disappointment, the reason for which only she could comprehend. "Should you dry your hair first?" Su Yanran inquired, concerned for Lin Youqi, whose hair remained damp from a shower. Given the chilly weather, she worried he might catch a cold. Lin Youqi extended his fair and slender hand, gently running it through his damp hair. Indeed, it felt a bit chilly. However, he was also somewhat anxious that the breakfast he had just purchased might cool down. Thus, he inquired, "Shall we have breakfast first?" His concern was not unfounded. During this season, food left exposed to the air would quickly become lukewarm. Su Yanran pointed to a nearby table and said, "No worries, there's a microwave. We can heat it up later. Let me dry your hair first." In typical idol dramas, it is usually the male character who dries the female character's hair. Yet, in the case of Lin Youqi and Su Yanran, the dynamic was rather different. It was Su Yanran who took the initiative to dry Lin Youqi's hair, insisting that he sit obediently on the sofa. It felt somewhat peculiar, yet remarkably harmonious, as if there were no hint of awkwardness. After Su Yanran finished drying his hair, she cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, let's go have breakfast. I'm feeling a bit hungry." After putting the hairdryer away, she stretched lazily. Her nightgown fit her perfectly, but when she stretched, it risked revealing more than intended. The delicate curve of her waist caught Lin Youqi's attention. The silk garment caressed Su Yanran's milky skin like a gentle breeze, and the sight of her alabaster figure left Lin Youqi momentarily spellbound. Curiosity swelled within him regarding the sensation of such skin. Despite her slender waist, it seemed to possess a delightful softness, radiating a sheen that was exquisitely fine. "Is it beautiful?" Su Yanran, naturally aware of Lin Youqi's burning gaze fixated on her waist, displayed her figure with grace rather than shyness. She boldly asked him whether she looked good. Lin Youqi, ever honest, smiled and replied, "Absolutely. You look magnificent." Despite feeling quite brave, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bashfulness in Su Yanran's presence. Perhaps this was the sentiment that arose when one was with someone they truly admired. He found himself indifferent to anyone else, for only with her did he feel an exhilarating rush of dopamine. His joy was entirely derived from her, and she alone possessed it. Even if I'm beautiful, I won't let you see," Su Yanran teased, puffing her cheeks playfully before turning toward the dining area. Lin Youqi chuckled softly and followed her. He placed the breakfast he had brought into the microwave for a quick heat. During this time, Su Yanran poured hot water over the soy milk. "This breakfast has gone cold," she lamented, her brow furrowing in frustration. Yet, even with her frown, she remained utterly captivating. Lin Youqi sat at the dining table, propping his head up on his hands, gazing at Su Yanran with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. "Why are you staring? Come help me with this." "It's a bit hot," she said, noticing Lin Youqi's unwavering gaze. Feeling a hint of shyness whenever he was with her, he had gradually built an immunity to it. "All right," he replied, moving behind Su Yanran. He wrapped his arms around her, assisting her in retrieving the breakfast from the microwave. This was not entirely intentional on Lin Youqi's part. The spatial arrangement in the kitchen had facilitated the closeness. The table was rather narrow, and the microwave was positioned against the wall, leaving only the space where Su Yanran stood for Lin Youqi to assist her. Feeling his solid chest against her back ignited a warmth within Su Yanran. It seemed she had made the right choice in the layout of the space. The cozy proximity indeed felt justified. "Is it ready?" she asked, noticing Lin Youqi taking an unusually long time. The gentle breath on her ear heightened her sensitivity. Her ears were particularly responsive to the slightest shift in the air. Being so close to Lin Youqi only intensified her awareness, causing her breath to quicken. "All right," Lin Youqi replied leisurely as he stepped back with the breakfast. His audacity had grown, particularly in the presence of Su Yanran. However, seeing that she did not resist, he felt emboldened to act as he pleased. He placed the breakfast on the table with a calm demeanor and then sat down. Su Yanran followed suit, but noticing the distance between them, Lin Youqi got up again and moved closer to her. "You're sitting too far away. I can't reach the food," he remarked casually, providing an excellent excuse for his actions. Soon, the two finished their breakfast, leaning back in their chairs with expressions of contentment. Comfort was a natural consequence of having satisfied their appetites. After all, can one not feel at ease when desires are fulfilled? Chapter 62. Let me do your laundry. After breakfast, Lin Youqi lingered in Su Yanran's home for a while longer before taking his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. Although Su Yanran was affluent, he couldn't possibly rely on her entirely. The thought of being seen as someone who merely depended on her was something he found difficult to accept. Not to mention, he was a person of considerable capability and should earn his own keep. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly 10:30 in the morning. Upon entering, he found several roommates still fast asleep, prompting him to tread lightly as he prepared to wash the clothes he had just changed out of. However, upon reaching the bathroom, he was struck with realization. "Oh no, where are my clothes?" he exclaimed. Had he inadvertently left them at Su Yanran's house? Quickly, He pulled out his phone and messaged her. Su Yanran, did I forget my clothes at your place? A wave of embarrassment washed over him. While it was one thing to bathe at her home, forgetting his clothes meant she would inevitably see his dirty laundry. Su Yanran, upon receiving Lin Youqi's message, rushed to the bathroom to check and confirm that indeed he had left his clothes behind. She then replied, if you didn't take them, shall I wash them for you? Having approached the pile of Lin Youqi's forgotten clothing, she reached out to pick them up. They were still slightly damp, likely from sweat that had not yet dried. What am I looking at? Su Yanran felt her cheeks flush, puzzled by her sudden curiosity. Suppressing her embarrassment, she placed Lin Youqi's clothes back where they belonged. No, I'd rather wash them myself. Lin Youqi felt a surge of urgency as he implored Su Yanran to assist him with his laundry. Was this truly appropriate? The matter was compounded by the fact that it included his recently discarded undergarments. It was simply unacceptable. Oh dear, since you've already left, it would be quite troublesome to return for them. Allow me to wash them for you. Faced with this predicament, Lin Youqi found himself with no choice but to acquiesce. Why did this evoke such a sense of embarrassment? In both this life and the last, the only person who had ever washed his clothes, even his intimate garments, had been his mother. Now, Su Yanran was offering to do the same. Though a part of him felt a secret thrill, he was simultaneously engulfed by humiliation. Reflecting on his mother brought forth a longing to return home. In his previous life, his parents had departed from him, and in this life, he vowed to cherish them dearly. I appreciate it. Next time, I'll wash your clothes as well. Oh, let us not make a fuss about it. Su Yanran was clearly flustered by Lin Youqi's insistence. Did he truly wish to take advantage of her kindness? She resolutely declined. It's nothing really. It's merely a matter of reciprocity. Lin Youqi remained undeterred, responding with a smile. He was intentionally provoking her, eager to witness her bashful reaction. But for now, I must go wash the clothes. Su Yanran hastily retreated, neither agreeing nor refusing, leaving a tantalizing ambiguity in the air. After setting his phone down, Lin Youqi emerged from the bathroom to find several people sleeping soundly, resembling dead pigs. He could not bear to rouse them, so he quietly took his seat. He sent a message to his childhood friend, Wu Hao. Howsy, come find me at school this afternoon. There is something significant to discuss. Lin Youqi deliberately withheld details, wanting to pique Wu Hao's curiosity. As expected, Wu Hao responded almost instantaneously. The lad, devoid of a girlfriend, was likely busy gaming in his dormitory. What's going on? Wu Hao, who had been lounging while scrolling through pictures of beautiful women, quickly sat up, startling his roommate awake. Dude, can you keep it down a bit? It's early. You're the one making noise. I'm merely checking in on my brother. Wu Hao retorted. This statement, however, was somewhat ambiguous. The roommate misinterpreted it, exclaiming, So, this is how you express camaraderie? I'm truly impressed. The two brothers were not the same. Wu Hao dismissed the confusion and focused on Lin Youqi's matter. This is genuinely important. You'll understand when you arrive. I can't encapsulate it in mere words. Wu Hao's curiosity was thoroughly aroused, and he blamed Lin Youqi for being so adept at stirring emotions. If this were a century ago, he might have been a little dictator. Why don't you come at noon? We can have lunch together, Wu Hao suggested. Noticing the time, Lin Youqi agreed. Sure. But then Wu Hao stood up, agitated. No. How can you engage in such a reckless endeavor? The surrounding diners regarded him as if he were a fool. Lin Youqi quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance of his friend. Realizing the attention he had drawn, Wu Hao promptly sat down again. I'm not talking about you. Just because you had a dream, you're willing to risk it all? Wu Hao insisted. Moments later, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao met up and headed to a noodle shop on the street behind the school for a meal. During their meal, Lin Youqi shared his thoughts with Wu Hao, explaining that he had dreamt he would win the lottery today. Wu Hao was immediately alarmed. He did not want to witness his friend spiraling into despair. Wu Hao was a rather earnest individual, and he viewed lottery playing as akin to gambling. Therefore, Lin Youqi's actions appeared to him as reckless as a gambler wagering everything in a desperate hope to turn his fortunes around. Concerned for his brother, Wu Hao had momentarily overreacted. Lin Youqi felt a rush of warmth. Regardless of past or present, Wu Hao had always been his dearest friend. Yet, in his previous life, He had been so engrossed in his entrepreneurial endeavors that he had neglected their friendship. In the end, when he wished to rescue his good brother from the precipice, he found it was already too late. Wu Hao's family circumstances were far more favorable than his own. In his former life, having never engaged in a romantic relationship, his family had arranged a marriage for him after graduation. He wed a woman, believing they would lead a blissful life together. However, she turned out to be a materialistic individual, idle and demanding. When their family grocery business faltered and ultimately failed, she immediately sought a divorce, leaving Wu Hao with no choice but to comply. By a cruel twist of fate, he later discovered that the daughter he had cherished was not his biological child, leading to profound despair. Ultimately, he took his own life by jumping into a river. Had he known sooner, he might have been able to intervene. In this life, not only did he wish to rectify his own regrets, but also to liberate his beloved brother from the abyss. Chapter 63. Kolo will turn to sand gold. Observing his brother's concern, Lin Youqi smiled and said, "Just trust me. After all, I'm the one buying, not you. What's there to fear?" Wu Hao grew frantic. "Even if it's you buying, that is still unacceptable. What if you don't win? All that money would be wasted. What will you eat then?" He was genuinely worried about Lin Youqi's state of mind. After finally shaking off the burden of Su Menghan, now he had become enamored with the lottery. This left Wu Hao momentarily at a loss. He could not bear to watch his good brother descend into ruin. Before Wu Hao could continue, Lin Youqi interrupted, "Let us not dwell on that right now. Let us finish our meal and head to the lottery shop afterward." With that, Lin Youqi bowed his head and resumed eating. Wu Hao sighed. Lin Youqi was indeed stubborn. He realized he hadn't even asked him what had transpired between him and Su Menghan. Wu Hao was eager to know if Lin Youqi had truly severed ties with her, as long as it was a genuine break. He feared that Lin Youqi might return to being her devoted admirer. Thus, out of curiosity, Wu Hao inquired, "By the way, what happened between you and Su Menghan?" While eating, Lin Youqi frowned. Why was this fellow suddenly bringing up Su Menghan? Hearing her name unexpectedly struck him with a sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed she had not appeared before him in quite some time, which was a relief. Had she finally come to her senses and ceased to disturb him? Lin Youqi couldn't help but feel grateful. Let her wreak havoc on whomever she pleased, as long as she left him in peace. He wondered who the next unfortunate soul would be. As for her, there was nothing much to say. He merely felt that the time he had wasted on her in the past was utterly regrettable. Engaging with someone like her was nothing short of a waste of life. Lin Youqi did not even lift his head, his tone remarkably tranquil, as if recounting an event long past and entirely disconnected from himself. In truth, that was precisely the case. Even though he had been reborn, a portion of Lin Youqi's thoughts lingered in his former life, including his attitude towards Su Menghan. In this lifetime, he was resolute in not wanting to entangle himself with her, displaying a complete lack of concern for her. His heart held space for but one person, leaving no room for anyone else. "Doesn't this seem unlike you?" "It's peculiar," Wu Hao remarked, somewhat perplexed yet pleased at heart. The one embroiled in the matter remained confused, while the observer held clarity. During high school, Lin Youqi had been deeply infatuated with Su Menghan, unaware of her true nature. However, Wu Hao, as a bystander, had seen through her facade. He had attempted to dissuade Lin Youqi numerous times, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Now, it seemed Lin Youqi had finally awakened to the truth. "How is this unlike me? You think I should be a sycophant like you?" Lin Youqi retorted with a laugh, his demeanor unperturbed. Wu Hao shook his head, at a loss for words. What exactly transpired between you two that led to this rift? He pressed, still eager to uncover the truth. Having nearly finished his meal, Lin Youqi set down his chopsticks and looked at Wu Hao. It was during the period after military training. I had planned a confession, which predictably ended in failure. Subsequently, I came to understand many things. Investing in someone like Su Menghan yields no results. It's a sheer waste of life. As Lin Youqi spoke, Wu Hao's face flushed red, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Lin Youqi had finally gained insight. "Nothing brings me greater joy than this revelation," Wu Hao exclaimed, though Lin Youqi noticed his friend's peculiar expression and frowned. "What is the matter? Have you heard something shocking?" Wu Hao rebutted immediately. "Shut up. You're the one who's shocking. I'm genuinely happy for you." "Well, if you're so happy for me, Why not lend me 500 bucks? Lin Youqi waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao nearly choked on his food. This guy really knows how to test my patience. Just as I praised him, he turns around and makes me angry. Nevertheless, Wu Hao soon reconciled with the situation. Anyway, today is a joyous occasion. My good buddy has awakened. What does it matter if I lend him a little money? If it doesn't pan out, consider a lesson learned. I'll tell you this, only this once. If there's a next time, I'll inform Aunt Yi and see how you fare. Wu Hao declared, invoking Lin Youqi's mother to assert his authority. Lin Youqi chuckled, all right, just this once. Do you think opportunities like this come by every day? Wu Hao, hailing from a relatively affluent family, typically had a generous allowance. Being single, he had few expenses, leaving him with a surplus of funds. Transfer me 300 bucks, no, 500 bucks. Help me make a fortune. Lin Youqi exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a famous celebrity. Classic line, Wu Hao quipped as he initiated the transfer. The next moment, Lin Youqi received the funds and promptly accepted the payment. After dinner, he planned to settle the bill and then scout out the lottery shop, ensuring he purchased tickets from the same batch. Surely, if he acquired all tickets from that batch, he would win, right? With a prize of 200,000. Even after taxes, he would net a cool 16,000. No matter how one looked at it, it was a lucrative endeavor. Post-dinner, the two each grabbed a bottle of soda and leisurely made their way to the lottery shop. Ah, a bottle of soda post-meal. Truly a heavenly delight. Wu Hao sighed contentedly, rubbing his belly. In truth, Wu Hao was somewhat overweight, a stark contrast to the tall and slender Lin Youqi. Standing at about 175 centimeters, he was not particularly short, but he appeared a full head shorter next to Lin Youqi, especially given his plump demeanor. You should drink less soda. It can be quite detrimental, Lin Youqi teased. Wu Hao immediately felt as though his soda had lost its charm. While it was true that soda could be unhealthy, he suddenly realized, but what does that matter to me, a single man? It's irrelevant to my life, he replied with a beaming smile, as if lacking a girlfriend was a point of pride. Lin Youqi shook his head. What about the fifth girl? Surely you don't think you can avoid that? Upon hearing this, Wu Hao fell silent once more, exasperated. Damn Lin Youqi, you truly assess others with the mind of a petty person. All right, if you can speak. Then don't. Wu Hao felt utterly defeated. Chapter 64. Winning 200,000 in the lottery. The two soon arrived at the lottery shop, where the crowd was relatively sparse at this hour. The shop typically thrived in the evenings when patrons flocked in post-dinner to try their luck, having eaten their fill. After all, who in their right mind would venture to buy lottery tickets without a purpose? Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Lin Youqi had honed the skill of conversing with anyone, adapting his speech to the audience. Noticing the lack of customers, he congenially greeted the owner as if they were long-lost friends. What's going on? Business not too good? He inquired, observing the owner's furrowed brow. Indeed, it hasn't been great these days, the owner sighed. I don't know what happened. A while back, someone at the other lottery shop 100,000. And now everyone is flocking there. My foot traffic has dropped by more than half. The owner lamented the situation, unable to comprehend why his shop lacked winners. If someone won here, I'm sure it wouldn't be so dead, he added, frustration evident in his voice. Do you have many tickets left? Lin Youqi asked, gesturing toward the transparent counter filled with tickets. Well, I have a few, the owner replied, but the scratch cards have barely sold a few over the past few days. Wu Hao stood by, watching as Lin Youqi chatted with the owner, curious about his intentions. Lin Youqi continued. How long does it usually take to sell out a batch of tickets? Though the owner was unsure of Lin Youqi's motives, he engaged in conversation, finding it preferable to idle silence. In the past, I could sell out a batch in 2 days. This batch has lasted 4 days already. And looking at what's left, I estimate it will take another 2 days. The owner pointed to the tickets remaining in the counter. Lin Youqi nodded. This batch was likely the one with winning tickets. Do you want to try a couple? The owner asked with a smile. Lin Youqi nodded and inquired. How many tickets do you have left? What a curious question from this lad. Could it be that he intends to purchase every single ticket available here? Are you actually planning to buy them all? The boss glanced at Lin Youqi. With a smirk playing on his lips, Lin Youqi replied, well, I must first ensure I have sufficient funds. There are 120 tickets valued at 10 yuan each, 80 tickets at 20 yuan, and 40 tickets at 50 yuan, totaling 800 yuan worth of lottery tickets, the boss recounted after a brief tally. Lin Youqi quickly calculated that he had roughly 600 yuan on him. Initially, it had been over 700, but he had spent some. After purchasing these tickets, he would be left with less than 1,000 yuan. Damn it, let us go for it. Lin Youqi thought to himself. Having started from scratch in his past life, he possessed a fair amount of audacity. After all, 5,000 yuan worth of tickets was hardly a fortune. Looks like my funds are sufficient, Lin Youqi chuckled. Yet, before he could elaborate further, he was interrupted by Wu Hao. No way, Lao Chi, are you really going to buy them all? Have you lost your mind? He had expected Lin Youqi to purchase just a few hundred yuan-s worth, not a staggering 5,000 yuan. Ignoring where Lin Youqi had procured such funds, Wu Hao hastily tried to dissuade him. Lin Youqi grinned. Come on, my good brother, just trust me, will you? Although Wu Hao was reluctant to believe him, he nodded in agreement. Then that's settled. Seeing Lin Youqi genuinely intent on buying the tickets, the boss could hardly contain his delight. In this day and age, a wealthy second-generation lad like him is a rare find. Surely, he is here to help me clear my inventory. Lin Youqi smilingly asked, Are there any discounts for purchasing all these tickets? The boss eagerly nodded. Of course, brother. There's a discount. Ultimately, he offered Lin Youqi a 200 yuan discount on the 800 yuan worth of tickets, allowing him to purchase them for 600 yuan. Subsequently, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao began eagerly scratching off the tickets. Holy crap, no way, Lin Youqi exclaimed upon seeing the ticket's design. Indeed, it was the very ticket he had hoped for. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still feigned shock. If he didn't appear astonished at winning 200,000 yuan, it would surely raise suspicions. Wu Hao and the boss hurried over to Lin Youqi's side. Initially, they thought he might win a few thousand at most. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was far more than that, an astonishing 200,000 yuan. Quick, help me check if I've won. Lin Youqi pretended to be skeptical, handing the ticket to Wu Hao for verification. Wu Hao took it, scrutinizing it carefully, and indeed, it was a winning ticket. Wow, brother, you've struck it rich, Wu Hao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Despite his wealthy background, winning a lottery was an entirely different matter. The boss's face flushed with exhilaration, as if he were on cloud nine. Good heavens, brother, you've actually won 200,000 yuan, he exclaimed, his joy palpable. His first reaction was elation, realizing that the prize from his shop was twice that of the rival store. 200,000 yuan. Their prize was merely 100,000. With this windfall, would he ever have to worry about business again? Lin Youqi chuckled. Indeed, what a lucrative venture. The remaining tickets were scratched off with enthusiasm, revealing another smaller prize of 5,000 yuan. After finishing with all the tickets, both he and Wu Hao felt invigorated. Shall we split the winnings? Lin Youqi proposed. Looking at Wu Hao, to Wu Hao's surprise, his immediate reaction was to decline. He waved his hands dismissively. No way. That money is yours. Why would I take a share? Since Lin Youqi had borrowed the money rather than taking it directly from him, he felt no obligation to split it. Moreover, he didn't need the extra funds. Being the only son meant he would inherit the family fortune eventually. There was no need to jeopardize their friendship over a trivial amount. Thus, Wu Hao chose to refuse. However, Lin Youqi felt somewhat guilty. All right then, how about I give you the 5,000 yuan prize? Wu Hao attempted to decline again, but Lin Youqi insisted. Just accept it. Do it for the sake of brotherhood. With that, Wu Hao accepted the money. Chapter 65. The Art School Scoundrel. 200,000 yuan is neither a trivial sum nor an excessive one. At this stage in his life, it would significantly alleviate his pressing financial concerns. It could be put to good use. Making money with money is the most crucial endeavor. As for the 5,000 yuan for his childhood friend, Lin Youqi hardly regarded it as significant. After all, Wu Hao had been his close companion since childhood. What did 5,000 yuan matter? As Lin Youqi and Wu Hao walked back, they were both filled with joy. Lin Youqi felt that this newfound fortune opened many doors for him, while Wu Hao appeared even more jubilant than Lin Youqi. Before I bought the lottery ticket, someone commented that I had lost my mind, but I wonder who the real madman is? Lin Youqi joked. Wu Hao immediately retorted, that must be me. Clearly, I failed to recognize greatness. His swift change of tune was rather amusing. Although Lin Youqi understood that Wu Hao's concerns were well-intentioned, he couldn't resist teasing him. Let us claim our prize tomorrow, just to be safe. Wu Hao stated earnestly. All right, we'll find a time to redeem the prize tomorrow. But first, let us grab a bite to eat, Lin Youqi suggested, pointing toward a nearby restaurant. As night descended, the sky transformed into a beautiful twilight. Inside the bustling barbecue restaurant, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao indulged in skewers while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Nearby, a table of girls was also dining. Have you heard? The heartthrob from the art school is apparently a scoundrel. Girl, A whispered conspiratorially. Since his rebirth, Lin Youqi had noticed a remarkable improvement in his physical condition and senses. If they were speaking of the heartthrob from the art school, they must be referring to him. Eager to hear their gossip, Lin Youqi perked up his ears. Is that true? What happened? Girl B inquired with curiosity, and the other girls leaned in, intrigued. Girl A began recounting the events between Lin Youqi and Su Menghan. Albeit with some discrepancies, the details were somewhat distorted. I saw it on the school forum today. It seems yet another scoundrel has been exposed. Let me show you. Girl A pulled out her phone and displayed the school forum. After reading, the girls began lamenting their fate. Although Lin Youqi couldn't discern the exact contents, he could guess the gist. Someone was spreading rumors about him. Who knows, right, ladies? Where have all the good men gone? Girl B sighed. Girl C. I no longer wish to complain about my boyfriend. It seems even the stingiest of men have found their way into my life. Girl D. Let me share something outrageous with you all. I merely celebrated my male best friend's birthday, and then my boyfriend. Girl B empathized. Seriously, sister, your boyfriend is exceedingly petty, isn't he? How can you tolerate this? Are you planning to endure this until the new year? Girl C. Exactly. We can endure anything, but not injustice towards our male best friends. Upon overhearing this conversation, Lin Youqi felt as though his mind had been bombarded. He could hardly bear to listen further. He took out his phone and opened the school's forum, eager to discover how rumors about him were being fabricated. Although Wu Hao did not possess Lin Youqi's acute sense of hearing, he noticed Lin Youqi's grim expression as he pulled out his phone and began to worry. What's wrong? I think I heard someone spreading rumors about me online, and I intend to see what is happening, Lin Youqi said expressionlessly, his emotions unreadable. Wu Hao set down his skewer of lamb and exclaimed angrily, Who dares to spread rumors about you? Let them witness the might of a true local. As he spoke, he too opened the school forum on his phone. The post titled, Is the Arts Academy's Heartthrob a Scoundrel? Come see the evidence, was explosive in its nature. The title alone was shocking. 3 images accompanied the post, designed to incite public outrage against Lin Youqi. One image depicted Su Menghan weeping, gazing at Lin Youqi with tears in her eyes, while he coldly disregarded her. The other 2 images portrayed Lin Youqi with Su Yanran, captured in candid moments. In one, Lin Youqi rested his head on Su Yanran's shoulder while sleeping on the bleachers, and in another, he accepted a drink from her, ignoring Su Menghan nearby. Each image was accompanied by a narrative. The caption for the first image read, The Arts Academy's heartthrob, Lin Youqi, has led Su Menghan on, subjecting her to emotional manipulation. She wishes to reconcile with him, but is met with silent treatment. The second caption stated, Just days after mistreating Su Menghan, Lin Youqi seamlessly transitioned to a new beauty, publicly displaying affection on the school bleachers. The third caption concluded, While enjoying sweet moments with his new girlfriend, he emotionally manipulates Su Menghan into feeling guilty, compelling her to bring him water, only to publicly reject her. After viewing these images and their accompanying narratives, Lin Youqi felt a surge of fury. How dare the author of this post distort the truth so brazenly? Even Wu Hao was taken aback. This can't be true. My good friend would never behave this way. This contradicts everything Lin Youqi has told me. Upon glancing at the comments section, the situation escalated even further. Some students from the Arts Academy, aware of the real story, defended Lin Youqi. Those who seek the truth are wise, wrote a commenter. I am a classmate of the male lead, and the reality is not as portrayed. Let us approach this rationally. Who dares to malign our brother Qi? I, Mei Ji Chao, am the first to challenge anyone. To the commenter above, do you have a grudge against Mei Ji Chao? Friends, remember, real scoundrels often appear glamorous. Sisters, keep your eyes wide open. Sisters above, I feel your pain. Lin Youqi, after reading the commentary, felt both amused and disheartened. While a portion of the Arts Academy students remained rational, another group of commenters launched into baseless accusations without knowing the facts. Their empathy was akin to a chorus of barking dogs in a village, each one echoing the last. A few familiar usernames brought Lin Youqi a sense of comfort. He then messaged in the dorm group, "Thanks, brothers." With that, Lin Youqi began to devise a plan. Who would have thought that upon his return, he would face such online harassment? These trolls were truly out of control. Thus, he resolved to strike at the source. Chapter 66. The Storm of Public Opinion. Officer, here is the situation. In the police station, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao sat attentively before the officers. Very well, we will begin our investigation promptly. You will be notified in due course, the officer replied, visibly relieved. Today's students are remarkably adept at standing up for their rights. Yet, who knows how many will suffer as a consequence? Online harassment can now be officially reported. Those who think they can escape accountability may soon find themselves summoned for a chat at the station, which is hardly a matter to take lightly. After concluding their business, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao exited the police station. The hour was late. It was already 10 o'clock. After dining, they had rushed to file their report and explain the situation to the police. At last, Lin Youqi had affirmed his innocence and secured the initiation of an investigation. Upon returning to the dormitory, several roommates quickly gathered around him. Wow, Laoqi, this person has gone too far, Mei Ji Chao exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Lin Youqi, exasperated, replied, "Must you always prefix my name with something? It feels rather strange." Qin Zijuan and Zhou Xiao burst into laughter, realizing if Mei Ji Chao continued this way, they might as well consider him a contact in their phones. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Lin Youqi's remark, Mei Ji Chao scratched his head and said, "Okay, I misspoke." The atmosphere was thick with an awkward tension. They feared his next question might be about Lin Youqi's sensitivity. Streamers, share your sensitivity. Six-fingered all-rounder. Now that this has occurred, let me say a few words. Qin Zijuan cleared his throat. They expected something profound, but he was merely preparing to ramble. Fortunately, Lin Youqi interrupted him. "All right, keep it concise, please." The group then began to analyze the situation. Zhou Xiao adjusted his thick glasses as if his intellect had suddenly soared. "Based on my analysis, we should investigate the connection between Lin Youqi and Su Menghan." Zhou Xiao pinpointed the crux of the matter. Su Menghan was the prime suspect, having lost her devoted admirer. She likely felt a sense of injustice, especially with Lin Youqi's newfound closeness to Su Yanran, which surely infuriated her. It was highly probable that she was the one behind the post. Lin Youqi stroked his chin, contemplating. It seemed unlikely. As he received persistent messages from Su Menghan a moment, he opened his phone. How could she possess such tenacity? Surely she couldn't simultaneously send him desperate messages while launching an all-out assault on the school forum? Cough, cough, let's keep things civil. One cannot, or rather should not, engage in such behavior unless one is suffering from a severe mental disorder. Yet, Su Menghan did not appear to be afflicted by such a condition. Is it possible that she is her close friend? Based on Lin Youqi's understanding of Lu Yi, she should not be that kind of person. I feel otherwise. As soon as Lin Youqi began to speak, he was met with several rebuttals from his friends. Come on, Laoqi, it's already this time, and you're still trying to defend her? Mei Ji Chao was the first to express his discontent, questioning Lin Youqi's lack of backbone. Lin Youqi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What the hell? Does Mei Ji Chao think I'm a fool? Why are you being so dramatic? Didn't I say not to add any prefixes? Lin Youqi retorted, his irritation palpable. Mei Ji Chao, lacking in decorum, continued to chastise Lin Youqi with a tone of disappointment, as if he were a teacher scolding a wayward student. Qin Zijuan chimed in, earnestly stating, "It's not that I'm saying this, but Su Menghan treated you that way in the past, and you still defend her?" Lin Youqi was taken aback. When had he ever defended her? Hadn't he merely analyzed the situation rationally? His mind was remarkably unperturbed. He was simply being pragmatic. How had it morphed into an act of defense? Setting that aside, he encouraged Old C, continue with your analysis. He patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder. Zhou Xiao, shaken from a spectator's trance, adjusted his glasses and his gaze sharpened once more. Next, we need to investigate Lin Youqi's adversarial relationships. He paused momentarily before continuing. Think back, Lao Qi. Who were your enemies? Upon hearing Zhou Xiao's suggestion, Lin Youqi began to reflect intently. It had only been a short time since starting university. How could he possibly have any enemies? Was it really possible to have made such foes in such a brief period? No way. I've barely been in university long enough to have enemies. Besides, I'm typically friendly, kind-hearted, polite, and loyal. Everyone loves me. Before Lin Youqi could finish, he was interrupted by mate Ji Chao's exclamation. Shut up. For heaven's sake. Lin Youqi swiftly retaliated, effectively silencing him. Are you addicted to talking? Do you think someone would slander you without reason? Qin Zijuan asked, puzzled. Speaking of enemies, Lin Youqi suddenly recalled an altercation on the playground with Chen Zihong, who had staunchly defended Su Menghan and warned him to watch his back. Could it be him? Lin Youqi suggested. Upon hearing this, his friends considered the possibility seriously and prepared to confront Chen Zihong at his dormitory. However, Lin Youqi stopped them. Let us not alert the enemy. I've already filed a report at the police station. His three roommates stared at him in astonishment. Wait, you're quite ruthless, aren't you? You went straight to the police? Qin Zijuan asked, intrigued. Lin Youqi nodded, of course. I never instigate trouble, but I am not to be trifled with. When the time comes, I'll simply state that I have Yu syndrome and see how they respond. All right, if you can pull that off. What can't Lin Youqi handle? When in doubt, just invoke Yu syndrome. They all exclaimed in unison, raising their thumbs in admiration. Lin Youqi truly impressed them. Having mastered the tactics of a social media sorceress, how could anyone counter that? Soon, the dormitory supervisor arrived for a room check, bringing the analysis session to a close. Later, Lin Youqi began chatting with Su Yanran. It was crucial that she was informed about the situation, particularly since her name had surfaced in the discussions, and the remarks made were quite unfavorable. This was one of the reasons Lin Youqi had involved the authorities. It was one thing to insult him, but to also drag Yanran into it was practically forcing his hand to report them. Chapter 67. The Storm of Public Opinion. What are you up to, Yanran? Lin Youqi messaged. I'm reading. Su Yanran quickly replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Youqi wrote, There is something I wish to discuss with you, concerning both of us. Su Yanran, momentarily lost in her book, was jolted to attention upon reading Lin Youqi's message. Several keywords flashed through her mind. Something concerning us. Oh my, was he about to confess his feelings? Yet, she felt somewhat unprepared. If he truly did confess, would she agree? Or would she not? Cough, cough. Perhaps she was overthinking it. What is it? I'm ready, she responded, tossing her book aside and focusing intently on her phone, awaiting Lin Youqi's next words. Are you really prepared? I worry that you might not be ready in such a short time, as this matter is of great significance. Lin Youqi reiterated, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. In truth, he had no intention of misleading Su Yanran. It genuinely was a matter of considerable importance. Concerning the reputations of both individuals, was that not significant? I am ready. Just tell me, Su Yanran replied, placing her phone on the bed and averting her gaze, as if indifferent to the messages Lin Youqi was sending. Yet, her keen ears were attuned to the sound of her phone notifications. Ding dong. The notification chimed. Su Yanran swiftly picked up her phone, eager to see Lin Youqi's message. WeChat Sports. Today's step count rankings. Damn. This message caused Su Yanran to feel exasperated, and she immediately silenced notifications from WeChat Sports. This was infuriating. Just then, barely 2 seconds after putting her phone down, another message arrived. Here's the situation. While I was out eating with my childhood friend, I overheard people discussing me, so I checked the school forum, and they were all insulting me. Upon reading the message, Su Yanran's concern for Lin Youqi surged. Why were people insulting him? She hurriedly replied, Why? What did they say about you? After sending the message, she opened the school forum on her phone. Although she rarely used it, she still had the app installed. To her dismay, she found the top trending post was one accusing Lin Youqi of being a scoundrel. Before she could delve deeper, Lin Youqi's message came through. The worst part is they mentioned you too. I'm truly sorry, Yinran. This situation spiraled out of control because of me, and you got caught up in it. Lin Youqi's tone was sincere, and he felt a pang of guilt. This was all due to his issues, and now Su Yinran was dragged into the mess. Yet, Lin Youqi felt somewhat powerless. Despite having addressed Su Menghan directly, she continued to bombard him with messages pleading for forgiveness every single day. This truly is a perplexing situation. In the past, when I pursued you, you trampled my affection as if it were mere refuse. Now that I have turned my back, you return, humbly adopting the role of a sycophant. Is this not a form of self-degradation? Must one endure suffering to find satisfaction? Regrettably, I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. As I gazed at the screen, displaying Lin Youqi's expressions of remorse, I felt a pang of sympathy for him. It was clearly not his fault, yet he chose to shoulder the blame for circumstances that had ensnared him. The true culprit is undoubtedly Su Menghan, whether in this life or the last. I have always harbored a deep-seated aversion towards that woman. Who would have thought she could still evoke such disdain in this lifetime? Why must there be such entanglements? How could this be your fault? The responsibility does not lie with you. I hastily consoled Lin Youqi. Witnessing his self-reproach was unbearable for me. I despised seeing him suffer. As I replied to his messages, I swiftly perused the posts on the school forum. Although it was merely a cursory glance, my anger surged. The majority of the content was nothing but fabrications. This was sheer slander. The thought of Lin Youqi being maligned and then coming to me for clarification ignited both fury and compassion within me. But I feel guilty, Sister Yin. Let me come over tomorrow to comfort you. Lin Youqi expressed his innermost thoughts. While consolation is indeed a noble endeavor, I question the sincerity of his offer. Was it genuinely a platonic comfort? Upon receiving this message from Lin Youqi, I began to wonder whether he was intentionally saying this to me. Perhaps his primary motive was to seek me out, and there might be ulterior motives at play. Yet, even if Lin Youqi harbored secret intentions, I would gladly welcome them. After all, I too possess my own secrets. It remains uncertain who among us is the true hunter, who is the tiger, and who is the rabbit. Very well, let me be the one to comfort you properly. Lin Youqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his phone screen. Could this truly be happening? If so, my sadness would dissipate. However, I wondered if this comfort could be, perhaps not to be spoken of. It is said that when one is distressed, burying one's head in a blanket or pillow can elicit a sense of relaxation and ease, with a gentle touch against one's face. Would the same be true if it were more ample? No. To be precise, it would likely be a far superior experience. After all, the softness of a pillow or blanket cannot possibly compare. Such a notion was beyond Lin Youqi's comprehension and could not be verified at the moment. They continued to chat idly, predominantly revolving around the events on the school forum. This wave of public opinion had ensnared both of them. After exchanging goodnights with Lin Youqi, I began to rummage through my contacts, searching for a person noted as quiet senior. Upon entering her contact, I recalled that my acquaintance with this senior was serendipitous. I later discovered that she was studying journalism and harbored a secret. She was the moderator of the Binjiang University Forum. For matters requiring specialized attention, one ought to consult experts. Chapter 68. The Storm of Public Opinion. The following day, two shocking events unfolded that left the students of Binjiang University astounded. Firstly, the forum moderator issued an announcement cautioning certain individuals who spread rumors to watch their words and actions, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. Secondly, a student from the Fine Arts Education program was taken away by the police. Those familiar with the scandal involving Lin Youqi found the implications deeply unsettling. At first glance, these two incidents appeared unrelated, yet they were intricately connected. Firstly, the matter involving the scoundrel from the Fine Arts College remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, the forum moderator's support for Lin Youqi, the person in question, suggested there was more to the story. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, the fact that someone was willing to speak on Lin Youqi's behalf was indeed intriguing. Secondly, the arrest of a student from the Fine Arts College raised further questions. The individual at the center of this debacle, Lin Youqi, was not the one taken away. Rather, it was his classmate, Chen Zihong, who was apprehended for spreading rumors and engaging in cyberbullying. This revelation illuminated the truth behind the events. Lin Youqi had successfully preserved his reputation, and the deeply emotional incidents surrounding him began to circulate within the Fine Arts College. Students hearing of these developments lamented Su Minghan's failure to appreciate what she had. Those who had previously harbored feelings for Lin Youqi took note of another girl's presence in the posts. It was later discovered that this girl was a senior in her 4th year. More importantly, she held the esteemed position of president of the student council at Binjiang University. Although she was preparing to step down, her influence remained formidable. While the nature of Lin Youqi's relationship with her was unclear, who would dare to compete with the president of a student council for a man's affections? No one would risk such folly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Youqi and I were entirely oblivious to these developments. At Su Yinyan's home, Lin Youqi and Su Yinyan sat on the sofa, watching television. Su Yinyan donned a cartoon-themed pajama set. Though she wasn't particularly fond of such attire, its warmth was undeniable. Wearing such pajamas felt akin to being wrapped in a cozy blanket. My goodness, she is truly remarkable. Su Yinyan cast a glance at the information on the forum, utterly astounded. The individual responsible for the slander had been apprehended. The quiet senior is astonishingly capable. I had initially thought to merely warn the slanderer and request the removal of the post. Little did I anticipate that the quiet senior would take matters in her own hands, leading to the arrest of the culprit. Truly impressive. In contrast, Lin Youqi had remained conspicuously absent from the situation since its inception. Without exerting an ounce of effort, he managed to resolve this tempest of public opinion. Ultimately, the clowns would not escape unscathed. The slander was akin to a fish frying in fragrant oil. Even if he wasn't ultimately detained, he would certainly face repercussions from the university. The ramifications of this incident would be profound. The university would not permit anyone to tarnish its image, thus necessitating action against the slanderer. Upon hearing Sister Yinran's sudden exclamation, Lin Youqi leaned in closer. The two found themselves side by side, with Lin Youqi straining to glimpse the information on Su Yinran's phone. The prominent headline read, Art Academy Fine Arts Education Major, a man taken away by the police. Such a striking title was impossible to overlook. The proximity of Lin Youqi to her caused Su Yinran's breath to quicken. Could he possibly be contemplating something? Sister Yinran, what has happened? Lin Youqi turned his head, stunned. The distance between their faces was a mere 2 centimeters, their breaths palpable. Su Yinran, with wide, beautiful eyes, stared at Lin Youqi. If they drew any closer, a kiss would be inevitable. How infuriatingly close. This was the thought coursing through Su Yinran's mind. Yet, she refrained from acting impulsively, aware that their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy. Lin Youqi, realizing the situation, subtly retreated a fraction. He too longed to lean in. However, he found his courage insufficient. Alas, what a missed opportunity. He should have anticipated the distance and angle more carefully. Such a pity. Fate was not on his side. It's nothing. Su Yinran seemed still caught in the lingering, intoxicating atmosphere. Her breath was slightly disordered, exuding a fragrance akin to orchids, rendering her almost tipsy. Sister Yinran, I still feel somewhat sorrowful, for I have been slandered and subjected to online bullying. Lin Youqi feigned an expression of despair, seeking solace. Yet Su Yinran presented her phone before Lin Youqi, saying, Hasn't this been addressed? Why the sadness? In truth, Su Yinran was well aware of Lin Youqi's intentions. However, given the recent incident, she was apprehensive that he might make further advances, causing her to lose her composure. But the harm he inflicted upon me is irreparable. It is a wound that will never heal throughout my life. Lin Youqi's acting reached its peak. All right, how would you like me to console you? Su Yinran found it hard to withstand Lin Youqi's remarkable performance. She endeavored to play along with his theatrics. Lin Youqi, adopting a serious demeanor, elaborated. The greatest distance in this world is not that between birds and fish, but the distance between hearts. After making this proclamation, he pretended to gaze into the distance. Su Yanran could hardly suppress a smile. This rascal had not been so ostentatious in his previous life. What could have caused this newfound flamboyance? Perhaps he had been subdued by Su Minghan in his past existence, resulting in his earlier reticence? Pray tell, how does one bridge the distance between hearts? Lin Youqi craved this reaction. His previous words were merely a prelude to elicit Su Yanran's response. It was a stroke of genius. Indeed, my sister Yanran comprehends me. In reality, bridging the distance between hearts is a simple endeavor, requiring neither grandiose language nor unnecessary material possessions, but merely. Lin Youqi paused, his gaze drifting suggestively. A simple embrace can connect our hearts, allowing us to feel each other's heartbeat. The metaphor was clear. The map of Yin Kingdom was perhaps overly expansive. No, too circular. Ahem. The sentiment is what matters. Su Yanran sensed Lin Youqi's fervent gaze. With a teasing smile, she responded, "Oh, is that so?" Unfazed, Lin Youqi met her gaze with calm confidence, asserting, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Chapter 69. A simple embrace will suffice. I can only say, I am a god of tenderness. Su Yanran nodded. Very well, I shall grant you a consolation. Upon receiving her command, Lin Youqi was instantly invigorated. Ahem, I mean excited. How extraordinary it is to find such warmth in this indifferent society, dear sister Yanran. It truly is a rarity. Lin Youqi mused, his words dripping with theatricality. Su Yanran, already somewhat bashful, found herself further flustered by Lin Youqi's incessant chatter. Do you still want consolation? If not, I shall go prepare dinner. In truth, Su Yanran was merely attempting to mask her own shyness. However, the moment she finished speaking, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Her hands hovered awkwardly in the air. At that moment, Su Yanran's mind went blank. She had not anticipated Lin Youqi's directness. Their previous embraces had been incidental, never face-to-face like this. The sensation was exhilarating. Slowly, Su Yanran placed her hands on Lin Youqi's waist, for he had wrapped his arms around her shoulders. His form was solid and muscular. Lin Youqi's voice resonated in her ear, and they clung tightly together. Surely, they were meant to embrace. If only we could hold each other like this forever. Sister Yanran, you smell wonderful, so soft and springy. They remained entwined for a significant time before parting, both sporting a faint blush. Su Yanran was the first to shatter the enchanting atmosphere, saying, "Well, I shall go prepare dinner now. You can stay for lunch afterward, right?" With that, she hastily retreated to the kitchen. Lin Youqi touched his nose, reflecting on the delightful sensation of their embrace. Su Yanran appeared slender, yet he was surprised by how comfortable it felt to hold her. She must be the epitome of the saying, slim where it should be slim, and curvaceous where it should be curvaceous. Truly, she was a treasure of a girl. The living room still lingered with Su Yanran's fragrance. After sitting in the living room for about 5 minutes, Lin Youqi rose and headed toward the kitchen. What joy is there in cooking alone? It is far more enjoyable to prepare a meal together, for the results are undoubtedly better. After all, a man and a woman working together makes the labor lighter. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Su Yanran lost in thought, staring at a pot of boiling water. Lin Youqi found her dazed expression utterly endearing and could not help but gently remind her, if it continues boiling, the pot will dry out. Su Yanran jumped as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, immediately flustered. Lin Youqi handed her the chopped vegetables. Without lifting her gaze, Su Yanran took the vegetables from him and added them to the pot. "Could you wash the vegetables for me?" Her voice was melodious, though it carried a hint of urgency. Instead of following her request, Lin Youqi picked up an apron hanging on the wall. While adjusting the apron for himself, he remarked, "Look at your memory. If you don't wear an apron, be careful not to stain your clothes." Saying this, he moved to help Su Yanran don the apron. The memory of wearing an apron lingers vividly, and now Lin Youqi is once again assisting me in donning one. It is quite difficult to refuse. Once the apron is secured, the vegetables in the pot are almost cooked to perfection. Perhaps it is due to the modest size of the kitchen that it feels somewhat stifling. Su Yanran can already sense a heat enveloping her entire body. A refreshing shower is in order after dinner, as she has already broken a sweat. The dining table is adorned with 3 exquisitely prepared dishes. each a feast for the senses. Su Yanran's culinary skills remain as impressive as ever, much to Lin Youqi's satisfaction. After a brief respite post-meal, Lin Youqi departed from Su Yanran's residence. Gazing around her now empty home, Su Yanran felt an undeniable absence, the lack of a male presence. As Lin Youqi exited the neighborhood, he dialed Wu Hao's number. "Hello, where are you right now? Aren't we heading to claim our prize?" Lin Youqi inquired, strolling along the roadside. Wu Hao, initially engrossed in a game, suddenly realized he had forgotten about the lottery claim. "All right, I'm just about to head out, bro," he replied hurriedly, shutting down his computer. After all, it was merely a single-player game. Saving the progress would suffice. He quickly tidied up and set off. Wu Hao's institution, the Binjiang School of Finance, is a newly established second-tier university, colloquially regarded as a third-tier institution. Conveniently located within Binjiang's university town, it is merely a few minutes' journey from Lin Youqi's school. Wu Hao located a shared bike nearby and pedaled towards Lin Youqi's location. Upon meeting, he asked, "So, where are we going to claim the prize?" Wu Hao appeared somewhat perplexed. Lin Youqi, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "What do you think? We're heading to the capital to claim it." This was clearly a tongue-in-cheek remark, yet Wu Hao failed to catch on. "Are you serious? Are we really going to the capital right now?" Wu Hao asked, still unprepared for such an idea. Lin Youqi retorted, "Is this a joke? It's merely a small prize of 200,000 yuan. We aren't eligible to exchange it at the headquarters, you know? Typically, only those who win substantial prizes are permitted to claim their winnings at the lottery headquarters, while local branches lack such authority." However, Lin Youqi's win was merely a first prize from a scratch card, amounting to 200,000, insufficient to warrant a trip to the headquarters. It only underscored Wu Hao's adorably naive nature. Lin Youqi's sarcastic comment was taken at face value, leaving Wu Hao feeling somewhat embarrassed upon realizing he had been misled. "Why can't you just say it plainly?" Wu Hao exclaimed, and the two began playfully teasing each other as they made their way to the Binjiang Lottery Center. Notably, Wu Hao had even prepared 2 masks for them to wear. Initially unaware of this custom, he had discovered online that individuals claiming lottery prizes often don masks or hoods. Lin Youqi could only shake his head in disbelief. After all, for a mere 200,000 yuan, one would think they were claiming 200 million, given the theatrics involved. Come on, 200,000 is something people win every month or even every week. We really don't need to go through all this, Lin Youqi said with irritation. Wu Hao was skeptical. How can that be? I refuse to believe there are so many lucky people in this world. At that moment, a taxi arrived, and Lin Youqi signaled for it to stop. Where to? The driver inquired. Expecting Wu Hao to respond, Lin Youqi was taken aback when Wu Hao merely gestured mysteriously. Unsure of his intentions, Lin Youqi casually replied, "To the lottery center." The driver's interest piqued. "Oh, have you two won a lottery?" Chapter 70, The Adolescent Wu Hao. Observing Wu Hao's frantic gestures, Lin Youqi was utterly bewildered. What was this guy up to? Did he have sand in his eyes that required blowing? Ignoring his antics, Lin Youqi engaged the driver in light-hearted conversation. Generally, taxi drivers are quite chatty, and those in Binjiang are particularly so. While rideshare drivers might be silent, taxi drivers are often gregarious. Honestly, this small prize doesn't amount to much, Lin Youqi dismissed. In truth, he regarded the sum as trivial. It was merely a stepping stone towards greater success, a primitive accumulation of capital. Winning through the lottery seemed a more palatable method than engaging in unscrupulous tactics. The driver, eager to share his tales, launched into a lengthy monologue. "I'm not exaggerating. I've had no less than 10 people ride with me to claim lottery prizes, and you're the 11th. To quote the illustrious General MacArthur, Lin Youqi was left incredulous. Whether General MacArthur had uttered such words was beyond him. It seemed this driver had watched too many videos. Nonetheless, the conversation brought Lin Youqi some amusement, though Wu Hao appeared increasingly discontented. Upon reaching their destination, the driver declined to take Lin Youqi's fare. First, the distance was short, barely covering the base fare. Second, he claimed to want to share in their good fortune, so he would accept payment. Lin Youqi was more than happy to oblige, relieved to avoid the expense. Once they exited the cab, Wu Hao turned to Lin Youqi with a serious expression. "Old Qi, I'm not trying to criticize you, But how can you so casually disclose your lottery win to others? Moreover, you shouldn't have taken a taxi directly here. You ought to have chosen a destination like a nearby mall. Lin Youqi couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's earnestness. This guy had hardly ever won a lottery, yet he had certainly learned a thing or two about caution. Was he awaiting his own lottery win someday? It was akin to a sow wearing a bra. Utterly ridiculous. Whether it was masks, choosing a taxi destination near the lottery center, or avoiding flaunting one's win to strangers. Wu Hao seemed to have absorbed far too many lessons from films. Come on, man, I only won 200,000, not 20 million or 2 billion. Is all this really necessary? Lin Youqi exclaimed, amused by Wu Hao's antics. The more he protested, the more animated Wu Hao became. Adjusting his imaginary glasses, he declared, if there is a 50% profit, people will take risks. If there's a 100% profit, they will trample all laws. If there is a 300% profit, they will risk their lives. Finishing his point with an air of superiority, he scrutinized Lin Youqi. Do you still think your previous thoughts were justified? Lin Youqi could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into guffaws on the side of the road. Wu Hao's earnestness was simply too comical. After making his point, Wu Hao ended with a question regarding Lin Youqi's previous thoughts. Lin Youqi found it utterly hilarious. This was the epitome of an overly dramatic adolescent. Seeing Lin Youqi laugh mercilessly at his expense, Wu Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. I'm doing this for your own good. How can you laugh at me? Have you forgotten the bond we share? The bonds between us. Lin Youqi stifled a laugh as he exclaimed, Ahem, of course I haven't forgotten. I am your father, and you are my son. With that, he took off running. A flustered Wu Hao chased after Lin Youqi, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I consider you a brother, and you dare to claim to be my father? However, Wu Hao's legs were not as long as Lin Youqi's, and he could not keep up. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the lottery center that Lin Youqi finally came to a halt. Wu Hao, panting heavily, couldn't help but grumble internally about the vastness of the plaza outside the lottery center. He lamented how exhausting this was, wishing he could instead activate his gaming spirit back in the dormitory. Wait for me. I'm exhausted, Wu Hao gasped. Once they entered the building, they inquired with the staff about the location for claiming their prize. Upon learning they were there to collect winnings and noticing Lin Youqi's handsome features, the staff member eagerly escorted them to the redemption area. Lin Youqi was the main focus of her attention, while Wu Hao was merely an afterthought. After collecting the prize, the staff member discreetly slipped Lin Youqi a note. Although Lin Youqi had only won 200,000, and after taxes received a mere 160,000, his good looks rendered the sum inconsequential. Even if he had to invest a little of his own money, what did it matter? Wu Hao observed this scene with envy, his face turning a shade of green. Yet he was aware that he could not compete with Lin Youqi's charm, so he merely watched, consumed by jealousy. As for charitable donations, Lin Youqi contributed a token amount, a mere 1,000, as such gestures were often more about appearances than actual intent. Ultimately, the amount one chose to give was a personal decision, and Lin Youqi had only given a symbolic sum. Moreover, Lin Youqi's lottery winnings were not limited to the 200,000. He had also accumulated some smaller amounts, just enough to cover his expenses. However, with the newfound wealth, he no longer concerned himself with the trifling sums. Upon exiting the lottery center, Wu Hao realized that his earlier worries had been entirely unfounded. There hadn't even been a dedicated interview. The staff had merely taken a photo of them receiving their prize. Lin Youqi found a trash bin and disposed of the note. Wu Hao, alarmed, exclaimed, Hey, buddy, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. He then prepared to rummage through the trash. Lin Youqi swiftly grasped the back of Wu Hao's collar and said, Buddy, you should consider why they gave me their contact information. While this amount isn't significant, they aren't foolish and expect something in return. Think before you act, all right? Lin Youqi spoke earnestly, recalling the events of Wu Hao's past. He hoped to instill in Wu Hao a proper perspective on romantic relationships. Wu Hao pondered, realizing Lin Youqi's words held merit. Yet, he could not concede to Lin Youqi. Defiantly, he retorted, You think you're the only one who understands? Of course I get it. He turned away, abandoning the idea of retrieving the note. But curiosity got the better of him. Then why don't you keep the contact information? Lin Youqi turned his head, the sunlight casting a golden glow upon his profile, exuding youthful vigor. Because I have Sister Yanran. Chapter 71. Expanding Ventures. After claiming his prize and noting the time was still early, Lin Youqi decided to take Wu Hao shopping at a mall. He desired to explore cameras and perhaps embark on a side venture to earn a little extra cash. While the amount he could earn was uncertain, it would at least suffice for his personal needs. This particular mall boasted an entire floor dedicated to photography equipment. What are you doing here? Wu Hao pondered, bewildered. What could Lin Youqi possibly want with a camera? However, Lin Youqi remained enigmatic, and Wu Hao had no choice but to follow along. Upon entering the store, a sweet-looking salesgirl approached them. Wu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. As the salesgirl began to present products to Lin Youqi, he, having previously navigated the photography scene, was well-versed in the equipment suited for various needs. He disregarded her recommendations and promptly selected a $4,000 entry-level camera, along with additional photographic necessities. By the time he left the store, he had spent over $50,000. The salesgirl was elated, relishing in the prospect of a customer who made a purchase within minutes of entering the store. From a salesperson's perspective, customers with clear intentions and financial means were far preferable to novices who merely sought to explore. Wu Hao was still in disbelief. Had they really just entered the store to make such extravagant purchases? Buddy, you can't waste money like that. Do you even know how to use such an expensive camera? Wu Hao cautioned Lin Youqi earnestly. He was taken aback by how carefree Lin Youqi seemed when spending money. Logically, he should have been the one with a more affluent background. Yet Lin Youqi's nonchalance about money was striking. It was as if he had an endless supply. Confused, Wu Hao could not comprehend this attitude, but perhaps that was just how it should be. Lin Youqi smiled lightly. I can learn what I don't know. I'm merely investing in my interests. He offered no further explanation. Wu Hao nodded in understanding. How Lin Youqi chose to spend his money was his own affair, and he had no right to interfere. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire Lin Youqi's carefree demeanor, wishing he could be equally liberated. Since they were out to celebrate their lottery win, it was only fitting they treat themselves to a nice meal. They found themselves at a slightly upscale seafood buffet, where the average cost was $398. Such establishments were rare for them. Wow, clearly, you've struck it rich. Everything feels different, Wu Hao remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Lin Youqi nodded in agreement. Naturally, when you have money, you ought to spend it. One must savor the joys of life. After being seated by the waiter, they each set off to select their desired dishes. By the way, what is the situation between you and Sister Sue? Wu Hao suddenly recalled Lin Youqi mentioning he had a bit of connection with Yanran. Addressing Su Yanran as Sister Yanran was a privilege reserved for Lin Youqi. As Lin Youqi's childhood friend, Wu Hao was acquainted with Su Yanran and harbored a slight fear of her, stemming from a childhood incident where she had physically bested him, leaving him with a lingering psychological shadow. The reason he did not refer to her as Sister Yanran was that she forbade him from doing so. It was a title solely for Lin Youqi. Consequently, Wu Hao had always called her Sister Sue. While it felt somewhat awkward, he eventually grew accustomed to it. I want to tell you, put in your best effort, bro, and I'll try to find you a sister-in-law, Lin Youqi said with a chuckle as he ate. Although Wu Hao was quite curious, he merely nodded in response. This brother was not only capable, but also had the sense to seek out a girlfriend for himself. Wait a moment. He mentioned finding a sister-in-law for himself. How foolish of me. It turned out that I had misheard. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of Lin Youqi's playful grin. That mischievous Lin Youqi always enjoyed teasing him. You rascal, tell me what is going on between you and Sister Sue. Wu Hao insisted, determined to pry the details from Lin Youqi. With no choice left, Lin Youqi divulged his thoughts on pursuing Su Yanran. Yet he refrained from mentioning the intimate details, such as taking a shower at Su Yanran's home or glimpsing her delicate lavender lingerie. Such matters were far too personal to share. You little rascal, who would have thought you had designs on her? Wu Hao exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. It seemed that, in Wu Hao's mind, Su Yanran was akin to a man-eating enchantress. This notion wasn't entirely unfounded. In their youth, Wu Hao would tremble at the mere sight of her. While Lin Youqi's personality was vivacious and carefree, Wu Hao was decidedly more earnest. Nevertheless, beneath his seemingly honest facade, Wu Hao possessed a rather mischievous streak. Often, when mischief ensued, Lin Youqi would conveniently shift the blame onto him, leaving Wu Hao to bear the brunt of the consequences. What about Sister Yanran? Be careful, or I'll record our conversation and play it for her, and you'll be finished. Lin Youqi threatened. Wu Hao immediately backtracked. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. This exchange illuminated the extent of Wu Hao's psychological shadow cast by Su Yanran. After finishing dinner, the hour was late, and shopping with the guys lost its appeal. Thus, Lin Youqi and Wu Hao parted ways to return to their respective schools. Once back in the dormitory, Lin Youqi chose not to disclose his lottery winnings to his roommates. Instead, he returned their borrowed money, principal and interest alike. Being the end of the month, finances were tight, and those willing to lend money at such times were truly loyal friends. As for the camera, Lin Youqi spun a tale, claiming it was lent to him by someone else. His roommates took no heed of his story. That evening, Lin Youqi posted a message on the local platform, photo shoot. He clarified that he was not accepting private photo requests, solely offering regular portrait photography. This was a precaution to safeguard his reputation, as the inner workings of the photography world were widely known. After posting, he exchanged a few messages with Su Yanran before preparing for bed. The hour was late, and Lin Youqi had cultivated a commendable habit of rising early. Retiring early ensured he could wake up promptly. Now, morning runs had become an essential part of his daily routine. Only those who have faced mortality understand the paramount importance of good health. Chapter 72, Earning Extra Income. Early the next morning, upon opening his phone, Lin Youqi was greeted by a message on the local platform. It was sent around 1 in the morning. Hello, what are your rates for photo shoots? Lin Youqi had no fixed pricing. Since this was his first order, he decided to set a lower price. Special price, 1,800. Non-negotiable. Indeed, it was quite a bargain. This price was entirely reasonable. For years, it had remained unchanged. Where was the extravagance? Being a personal photographer was no easy feat. It required 2.5 years of practice to reach this point. After sending the message, Lin Youqi planned to head to the playground for a run. Exercising was an indispensable part of life, a non-negotiable necessity. After completing a vigorous run, he felt invigorated and utterly refreshed. Approaching the spot where he kept his belongings, he picked up his phone. There were 2 messages, one from Su Yanran. Good morning. The air is wonderful today. Since Lin Youqi had just woken up and sent her a message, Su Yanran naturally replied upon seeing it. Lin Youqi immediately snapped a selfie and sent it to Su Yanran. His trademark pose was the age-old peace sign. In the image, Lin Youqi donned a long-sleeve, quick-dry shirt that clung to his physique, clearly outlining his chest and abdominal muscles. He appeared drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration trickling down his neck. Upon seeing the photo, Su Yanran swallowed hard. It was far too enticing. Early in the morning. How could one resist such temptation? Sister Yanran, have you considered joining me for a morning workout? Lin Youqi messaged. Su Yanran's initial reaction upon reading the message was one of shyness, bordering on extreme bashfulness. In the realm of adulthood, morning exercise could be categorized into 2 types, one involving physical intimacy and the other being traditional workouts. Was there anything else that could be deemed morning exercise? Certainly not. Su Yanran quickly grasped that Lin Youqi was not referring to the former, but rather to the latter. How embarrassing. What was she even thinking? I could, but the weather is getting colder, and it's becoming difficult to rise in the morning. It was already late November, and December was fast approaching, making the temperature drop palpable. Then I'll come to wake you up every morning. If you can't get up, I'll simply pull your covers off. Lin Youqi's intentions were clearly ulterior. All right, such noble intentions. Su Yanran stared at the message, momentarily stunned. Was that something one could say? You little scamp, are you trying to take advantage of me? Su Yanran texted, her cheeks flushed. The drowsiness vanished as she sat upright. Upon seeing Su Yanran's message, Lin Youqi realized his clever scheme had been uncovered. How vexing. But given Lin Youqi's thick skin, he chose to feign ignorance. What could she do about it? What do you mean by that? I, Lin, am a paragon of virtue, he replied, unyielding in his denial. Su Yanran, unfazed, knew that one day this rascal would slip up. Deciding to take the initiative, she stated, All right then, you can wake me up from now on. She was confident that Lin Youqi wouldn't maintain the facade of a gentleman forever. The story of Lu Huangshu teaches us that persistent pretenses of virtue can eventually become true virtue. Okay, I promise you'll never sleep in again. Lin Youqi replied, rubbing his hands together as if anticipating an amusing turn of events. Su Yanran, gazing at the screen, felt her face heat up at his playful hee. What are you grinning about so lewdly? What mischief are you concocting? Naturally, Lin Youqi would never divulge his thoughts. It is merely a personal endeavor. Just wait. You shall reap the consequences. After sending the message, Lin Youqi donned his jacket and returned to the dormitory. One must certainly pay heed to warmth after exercising. Otherwise, one risks catching a chill. It is also imperative to remember to cover oneself with a blanket post-exercise, as it serves as a safeguard against colds. Upon exiting the bathroom after a shower, he discovered that his roommates had yet to rise. Well, it was only 8 o'clock. Aside from those unfortunate souls with an 8 o'clock class, who would be up this early, casually unlocking his phone, he stumbled upon a message from someone in the same city. 1800? Surely, the quality cannot be subpar? Lin Youqi was left in a state of confusion. Could it be that the price was reduced? Had he known earlier, he would have quoted 3,800. A single remark from the other party left Lin Youqi's heart bleeding. The loss equated to money slipping out of his own pocket. How infuriating to lose 2,000 yuan so early in the day. The quality of the bag is guaranteed. If unsatisfied, refunds are available. Since Lin Youqi dared to assert this, he undoubtedly possessed his own confidence. In his previous life, he held a certain stature within the photography realm and had even garnered awards in various photography competitions. Capturing a modest photo shoot was well within his capabilities. It was hardly a challenge for him. The other party responded instantaneously. Okay, I have time today. When shall we arrange a place? Lin Youqi saw a glimmer of hope. Today, he fortuitously had no classes in the afternoon. An opportunity to earn money had presented itself. He hastily replied, I am available anytime after 11 today. Let us schedule a meeting place. How about the statue on the east side of Zhuke Lake Park? Let us meet at 11. No problem. After finalizing these details, Lin Youqi took out his camera and began to adjust it. Although he had never owned this model in his previous life, he was naturally familiar with its basic functions. After some trial and error, he had nearly acclimated himself to its operation. With only one class scheduled for the morning from 9 to 10:40, he realized his friends would be late if they didn't rise soon. Watching the clock tick to 8:50, he quickly urged them to wake up. It wasn't that their alarms hadn't wrong. Rather, they had proven utterly ineffective. After ringing, they simply turned off the alarms and continued sleeping. At this rate, tardiness was inevitable. What's the rush? It's barely that early. Qin Zijuan's languid voice drifted down from the upper bunk. Lin Youqi could hardly contain himself. This fellow truly resembled a bird that had forgotten how to locate a restroom. No worries, I'll arrive at the teaching area just in time in 10 minutes. You may continue your slumber. Merely 3 seconds after uttering this, the dormitory erupted into chaos. The other two finally reacted, realizing they would be tardy if they didn't get up. With half a minute remaining before class began, they managed to arrive at the classroom just in the nick of time. In walked a sharply dressed young man, accompanied by 3 disheveled males with sleepy eyes. Indeed, there was a stark contrast between the dapper young man and the others. Chapter 73, A Chance Encounter. Amidst the throng, a pair of fervent eyes fixated on Lin Youqi, and he was acutely aware of it. Nevertheless, he maintained his focus and proceeded directly to his seat. After taking attendance, the teacher noted the absence of one student and inquired about their whereabouts. Although Lin Youqi was the class monitor, he was equally in the dark. The missing individual was Chen Zihong. Thus, Lin Youqi turned to the class representative and asked, "Where is he?" The classmates exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. "Surely, you must be aware of the situation?" Faced with the bewildered gazes of his peers, Lin Youqi felt utterly perplexed. "Why is everyone looking at me? Cough, cough. It's not as if I'm responsible for this. What's going on? Is there something you cannot disclose?" Lin Youqi pressed once more. It seemed the classmates had all seen that post about Lin Youqi on the forum. The feeling of being slandered was certainly unpleasant, but to catch the perpetrator and bring them to the police station would be quite the feat. The crux of the matter was that the involved party was acting as though nothing had transpired. The class representative stammered. Chen Zihong has been taken to the police station after speaking. He regarded Lin Youqi with admiration. Not only was his capability impressive, but his acting skills were remarkable as well. How could one continue living under such circumstances? This was akin to a young cow galloping along a power line, igniting sparks along the way. What on earth is happening? Lin Youqi was dumbfounded, a wave of deep self-reproach washing over him. As the class monitor, how could he be the last to learn that a classmate had been taken to the police station? This was an egregious dereliction of duty. Lin Youqi internally chastised himself for a fleeting second. Wait, perhaps he had dwelled on self-reproach for a tad too long. Let us cut that down to half a second. Although he was reluctant to do so, the class representative eventually unveiled the truth. Chen Zihong was suspected of online defamation and cyberbullying. Following this revelation, the entire class stifled their laughter, caught between amusement and restraint. To put it bluntly, what competence did Chen Zihong possess? To defame and bully online only to be apprehended. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Lin Youqi nodded in acknowledgement and reiterated the information to the teacher, though he felt something was amiss. Why did this all seem so familiar? Hadn't the police sent him a message after capturing someone, requesting that he visit the station? Had found the time yet? Perhaps he would go tomorrow. However, could it be that the individual who had bullied him online was none other than Chen Zihong? Lin Youqi's mind raced with chilling thoughts. There seemed to be a genuine possibility of that, though Lin Youqi believed he held no grudge against Chen Zihong. What if he was indeed the culprit? For the moment, Lin Youqi decided to set this matter aside. Upon learning of the situation, the teacher earnestly advised students, "The internet is not a lawless domain. You must all exercise restraint in your words and actions. I advise you all to be cautious." With that, the police officers in the interrogation room were left speechless. The young man brought to the station was obstinate, refusing to disclose his motives for cyberbullying others. "I posted about him online. I bullied him. The inequality holds. It's a given. Formulas make solving problems a breeze." Having just finished class, Lin Youqi hurriedly made his way to the prearranged location. In addition to his camera, he brought along various other filming equipment. After all, charging $1,800 for a photo shoot necessitated some equipment to lend an air of professionalism, didn't it? Otherwise, how could he convince others of his expertise? Lin Youqi also activated another Douyin account, considering venturing into self-media as a viable option. Perhaps he could earn some extra income. Haha, what a genius I am. At Zhuke Lake Park, a charming girl dressed in a Lolita outfit sat on a bench, occasionally glancing at her phone and scanning her surroundings. It appeared she was awaiting someone. After Lin Youqi arrived at the park with a large bag slung over his shoulder, he promptly sent a message to his client, informing her of his arrival. "Could you kindly describe your features? I am here to find you," he politely inquired. After all, she was his client, and it was only fitting to extend such courtesy. It is the most basic form of respect toward a customer. Having scoured the area based on her description, Lin Youqi soon spotted a young lady seated on a nearby bench, her appearance strikingly aligned with the details provided. He approached her with a warm greeting. "Hello. May I inquire if you are the cat-loving little fish?" Lin Youqi asked courteously, nearly slipping into calling her little cat due to his recent binge of live streams. The Lolita girl turned her head, her twin tails swaying gently. Upon seeing Lin Youqi, she was taken aback, captivated by his striking good looks. Just his appearance alone seemed worth the $1,800 she was paying. "Hello, that's me," she stammered, feeling a flush of embarrassment as her online moniker was uttered. "All right, let us commence the photo shoot," Lin Youqi declared, exhibiting no hesitation. He remained unfazed by her charming Lolita demeanor. After all, women only served to expedite his financial pursuits. His singular focus was on earning money, for that alone brought him joy. Ahem, what a splendid double standard. The girl felt a twinge of annoyance, pondering whether her cuteness was insufficient to capture his attention. Lin Youqi, with remarkable efficiency, grasped her requirements after merely listening to her description. He selected a picturesque backdrop and began to prepare for the shoot. Meanwhile, at another corner of the park, "Yin Yin, you seem to be glowing lately. Could you possibly share your secrets with me?" inquired the girl, her height comparable to Su Yinyan. Su Yinyan's cheeks flushed at the unexpected compliment. What do you mean? How could I teach you anything? She replied, genuinely puzzled by her own transformation. Oh, could it be due to the nurturing presence of a man? Ahem. Perhaps the sweetness of love. Pei Qiao teased, her curiosity piqued. What nonsense are you spouting? I certainly do not. Su Yinyan retorted playfully, yet her thoughts drifted to Lin Youqi. Why was she thinking of him? Certainly not. But her cheeks betrayed her, hinting at some unspoken thoughts. Pei Qiao's curiosity piqued as she pressed. Come on, just admit it. Suddenly, Su Yinyan noticed a couple on the grass, engaged in a photo shoot. Memories of Lin Youqi photographing her in a past life flooded back, particularly during their recent visit to Zhuke Lake. Yet, how could this man bear such a resemblance to Lin Youqi? With a gentle tug, Su Yinyan beckoned Pei Qiao to follow her towards them. As they approached, they could hear the familiar voice. Place your hand on your forehead. Imagine the sun's glare. Yes, just like that. Now let us try a different angle. Su Yinyan stood frozen, for it was indeed Lin Youqi's voice. She was certain of it. But who was that girl beside him? A wave of betrayal washed over her heart. Pei Qiao, perceptive as ever, noted Su Yinyan's shift in emotion. Yinyan, what's wrong? She inquired cautiously, following Su Yinyan's gaze toward the grassy scene. There, a handsome young man held a camera, directing a Lolita girl in her poses. The latter gazing at him with eyes that sparkled with admiration. What was transpiring? A woman's intuition signaled to Pei Qiao that this might be a sensational revelation, albeit one that involved her dear friend. She suppressed her urge to gossip, deciding to first clarify the situation before indulging in any speculation. I think I just spotted someone I know, Su Yinyan asserted, her anger propelling her towards Lin Youqi's location. Hey, wait for me, Pei Qiao called out, hurriedly following her. Su Yinyan was not one to harbor grievances silently. She believed in discussing matters openly rather than sulking. Keeping things bottled up only escalated minor issues into major misunderstandings. And she had experienced enough sorrow from such misinterpretations in the past. As Lin Youqi continued to guide the Lolita girl in her poses, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lin Youqi. Turning around, he was met with Su Yinyan's radiant smile, though it bore an undertone of hidden daggers. Lin Youqi set down his camera, raising a hand in greeting. Sister Yinyan, what a coincidence. His youthful, fair face displayed no hint of panic, only mild surprise. Su Yinyan felt a flicker of confusion. Was her assumption incorrect? What are you doing? She inquired, glancing at the Lolita girl nearby. Lin Youqi followed her gaze, quickly grasping the situation. Has Sister Yinyan misunderstood? He thought, hastily clarifying, you see, I'm doing some part-time work. He waved the camera in his hand, gesturing towards the Lolita girl. Su Yinyan felt a pang of grievance. If you're just doing part-time work, you could have told me. Why must you take photos for another girl? Yet, she maintained her composure, saying graciously, you can continue your work. How long will it take? I'll wait for you here. She pointed to a bench nearby, indicating her willingness to wait. Lin Youqi pondered for a moment before responding. If all goes well, it should take about an hour. Why don't you go enjoy yourself with your friends, Sister Yinyan? He glanced at the girl behind her, aware that she was Su Yinyan's close friend, Pei Qiao. Although they had not interacted much in their previous life, he was familiar with her presence. Su Yinyan waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. I came here for a stroll anyway. Waiting for you won't be a bother. She then led Pei Qiao toward the nearby bench, who was far more interested in the unfolding drama than any leisurely stroll. Having observed Su Yinyan's eyes gleam with admiration for the young man earlier, Pei Qiao was eager to unravel the mystery. The fluctuations of Su Yinyan's emotions, from anger to grievance, and finally to delight, had not escaped Pei Qiao's keen eye. This is what they say. The one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees all. On the bench, Pei Qiao encircled Su Yinyan with one arm while resting the other on her waist. Now, Yinyan, you must honestly explain everything. You must tell me today. Feeling the pressure, Su Yinyan stubbornly replied, what are you talking about? I merely happened to see something. Pei Qiao, undeterred, pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind her friend's enigmatic demeanor. Pei Qiao's hand, resting gently on Su Yinran's slender waist, gradually exerted pressure. Are you going to speak today or not? The underlying threat grew increasingly palpable. I won't say anything. Su Yanran was not one to easily yield. Pei Qiao boldly ventured into forbidden territory, teasingly tickling Su Yanran's waist. All right, I'll tell you. Su Yanran would generally resist surrender, unless provoked by a tickle. Come on, this isn't some little man you've been hiding, is it? Pei Qiao gave Su Yanran a knowing look. Su Yanran couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, her lovely cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. How could Pei Qiao say such a thing? It was utterly mortifying. What little man? Su Yanran stammered in protest. Yet her rebuttal was utterly futile, only serving to pique Pei Qiao's curiosity further. Then tell me, what is the story? Well, it's just that we grew up together, and that's the situation. Su Yanran's vague words allowed Pei Qiao to piece together the gist. She was aware that Su Yanran had a childhood friend, but she anticipated it to be that handsome fellow from earlier. Upon reflection, it was indeed a worthy cause for Su Yanran to reject other suitors. No wonder she had been so reluctant to entertain their advances. It was all because of Lin Youqi. So what stage are you two at now? Well, we just hold hands. Su Yanran felt a wave of shyness wash over her. To still be at the hand-holding stage made her feel somewhat embarrassed, particularly in front of her close friend. It seems this fellow isn't up to par, Pei Qiao remarked playfully. Typically astute. Su Yanran momentarily failed to grasp that Pei Qiao was merely teasing her. Who says he is inadequate? Don't spout nonsense. A more pronounced smile graced Pei Qiao's face, a clear indication of her amusement. Oh, so you know he is quite capable. Huh? How intriguing. Su Yanran realized she had fallen into Pei Qiao's playful trap. Indeed, it seemed that intellect often waned in matters of romance, even if they weren't officially in a relationship yet. I'm done talking to you. Su Yanran feigned annoyance, turning away from Pei Qiao. All right, this pose is splendid. Lin Youqi beamed with satisfaction. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. May I take a short break? The Lolita girl appeared somewhat weary. Lin Youqi, eager to maintain momentum, encouraged her, just hang in there a little longer. I'll be done shortly. The Lolita girl sighed in resignation. Fine, but hurry up. I'm about to collapse. Rest assured, my skills are top-notch, Lin Youqi declared, snapping several photos in rapid succession. Chapter 75, Youthful Indiscretions. What was originally estimated to be a 2 or 3 hour shoot concluded in just 1 hour, a pace that left the Lolita girl feeling a tad overwhelmed. Lin Youqi's prowess was undeniably impressive. She cast a resentful glance at him, having envisioned a charming encounter with the handsome photographer. However, just as the sweet moments of the shoot began, a stunning beauty approached Lin Youqi. The Lolita girl glanced down, affirming that the aforementioned beauty was indeed striking. Unfortunately, she felt herself too youthful for such competition. If only I were older. Completing so many tasks in such a brief period had utterly drained her. Sitting on the grass, she appeared despondent. Was this really what a budget photo shoot entailed? The money was indeed scant, but the exhaustion was overwhelming. Time had been far too tight. Fortunately, the photographer was easy on the eyes. They say 9 out of 10 Lolitas are affluent, and the last is exceptionally wealthy. This Lolita certainly fell into that category. After finishing, Lin Youqi began to pack up his equipment, simultaneously updating the Lolita girl on the progress of their shoot. The final product will take about 2 weeks. I'll spend 1 week editing the photos and another week producing them. We'll be in touch via phone. With that, he hurriedly departed toward the bench. The Lolita girl felt a surge of indignation. Did she possess no allure whatsoever? Was he really that eager to leave her side? It was infuriating, though vexed. She recalled that the stunning woman who had approached Lin Youqi appeared to be his girlfriend. Resigned, she decided to wait and see how the photos turned out. If they were unsatisfactory, she vowed never to trust budget photographers again. He is coming, bringing your heart along with him. Su Yanran's gaze instinctively fixed on Lin Youqi as he hurried toward them, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Pei Qiao wasted no time in teasing her. Su Yanran lightly smacked Pei Qiao's hand, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I was merely glancing in that direction." She felt slightly embarrassed, observing Su Yanran's blush. Pei Qiao felt a pang of sympathy and chose not to expose her secret. Throughout their conversation, Su Yinran's eyes had frequently wandered toward Lin Youqi. With his approach imminent, Pei Qiao opted to spare her the embarrassment. I'm truly an understanding friend. Yinran, I'm finished. We're done, Lin Youqi announced, a smile gracing his lips. The time was just past noon, still relatively early. It was evident how efficiently he had worked, completing the photo shoot in merely 1 hour, leaving only the editing to be done. That was quick. Impressive. Su Yinran readily offered her praise. Lin Youqi's smile faltered momentarily. What did she mean by quick? You can call me slow, but I absolutely refuse to be labeled as quick, he retorted. His remark elicited laughter from Pei Qiao, who recognized the humor in his words. As Lin Youqi and Su Yinran turned their attention to her, Pei Qiao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Why aren't you laughing? You should laugh. Ahem. You two carry on. I'll just be invisible over here. Unfortunately, Pei Qiao lacked the ability to vanish and remained awkwardly in place. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Su Yinran began an introduction. Let me introduce you. This is my dear friend and confidant, Pei Qiao, my classmate. She gestured toward Pei Qiao, then continued. And this is my childhood friend, Lin Youqi. Lin Youqi greeted her warmly. Hello, Senior Pei. Hello, Lin Jr., Pei Qiao replied, still recovering from her earlier embarrassment. Suddenly, it dawned on her. He called her senior? Are you a student at Binda University? Pei Qiao inquired with curiosity. Although Su Yinran had shared quite a bit, she had indeed delved into such specifics, primarily engaging in playful banter. I am a freshman at the Binda Art Academy, and Lin Youqi flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. So it's you, exclaimed Pei Qiao, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. She recalled the post she had seen on a forum about the notorious freshman from the Art Academy. However, a twist in the tale had emerged. Indeed, the familiarity of that name was not merely a figment of her imagination. It was a truth that resonated. This realization left Lin Youqi feeling somewhat awkward. Had his affairs escalated to such notoriety that they were common knowledge? Fortunately, he had managed to absolve himself of any suspicion completely. Otherwise, he would have been akin to a pariah at school. How fortunate! All of this was the fault of Sha by Chun Zihong. Just wait until I pay a visit to the police station. I shall ensure you receive your due comeuppance. Ahem, perhaps it is I who should be cautious, Lin Youqi said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Su Yinran quickly recognized Lin Youqi's discomfort and stepped in to diffuse the tension. After all, Lin Youqi is also a victim. Those who spread rumors are truly detestable, she declared, her indignation palpable. Feeling bolstered by Yinran's support, Lin Youqi felt a warmth blossom within him. Upon witnessing this, Pei Qiao decided to let go of her fixation on the incident involving Lin Youqi. It was now mealtime. It seems to be time for dinner. Are you two eating? As for me, Pei Qiao gestured towards another direction, glancing at Su Yinran. Her implication was clear. She wished to give Lin Youqi and Su Yinran some private space, feeling somewhat superfluous. However, Su Yinran shook her head, interrupting her. Let us all go together. I don't want to be accused of prioritizing romance over friendship. With that, she took hold of both Pei Qiao and Lin Youqi, leading them toward dinner. With a close friend on one side and a childhood companion on the other, it was a rather delightful sensation. The trio casually selected a seemingly charming establishment, one of those American hot dog joints. Business was thriving. In recent years, such American hot dogs had surged in popularity, not only for their delectable taste, but also for their distinctive decor that captivated passers-by. This place looks quite nice. Shall we give it a try? Su Yinran inquired. Glancing at the two, they both nodded in agreement and replied, We're following your lead.